Seagulls cry out, their calls echoing over the vast expanse of the ocean. As a magnificent floating city emerges from the distant mists, its towering structures reaching towards the sky. This is Lilith Harbor, a marvel of engineering and magic. More gulls circle overhead. As a grand sailing ship, its sails billowing, draws closer to its destination. A wide grin spreads across Raymond's face, his eyes alight with anticipation. As the vessel finally docks, bringing him and his companions to the long-awaited harbor. Nearby, a woman with distinctive bunny ears leans in conspiratorially to a man, suggesting he could acquire anything he desired, provided he heeded her counsel. As the grand ship docks at Lilith Harbor, Raymond, fishing from the side, offers his catch to a companion, asking if they would like to eat it. But his attention is quickly drawn to the magnificent floating city, his eyes wide with anticipation, as he declares his fervent desire to explore and train within its walls. Charlotte watches him, a gentle smile playing on her lips, amused by his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Walker and Taryn make their way through the bustling docks, with Taryn calling out to her companion. They continue deeper into the city. As Walker expresses his honest desire to settle down in a place like this, addressing his companion directly. Raymond, still beaming with excitement, gazes up at the city's wonders. Charlotte, too, shares a similar sentiment, her expression reflecting the awe of the moment. As the protagonist and Raymond stand before a grand building, the air crackles with possibility, a silent declaration that this is where their adventures would truly begin. As the grand city of Lilith Harbor beckons, a small group of adventurers, including Elpham, Raymond, and Taryn, makes their way towards its towering gates, ready to embark on new adventures. A dark, winged creature soars under a pale moon. As the narration begins, in these times, adventurers clash with a shadowy beast. As the story continues, explorers from all walks of life began to create their own heroes and legends. A diverse group of heroes stands before a swirling blue portal, as the narration adds, beyond these mystic gates who's appeared all over the world one day. A lone figure walks across a reflective surface towards a distant light, embodying the age of adventure. A monstrous, clawed hand grips a formidable sword, as the narration warns, are terrifying monsters that weren't of this world. Small figures gaze up at a colossal, swirling blue portal, as the narration reiterates, beyond these mystic gates who's appeared all over the world one day. A demonic creature with glowing red eyes looms menacingly, as the narration repeats, are terrifying monsters that weren't of this world. A great sword is plunged into the earth, surrounded by shadowy claws, as the narration concludes, in these times. Though many explorers met their end within the mystic gates, their sacrifices were not in vain. For the powerful rewards hidden within were enough to overcome any danger, leaving those with grand ambitions no choice but to seek their fortunes within the gates. In a dimly lit room, a white-haired man declares, "We need bait." Raymond, startled by the blunt statement, can only manage a confused sound. The white-haired man emphasizes his point with a raised finger, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he explains, "We can't just rush in without a strategy. We need a way to draw them out." He continues, clarifying his grim proposal. "That's why we need a bait slave." Raymond, still processing, asks if he means sacrificing someone for their adventure. Raymond's expression shifts from confusion to a hesitant acceptance, declaring he's willing to go along if it's a sound decision. However, their discussion is abruptly cut short as the white-haired man, Raymond, and Taryn find themselves confined within a dark cell, greeted by a bulky figure who mockingly welcomes them to the home of the bait slaves. From behind the cold bars, Raymond observes the other prisoners, a hint of envy in his voice, musing, "All of them look so lively. I'm jealous." Meanwhile, an elderly warden, overseeing the facility, warns his young assistant, "Don't be so greedy, you'll choke on them." "I'm serious." From her own cell, Taryn adds, "Both of them are high-rank adventurers, so they'll be lively as they get." The warden then confirms, "Very well. We'll take both of them." Raymond's hand reaches out from his cell, a chilling laugh escaping him. "Haha, excellent choice." The elderly warden stands before a pulsating red pillar, bidding the newly selected bait slaves farewell. "I wish you a good adventure." As they are thrust into a new, swampy floor of the pillar, a grim truth is revealed. This is how the number of bait slaves is precisely determined. The white-haired leader surveys the desolate landscape, noting the absence of other humans. "Looks like there aren't any humans or others." With a sharp, decisive sound, he draws a knife, his gaze hardening. "Then, are you ready?" A sudden flash of light envelopes the trio, the white-haired leader, Raymond, and Taryn, as he commands, "Let's go." The red glow of the portal faded, leaving the white-haired leader and his companions in a dark, unfamiliar forest, the air thick with an eerie silence. Suddenly, a grotesque, red-glowing creature lunged from the shadows, but he reacted instantly, a powerful kick sending the amorphous monster reeling back with a strange, squishy impact. The forest floor itself seemed alive, with giant, bioluminescent mushrooms emitting soft light and strange, rustling sounds. As the white-haired leader surveyed the bizarre landscape, a sense of profound wonder and unease washing over him. The towering fungi, adorned with glowing particles, created an otherworldly canopy, illuminating the path ahead with their soft, ethereal glow. As the group, including Raymond and Taryn, cautiously advanced through the glowing forest, the leader remarked that this atmosphere was far more intense than he had anticipated. He explained that this area, unlike the swamp they had just left, harbored monsters of a much higher caliber, warning them that they couldn't afford to drop their guard for even a second. Taryn, her expression grim, agreed that their immediate priority was to find a safe route through the perilous terrain. However, their cautious planning was abruptly interrupted by a low, guttural growl as a massive, furry beast with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, its presence a chilling new threat. Dark, claw-like slashes tear through the air, leaving trails of crimson energy. Caught in an immediate ambush, the white-haired leader fends off a spiky green monster, as Raymond cries out in alarm, realizing they're surrounded. From a distance, Charlotte watches the chaos unfold, her name echoing through the sudden attack. Just then, the massive furry beast from the depths of the dungeon emerges, its towering form casting a dark shadow over the group. The white-haired leader stares it down, a glowing red orb forming in his hand as he realizes the overwhelming scale of the threat. Raymond, meanwhile, can only curse the situation, his face etched with frustration and worry. From a hidden vantage point, Elpum draws his bow, a fire arrow, igniting with vibrant magical energy. With a powerful release, he sends the flaming projectile streaking towards the monstrous foe. The fire arrow strikes the furry beast with explosive force, but a voice warns that something's gone wrong, and a command is given to tie the bait to the tree. With a grimace of determination, the white-haired leader pushes forward, his voice strained as he urges his companions to escape from this place. He grabs Raymond, pulling him along with Charlotte, who cries out in protest, but the leader's command is absolute. They must run, and he will not be left behind. Charlotte's face twists in anguish, begging him not to abandon them. But the leader can only push them forward, carrying them both as he sprints through the glowing cavern, monsters hot on their heels, their guttural roars echoing behind them. Suddenly, a monstrous claw lashes out from the darkness, striking him with brutal force. The impact sends a spray of blood into the air, a sickening crunch accompanying the blow. He collapses to the ground, injured, the monstrous assailant looming over him. From above, the scene is stark. The leader lies prone, surrounded by a pack of snarling creatures, while Raymond and Charlotte stand frozen, watching the horror unfold from a distance. Despair washes over them as Raymond declares this adventure a failure, the dungeon's clearing no longer important, only their own escape. Raymond's face contorts in a desperate grimace. As a voice in his head screams at him to get a grip, he struggles to focus on what the leader had said. But a wave of determination washes over him. He can't give up, they must escape together. Suddenly, a young warden assistant, his fist glowing with fierce red energy, launches himself at a monstrous rock golem. The impact shatters the creature's stony hide, sending fragments flying. But as the assistant fights, a clawed arm from the same monster lunges towards Taryn, who cries out in terror. Undeterred, the assistant continues his relentless assault, pummeling the rock golem. The monster collapses, its body a broken mess of stone and blood. As the young warden assistant moved, Raymond lay helpless on the ground, his hand reaching out in a desperate, trembling plea. A menacing presence loomed over Taryn, and the assistant's form began to glow with gathering fire energy. The scaled monster, ignoring the new threat, let out a guttural roar, its focus still fixed on its vulnerable prey. Its massive maw lunged forward, closing in on Raymond, who could only gasp in terror. But before its fangs could connect, an unseen force slammed into the monster's side, sending shockwaves through its body. The young warden assistant's arm recoiled from the impact, having delivered a devastating blow that made the creature shriek in pain. A geyser of blood erupted from the monster's head, splattering across the cavern as the force of the attack continued to ripple through it. With a sickening crack, the monster's body began to shatter, its form disintegrating into fragments. Raymond could only stare, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief, as the brutal scene unfolded before him. Caught in the monster's grip, Raymond struggles, a desperate plea escaping his lips. His hand reaching out in vain, he cries out for help, his voice strained with terror. The massive rock golem tightens its hold, crushing him with brutal force. Then, with a violent motion, he is flung from its grasp, tumbling helplessly through the air. His body a blur of motion. He crashes to the ground as the monster lets out a triumphant roar, and a searing pain shoots through his arm. On my left arm. Blood trickles from his mouth as he coughs, his face contorted in agony. Witnessing the brutal attack, the young warden assistant watches, his expression shifting from shock to grim resolve. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. Severely wounded and bleeding, Raymond's thoughts are consumed by a gnawing hunger, a desperate plea for help echoing in his mind. He silently apologizes for his current state, promising his full attention if only someone would come to his aid. His trembling hand betrays the grim realization that leaving this place, or surviving much longer, feels utterly impossible. A pained, almost inaudible plea escapes his bloodied lips. Watching the horrific scene unfold, the young warden assistant's expression hardens, a fierce resolve settling upon his features. Suddenly, Raymond's eyes flare with an ominous red glow as he screams for someone to stop merely watching and provide immediate help. The assistant's face contorts in a snarl, a furious curse escaping his lips. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, charging into the fray. As he sprints, weapon in hand, he challenges the situation with a rhetorical question, his determination unwavering. The monstrous maw opens wide, a chilling voice echoing through the cavern, asking if it's truly too late for him. Pinned against the rough stone wall, Raymond struggles, blood staining the rock around him as the furry beast continues its relentless assault. His face, streaked with crimson, contorts in a silent scream of terror and agony. Even as his body screams in protest, a defiant thought burns within him. You damned bastard. The monster's voice cuts through his thoughts, mocking him. Do you think it's going to be different for you? A clawed hand reaches out, promising, in the end, you're next. But before the monster can deliver the final blow, a sudden, explosive impact shatters the air, blue and red energy erupting as something powerful strikes the beast. The force of the blow sends blood splattering, a sickening crunch echoing in the darkness. The furry monster recoils, its massive form enveloped in a pulsing purple glow, its predatory grin replaced by a look of shock and pain. Having intervened with a sudden, powerful strike, the young warden assistant follows through with his attack, the force of his staff creating a dynamic blur of motion. The furry beast recoils from the blow, tumbling heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The sheer impact of the strike reverberates through the air, a testament to the assistant's unexpected power. Meanwhile, Raymond, battered and bleeding, looks down at his wounds, a defiant no escaping his lips. His gaze hardens, a fierce resolve burning within him as he vows, I won't die. With a sudden burst of power, the furry beast is engulfed by a searing red energy blast, debris exploding outwards from the impact. Raymond's arm glows with an intense crimson aura, the source of the devastating attack, as raw power surges through him. The furry beast lies utterly defeated, its form broken and leaking viscous green fluid onto the cavern floor. Having expended every last ounce of his strength, Raymond collapses to the ground, his body battered and his mind whispering, I died. The young warden assistant, his face streaked with blood, clutches his head in disbelief, realizing that whatever he was searching for, or whoever he expected to find, simply wasn't there. The ground trembles as the rock golem unleashes a devastating impact, sending massive chunks of earth and stone flying into the air, its raw power tearing through the environment. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, warning of an approaching figure, for he is finally here. Unaware of the approaching threat, the monstrous creature continues its rampage, smashing the ground with relentless force. Its red, glowing eyes burn with malevolence as it lets out a guttural roar, a primal scream of fury. The ground cracks and splinters under its blows, the very earth yielding to its destructive will. With one final, thunderous impact, the monster continues its path of devastation. A colossal, skeletal dragon-like creature, its body a mass of dark, jagged scales and bone, looms over a devastated landscape. Its massive, clawed hand reaches down, as a voice identifies it as the Dragon King. The sheer scale of the beast is overwhelming, its monstrous head confirming the name, Horntail. Observing the devastation from afar, Elpham grimly notes that the adventurers clearly didn't fare well in the end. Meanwhile, from a high cliffside, a white-haired woman laments, now there's no one left for us to rely on. She continues, her voice filled with despair, and even the last explorer has gone missing, as Raymond, his expression grim, contemplates the unfolding chaos. His thoughts echo the grim reality, they're all dead, you're the only one left. With a determined glint in his eyes, he steels himself against the overwhelming odds. As the gravity of the situation settles, a name echoes through the desolate lands. Elpham, known to some as the last explorer, prepares himself, a quiet determination in his voice as he declares, let's go. Meanwhile, from a distant cliff, Raymond gazes down at the unfolding catastrophe, a chilling realization dawning on him as he murmurs, this is him. Below, a single, malevolent red eye, glowing with an infernal light, opens wide amidst the skeletal remains of the Dragon King. Horntail, the colossal skeletal dragon, lets out a deafening roar, its maw agape as raw power surges from its ancient form. From another vantage point, Elpham stands cloaked, observing the monstrous entity, the weight of his title, Last Adventure, heavy upon him. He surveys the fiery, desolate landscape, the destruction wrought by Horntail stretching as far as the eye can see. With his tattered cloak billowing around him, Elpham stands resolute, ready to face the impossible. A chilling silence hangs over the devastated landscape, the colossal skeletal dragon's presence still palpable amidst the ruins. A low, guttural rumble echoes through the air. As the monstrous maw of Horntail looms, a terrifying testament to its destructive power. The ground trembles with each passing moment, the sheer weight of the devastation pressing down on all who witness it. From a distance, Raymond gazes up at the colossal form, a single thought escaping his lips. Is this the end? All of this for nothing? Against the backdrop of a full moon, Horntail soars, its skeletal wings casting an ominous shadow over the ravaged land. Meanwhile, Elpum surveys the destruction, his gaze falling upon a pulsating, glowing red mass, a critical realization dawning on him. The head is the core of a dragon's life. As he processes this, a similar wave of despair washes over him. All of this for nothing. The intricate, skeletal structure of Horntail's body, a testament to its ancient power, stretches endlessly before him. The colossal, skeletal head of Horntail looms, its agape, a silent testament to the devastation it has wrought, leaving one to wonder if this truly is where it all ends. A faint blue glow flickers, then fades into the encroaching darkness, reflecting in eyes wide with shock and streaked with blood. Raymond sits amidst the rubble, his gaze fixed on the desolate ground, the weight of the world pressing down on him, a world now broken beyond recognition. And with it, the end of all their adventures. His bloodied hand clenches, a stark reminder of the battle's brutal cost. And a guttural cry of frustration escapes him. Damn it! Still slumped on the ravaged earth, his body battered and bruised. He defiantly rejects the notion of defeat. Don't joke with me. His face streaked with blood, he stares ahead, the crushing weight of reality settling in. Is this truly how it ends, he wonders, his mind flashing to the fallen form of Philip, another casualty in this brutal war. Then to Jaden, his heart aching with each memory. Even Elysis, all of them sacrificed for a cause that now seems lost. Lying amidst the shattered remnants of their battle, he is consumed by the weight of their collective sacrifice. The faces of everyone who gave their lives flash before his eyes, a haunting reminder of the cost of this war. But from the depths of his despair, a raw, guttural scream erupts from him, a crimson aura flaring violently around his form. He pushes himself up from the ground, his voice filled with unwavering resolve, refusing to accept this crushing defeat. His eyes now burning with a fierce, red glow, he directs his fury towards the true enemy, Horntail. He refuses to accept this outcome, his mind reeling from the losses. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his eyes burning with an infernal glow. Golden energy begins to coalesce around his outstretched hand, crackling with raw power. The swirling aura intensifies, wrapping around his arm as he prepares his desperate strike. No matter what may happen, he vows, his voice echoing with fierce determination. Then, with a surge of golden light, he launches himself forward, a living projectile of pure mana. His glowing hand connects, unleashing a concentrated blast of energy. A deafening clang erupts as the attack slams into Horntail's massive form, sending shockwaves through the air. The dragon recoils, its immense body shuddering from the unexpected impact. The golden energy attack strikes Horntail, eliciting a guttural roar of pain and rage from the massive beast, blood splattering from the impact. But the dragon's fury quickly turns to retaliation, as a torrent of dark purple energy erupts from its form, swirling with destructive intent. Caught in the maelstrom, Raymond is instantly overwhelmed, thrown violently backward by the sheer force of the magical blast. Horntail's eyes glow with malevolent red light, as it channels even more power into the swirling purple vortex, ensuring its opponent's demise. The destructive energy intensifies, consuming everything in its path with a blinding, crushing force. Raymond is flung through the air, a helpless projectile, as Horntail's voice booms with contempt. You pathetic bastard. He crashes violently to the ground, the impact shaking the earth, and in his fading consciousness, a single thought echoes. Why did it have to end like this? If only he had more power. He drifts through a haze of blue energy, his mind clinging to a single, desperate thought. Just one more chance. As the ethereal blue light swirls around him, a harsh voice cuts through the fog, demanding he get up, calling him a lousy brat. His eye snaps open, wide and bloodshot, the blue iris reflecting a profound shock. Raymond finds himself slumped against a rough brick wall, his head bowed in confusion. The unseen voice continues to mock him, accusing him of feigning illness, calling him a lazy brat, and dismissing his current location as merely the hall of a newbie. Looking up, his mind still reeling, he wonders aloud about Horntail's whereabouts. His amber eyes widen in disbelief as he processes his survival, a silent what? Escaping his thoughts. Standing now, he takes in the brick-lined room, a new realization dawning on him about the lad standing there. The space around him, he concludes, is an excellent ranged dungeon, a place he recognizes with a growing sense of unease. Still disoriented from his recent ordeal, Raymond finds himself walking through a bustling street, a voice echoing nearby, offering thanks for patronage. As he moves through the crowd alongside another man, he hears a casual inquiry about the price of something, the words carrying an unsettling undertone. His gaze then falls upon a stark sign, its bold lettering proclaiming the chilling reality of a slave market. The words hit him with a sickening force, a look of utter disbelief and horror twisting his features as he whispers, "There's no way." Inside a dimly lit, brick-walled room, he sees a group of individuals, one of whom, a man with long white hair, sits bound, while a large, bald man stands over them, speaking of a parchment. The large man, his face stern, confirms the accuracy of the document, his words carrying an air of finality. Raymond, still reeling from the sight, tries to protest, his voice barely a whisper as he begins to question the legality of such a market. The large man simply extends a hand, then fixes Raymond with a piercing stare, demanding to know to whom a refund would even be issued, implying the irreversible nature of the transaction. From his seated position, Elpham looks up, his light blue eyes narrowed, a defiant glare aimed at the large man, silently challenging his authority. A sudden, brutal impact sends Raymond's head snapping back, the force of the blow echoing through him. As if time itself is rewinding, he feels a strange pull, a sensation of being drawn back to a pivotal moment. He returns to the starting point, a familiar yet unsettling place. This is the story of everything, a chance to rewrite his fate. His eyes flutter open, a wave of confusion washing over him as he wonders, could this truly be a dream? No, the raw reality of it all feels too vivid to be mere fantasy, leaving him without any other explanation for his impossible situation. He observes the grim scene before him, a proprietor proudly declaring that all the children are carefully selected, as lovely as ever, whether their parents are present or not. Another buyer agrees to purchase 2 of them, seeing no reason to complicate the transaction. As a fierce resolve ignites within him, his amber eyes blaze with an inner light. This is his second chance. The staff of the Archmage, still clutched firmly in his hand, feels solid and unbroken, despite the jarring impact that brought him here. He surveys the desolate landscape, a thought forming in his mind. It's not broken. But the staff isn't the only thing he's concerned about. As he mutters to himself, the location should be right around his eyes. He stands amidst the rocky, unfamiliar terrain, the realization dawning on him that he's never had a quest here before. Looking down at the ground, he concludes, otherwise, there's no real reason for him to come here to farm. His gaze falls upon a bloodied boot, and a memory surfaces. Some people used to hide their valuable items in their shoes. A moment later, he finds it, a ring. As the ring glows with a soft, ethereal light on his finger, he recognizes it instantly. This is the ring of psychokinesis. Elpham's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. A horde of monstrous creatures, all teeth and claws, surges forward with terrifying speed. He watches them rush past, a question forming in his mind. Where are they going so suddenly? Without hesitation, he launches himself into the fray. His red-bladed weapon a blur as it carves through the first monster. Spinning with deadly grace, he strikes down multiple foes, delivering a brutal blow that sends one creature's grotesque tongue flying. A gasp escapes him, the intensity of the battle momentarily overwhelming. A monstrous attack slams into his weapon, the impact reverberating with a harsh, shattering sound. The force of it twists his features, a grunt of pain escaping his lips. Before him, the creature lets out a terrifying roar, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. But the adventurer's eyes, though still strained, now burn with a fierce resolve. He pulls back his bow, a command echoing in his mind as a fiery arrow begins to materialize, glowing with intense heat. The swirling flames coalesce, forming a perfect, incandescent projectile. With a surge of power, he releases the arrow, a fiery streak launching towards the monster. His gaze unwavering, he declares, I'm not the only one who can use fire. The blazing projectile flies true, closing the distance to its target. His fire arrow, a blazing projectile of pure magical energy, hurtles through the air, closing the distance to the monstrous horntail in an instant. The spell detonates with a violent burst of flames, engulfing the creature in a fiery explosion, but the duration of the effect seems to be limited. Despite the direct hit, the horntail lets out a furious roar, its massive jaws snapping in defiance. From a distance, Raymond watches the scene unfold, muttering that the attack didn't seem to matter. His eyes widen in alarm, realizing the monster's incredible resilience. Before Elpham can react, the horntail lunges, slamming him to the ground with brutal force, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. Raymond quickly tries to cast a defensive spell, but his fire arrow skill won't activate, seemingly broken or on cooldown. The monster continues its relentless assault, its massive form looming over the fallen adventurer. The horntail's massive foot slams down, its guttural roar echoing through the cavern. Raymond, seeing the relentless assault, knows he has no choice but to act. The monster's claw lashes out, forcing him to swiftly dodge the crushing blow. As the creature continues its furious attack, his eyes narrow, a silent question forming in his mind. Is the cooldown up yet? A moment later, a brilliant orange aura flares around his bow as he draws back a flaming arrow, a determined good escaping his lips. He takes aim, the fiery projectile glowing intensely, then releases it, sending the blazing arrow streaking towards the monstrous foe. As the chaos continued, he prepared for another strike, blue energy swirling around his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, more monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes lunged forward, their forms blurring with aggressive intent. Yet, the fire arrow he had just unleashed found its mark, erupting in a brilliant orange explosion that momentarily lit the cavern. With unwavering focus, Raymond had drawn his bowstring taut, releasing the blazing projectile with fierce determination. The force of the impact sent dust and debris flying, leaving cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. Nearby, Elpham recoiled from the blast, a pained groan escaping him as he lay on the ground. Raymond surveyed the scene, standing over a defeated creature and the injured adventurer. His gaze fell upon Elpum's face, and a thought crossed his mind. She's alive. Then, correcting himself, he realized she got hurt. Or rather, he got hurt. A defeated figure, bloodied and battered, stares up in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Above him, an aggressor looms, a glowing red spear clutched in his hand, demanding to know how the bait slave could have possibly awakened, noticing a strange mark on the defeated figure's wrist. The aggressor's voice echoes through the dark, ruined corridor, his disbelief palpable as he questions the impossible awakening, a chilling realization dawning on him. The defeated figure, still lying amidst the debris, struggles to speak, a question forming on his lips about the true mastermind behind the chaos. Suddenly, a new figure stands over the injured one, silhouetted against the dark forest, his presence a stark contrast to the previous aggressor, as he too seems to question the unfolding events. His eyes widen in shock, a silent gasp escaping him as he takes in the scene. The wind rustles through the trees, a soft, eerie sound filling the silence. The standing figure breaks the quiet, asking the injured one if he's finished talking, prompting a confused response. Despite his dire state, the defeated figure manages a defiant reply, indicating he's far from finished. Still on the ground, the injured figure scoffs, declaring that it wouldn't have mattered if they had all survived, as he would have killed them in the end anyway. His eyes wide with a mix of pain and fury, he continues, his voice strained. Absolutely. Feels like all of you. Meanwhile, the other black-haired figure watches from a distance, his expression a mask of concern and shock. Back with the injured man, a faint red glow emanates from beneath him as he closes his eyes, his thoughts turning to those who would use humans as bait. Far away, under a clear blue sky, a grand city with towering buildings and a prominent church steeple stands silently. Two villagers, one pointing in alarm, stare towards the city, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. A boot steps forward, its owner muttering, a sense of grim realization dawning upon them. The black-haired figure from earlier stands with a small group, his gaze fixed on the city as he questions, would come back alone. He knows the decision has been made, the die already cast, and now he must act quickly to prevent a terrible outcome. With a firm resolve, his first step is clear. Standing before a grand, ornate building, he takes in the imposing structure. His gaze falls to his left wrist, where a dark mark is visible, and he declares, he will need to get rid of this slave mark. Outside a grand, imposing building, a gray-haired man stands beside Elpum, his expression unreadable. Later, in a quiet office, the older man looks down, a single thought echoing in his mind. He came back alive. He continues, his voice low, confirming the impossible. Yes, that's right. The elves. His gaze sharpens as he recounts the report. He's said to have returned without a scratch. A hint of suspicion enters his tone, questioning the anomaly. What's the matter with that? It's not that uncommon for explorers to return from a raid unscathed. Not. The explorer's party, I understand him, are said to have all died except for him. He pauses, lighting a pipe, the smoke curling around his words as he processes the implications. What? You mean to tell me that he alone survived? A deep drag from his pipe, and the question hangs heavy in the air. And he returned of his own volition, without a scratch, huh? A chilling voice echoes, explaining the grim reality that those who become slaves due to debt are used as bait again, even if they manage to return from a raid. Caught in the monstrous maw of a beast, he clearly understands that it would be foolish to attempt escape. Seeing as he doesn't attempt to escape, the voice continues, he's clearly well aware that it would be foolish to attempt to escape our grasp. That's because the only means of escape is death. The overseer, a man with a thick mustache and clasped hands, sits in quiet contemplation, his expression unreadable. A grand banner hangs in the background, displaying an emblem of authority. He sits by a window, continuing his explanation of the system, detailing the ways of the Gaper Merchant Guild. The overseer adds that there are other special details. Now wearing an eye patch, he reveals that Slave has already passed the first circle. He pauses, then adds, wait. Still discussing the intricacies of the debt slave system, the overseer explains that a bait slave with the first circle is a rare and significant case. He then reveals another surprising detail, that the same individual has also requested to register as an exorcist. His gaze sharpens, as he considers the implications of such a request. The overseer continues, explaining that the slave also requested to register for a contract. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in shock as he processes the full meaning of the situation. He mutters in disbelief, questioning how a slave could possibly register for a contract in the first place. His shock quickly turns to outrage, as he slams his hand down, demanding to know the reason behind such an unprecedented request from Lord Rockin. His voice echoes with disbelief, as he questions the very notion of an executive having a debt slave. His face contorted in a furious grimace, he struggles to reconcile this new information with his understanding of the system. The overseer stares at the papers on his desk, a smoldering cigar in the ashtray beside them, his mind reeling with disbelief. A soft click echoes through the room, as a door slowly opens. Footsteps approach, their sound muffled by the thick carpet. Standing by a tall window, his back to the room, The overseer grapples with the impossible notion of a mere bait slave attempting to become an explorer. He remains motionless, lost in thought. Officially, under the decree of Empress Cygnus, the status of a slave was meant to be abolished. But as gold coins rained down, shimmering with a false promise, it becomes clear that this was merely a facade, a truth only upheld on the outside. Humans were always slaves to money, a truth that echoed through the ages. If they borrowed money but couldn't repay it, they would be forced to repay with their labor. This simple, brutal concept created a slave-like status in the modern world. And on the day his father, his only family, died due to an illness, he found himself caught in its cruel grip. He became one of them as well, bound by the Blackwood merchants, the middlemen of this dark trade. This glowing contract, a marked deed, bound Elpham to Blackwood. As the debtor, he was told, he must repay the debt by the deadline, or be forced to work for the rest of his life. He was to repay them with labor equivalent to the corresponding amount. A gavel slammed down, sealing his fate. He stands alone in a dark, empty space, reflecting on the decade that followed, a period he spent bound by an unseen force. Now, seated across from the overseer in a lavish chamber, the man with the eye patch declares, "It's time for you to pay them back." Elpham's expression hardens, asking, "Even if it is?" The overseer, unperturbed, reminds him, "I'm sure it's not a problem for you, who's already in your rank." Taking a sip from his mug, the overseer continues, "I heard reports about you. You're quite the talent." Elpham silently sips his own drink, listening. His gaze sharpens, the overseer asserts, "I'll make sure he doesn't break the contract." He reiterates, he accepted the terms, why would he break it? Elpham, looking away, offers a quiet, "Thank you." A glint of calculation flickers in the overseer's eye as he adds, "However." Elpham meets his gaze with firm resolve, stating, "I have no plans on becoming a hunter for money." The overseer's voice carries a hint of disappointment, noting Elpham's unchanging E-rank status despite the passage of time, but Elpham dismisses the observation with a curt question. He continues, acknowledging Elpham's experience as an explorer, before questioning when incompetence became a virtue for such a profession. Elpham turns away, his gaze drifting towards the distant view outside the window, and then states that the true measure of a first explorer's renown was simply their ability to survive. The overseer considers this, acknowledging the strong, individualistic nature of adventurers, and ultimately concedes the point. Elpham, however, doesn't let the victory linger, admitting the overseer's point about his rank holds true. The overseer's tone sharpens, accusing Elpham of treating their agreements like dangerous contracts, easily broken without thought of repayment. He presses further, demanding to know if Elpham understands the full extent of his debt, but Elpham cuts him off with a calm, firm address. He stares down, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he ponders the strange power he senses. Even with an anti-magic barrier in place, the sheer force of it is undeniable. A knowing smile spreads across the overseer's face, confirming his suspicions. He gestures towards a glowing, ominous orb, explaining that at least 3 people have met their end in that very place. His gaze sharpens, the overseer's challenge clear. "Prove yourself." He leans in, his voice laced with a subtle threat, implying that Elpham's worth is yet to be determined. With a resolute expression, Elpham accepts the terms, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The overseer holds up a glowing document, its ancient script shimmering with an ethereal light. The intricate details of the glowing parchment are momentarily illuminated. He finds himself face to face with a new group, one of whom steps forward to address him directly, asking if he is the newcomer who will be joining them. The blonde-haired man, surrounded by his armored companions, continues to scrutinize Elpham. He then brings up a sensitive topic, revealing he'd heard from Raymond that Elpham was originally a bait slave, a term for those forced into dangerous roles to lure monsters. The man's tone is direct, leaving no room for evasion. Elpham, unfazed by the bluntness, responds that he cares little for rumors, his only concern being to clear the dungeon and settle his debt. The blonde-haired man simply acknowledges Elpham's statement, a brief yes confirming he understood. A slight smile plays on his lips as he adds, "That's good." Elpham reiterates his singular focus, stating that their collective goal is to clear the dungeon and nothing else matters to him. The blonde-haired man then shares a crucial piece of information, revealing that the merchants who sent them are the same ones who sent Elpham, and that they had essentially given up on this dungeon, selling off items for a mere single gold coin each. He concludes, with a knowing look at a white-haired companion, that the merchants are merely trying to offload their stock and have no real expectation of them clearing the dungeon. Elpham plunges into the fray, his movements a blur as he engages the shadowy, multi-limbed monsters, a thought flashing through his mind. He would never complain again. Deep within the dungeon's organic depths, a pool of viscous red liquid shimmers ominously, a silent declaration that it is time to make some noise. Then, with a sudden, blinding flash, Elpham draws his bow, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he channels his power into a fire arrow, the fiery projectile taking shape with deadly intent. As the light from his attack fades, he notices other figures in the distance, a blonde man, a dark-haired man, and a hooded figure. Realizing the other adventurers have already arrived, and it's time to move, he calls out to the obscured figure perched in a tree, asking why the chief is there, surprised to find him away from the other merchants, yet agreeing with his presence. Suddenly, a massive, gnarled root-like monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the dungeon's depths, its presence a chilling testament to the dangers ahead. Elpum turns to the hooded overseer, confirming his decision, who simply replies with a resolute, "I'm sure. Let's go." The monstrous root creature looms, its glowing red eyes fixed on the adventurers, a silent challenge to their resolve. Having dealt with the shadowy monsters, Elpum looks down at their defeated forms, knowing they must move quickly. He then turns to a small group of adventurers, introducing them as Tom, Max, and Roan. Meanwhile, Tom speaks with the hooded overseer, who instructs him to send a signal if anything happens. As they begin their trek, their footsteps echoing through the cavern, the overseer notes the lack of signal towers. Elpum, considering the situation. Tom then turns to him, asking what he thinks about his first mission as an explorer. Elpum admits to being nervous. Elpum looks ahead, his expression determined, as he begins to explain his feelings. He explains that his reasons for doing this aren't about good or bad people, but rather, strangely enough, because of all the good people he's met. Looking at his companion, he admits he felt genuinely sorry when he first heard his story. Tom acknowledges Elpum's past as a bait slave, finding it hard to imagine the hardship, but then shifts the conversation, asking if Elpum would be fine joining their party. A wide grin spreads across Tom's face as he formally asks, "You join our party?" Elpum lets out a small sound of surprise, then reflects that he has indeed met many good people throughout his life. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, Elpum playfully warns his companions, You guys don't forget about me either, then?" Tom, leaning back with a smirk, retorts, "My bait slave, stop talking bullshit. You're the one who's always looking for trouble, even after we sleep." Elsewhere, Raymond takes a long, contemplative swig from a flask, his expression unreadable. Under the silent gaze of a full moon, the night air rustles through unseen leaves, and a faint, unsettling creak echoes from a dark, distant structure. Suddenly, a small flame flickers to life in Elpum's hand, as a voice calls out, "Oi, Pam." He blinks awake, his eyes adjusting to the dim light, as the voice asks, "Are you asleep?" Still half asleep, Elpum holds the small, glowing orb of fire. While a hand gently taps nearby, Tom stands over him, a concerned expression on his face, asking, "Boss, what are you doing?" Elsewhere, a chilling scream tears through the silence as Raymond recoils, a sharp blade glinting inches from his face. A sharp, sudden sound cuts through the air as an unseen voice offers a chilling response. Far in the distance, a massive, dark structure looms under the night sky, while a voice muses about reading thoughts, then casually mentions a sum of money. Another sharp, metallic sound echoes as a glowing blade, impossibly bright, hangs suspended in the darkness. Raymond's face contorts in a raw, desperate scream, his body racked with terror. But then, the scene shifts, and Elpum, with a determined glint in his eye, suggests it's time to get to work. Deep within a metallic chamber, Elpum struggles, a pained expression on his face as he grapples with an unseen force. Nearby, a sword pulses with a faint, ominous red glow, reflecting the growing intensity of his internal battle. As the power surges, one of Elpum's eyes flares with a vibrant, crimson light, a visible manifestation of the immense energy coursing through him. He extends a hand, his palm now radiating the same fierce red glow, the energy crackling around his fingers as he declares, "How about we do some work now?" The crimson aura envelopes his entire form, his expression shifting from pain to fierce determination as he focuses the power, a quiet, "What's this?" escaping his lips. Raymond, Tom, Roan, and the Overseer watch, stunned, as Elpum's power flares, the Overseer questioning, "What is that?" While Raymond adds, "Hey, look at that." Raymond, his face etched with urgency, scans the dark surroundings, demanding that the target be found immediately, convinced he could still be hiding nearby. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air, engulfing the area in a raging inferno. Elsewhere, Tom and Roan recoil in shock, wondering what's happening. As Tom, visibly shaken, questions if this is happening again. A monstrous, glowing eye, yellow and purple, emerges from the smoke. And Raymond, his expression hardening, curses the situation, realizing with dawning horror that they've been used as bait. Indeed, the colossal horntail, wreathed in flames, confirms their grim fate, leaving Elpum to stare in stunned horror at the overwhelming assault. He channels his power, a brilliant orange aura flaring around him as he draws back his bowstring, preparing a devastating fire arrow. Meanwhile, Raymond watches the unfolding chaos, a look of disbelief on his face, muttering about the sheer scale of the mana being absorbed. The situation is far more complex than it appears, as the adventurers had been lured into a gate where all monsters were supposedly eliminated, only to find themselves helping someone trapped in a black hole, searching for a way out. This revelation confirms their suspicions. The entity had ulterior motives, and Raymond realizes the boss monster he expected wasn't the true threat. Towering above them, the colossal horntail, a monstrous entity of golden scales and skeletal features, fully reveals itself, its immense form filling the cavern. Though he had anticipated some form of corruption, The sheer size of the creature is far beyond his expectations, a truly overwhelming sight. Raymond stares up, his eyes wide with shock and dawning horror, the full weight of their predicament settling upon him. Beside him, the overseer curses, realizing they've been completely outmaneuvered, and desperately asks if Raymond recognizes the monstrous entity before them. He stares up at the colossal creature, a chilling realization dawning on him. This isn't just a gate, it's a red-grade gate, something far beyond their expectations. Its very body is composed of corrosive acids, making it the absolute worst opponent for melee explorers like them. And what's even more dangerous is its ability to unleash devastating fiery attacks. A wave of pure terror washes over him, his eyes wide with dread. Suddenly, a brilliant fiery aura erupts around Elpum's bow, the energy coalescing into a powerful fire arrow. He releases the arrow, a blazing projectile streaking towards the monstrous horntail. Raymond pulls the overseer close, both of them stunned by the sheer power of Elpum's skill, wondering what just happened. But before the fire arrow can fully connect, Horntail retaliates, launching an acid arrow from its gaping maw, a skill that fires corrosive acid from within its own body. The overseer screams in disbelief, utterly outraged by this unexpected and seemingly unfair attack, calling it cheating. As the overseer watches in disbelief, the monstrous horntail prepares another devastating attack, its maw glowing with an ominous orange light. The adventurers, realizing the immediate danger, scramble to escape the dragon's wrath, knowing they have a brief window before its next devastating move. Their strategy hinges on a single point: the dragon's head, the core of its power, must be destroyed. Elpum, his eyes burning with resolve, realizes the opportunity presented by the monster's temporary vulnerability. With a surge of glowing energy, he charges forward, confident in the time he has. A determined declaration escapes his lips as he takes on the formidable beast alone. But before he can strike, Horntail's glowing eye snaps open, and it unleashes a sudden, devastating counterattack. Raymond cries out in alarm, reaching out as the monster's swift retaliation catches Elpum off guard. The attack lands with a violent, crimson impact. Caught completely off guard, Elpum is immediately engulfed by a blinding golden energy, the force of the impact slamming into him. The powerful surge impacts his leg, sending him reeling backward. From a distance, Raymond watches in stunned disbelief, uttering a single, bewildered question. The monster's eye glows with the same golden light, a chilling realization dawning on the observer. The cooldown should have been longer. Elpum's body is violently propelled backward, a streak of golden light across the cavern, before he crashes heavily onto the unforgiving ground. A deafening impact echoes through the space. Horntail then slowly lowers its massive head, its gaze fixed on the fallen adventurer, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Elpum lies defeated on the ground, the massive horntail looming over him, its presence echoing a chilling declaration that it is truly over. Meanwhile, Raymond watches, his expression filled with disbelief and despair, realizing the grim truth of Che's words. This creature, a god slime, remains a dragon, even if weakened by rare items. All their efforts have been eliminated. It is a monster powerful enough to defeat an A-rank hunter, a being so formidable it seems impossible to overcome. There are no weaknesses, no remains to be found, and the mission has ended in utter failure. Suddenly, the overseer appears, his eyes glowing with an intense red light, his voice cutting through the despair with a single, sharp command. Raymond flinches, a sudden impact reverberating through the air. Horntail, too, seems to react, a question mark hanging over its massive form as another powerful sound echoes. A blinding explosion erupts, tearing into the monstrous horntail with immense force. The impact sends the massive creature reeling, its gelatinous body distorting as the very ground beneath it cracks and shatters. With a guttural cry of pain and fury, Horntail lets out a deafening roar. From a distant, elevated position, the overseer watches the monster struggle, his thoughts turning to the sheer resilience of the god slime. Even after such a devastating blow, the creature continues to writhe, its form still unstable, suggesting it might take more than one shot to bring it down. As the overseer's hand, adorned with a glowing ring, is shown, Raymond's eyes suddenly flare with an intense, amber light. A fierce resolve hardens his expression, the young man declaring his intent to prove himself. The overseer's glowing ring is once more visible, followed by Raymond's own hand, now similarly empowered with a radiant glow. Without hesitation, a concentrated beam of energy erupts from his hand, streaking towards Horntail with incredible speed. A powerful, unseen force slams into the monstrous horntail, erupting in a blinding flash of fire and debris. The sheer concussive wave sends Elpum hurtling backward, his body a streak of dark energy against the chaotic backdrop. Even as he tumbles through the air, his eyes glow with a fierce red light, a small, luminous object clutched tightly in his hand as a grimace of resolve hardens his features. He questions his past mistakes, wondering if an ordinary magician could ever achieve what he's about to attempt, but knows that with the title he earned in his previous life, such a feat is possible for him. With renewed resolve, he unleashes a rapid volley of fiery projectiles, each one streaking towards the distant monster with explosive force. Then, drawing his bow, Elpum channels an immense torrent of fire energy, his form engulfed in a vibrant, swirling aura as he prepares his ultimate attack. With a powerful release, he sends forth a single, colossal fire arrow, a blazing spear of pure magical flame tearing through the air. The arrow finds its mark, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs the monster in a blinding inferno. With a fierce declaration, Elpum pulls back the flaming bowstring, his eyes burning with resolve. The initial fiery projectile strikes Horntail, sending the massive creature reeling, and it crashes heavily to the ground. Its body convulses from the impact. But before it can recover, Elpum unleashes his ultimate technique, the fire arrow, a blazing projectile erupting from his bow. The arrow strikes Horntail with a deafening crack, igniting a colossal explosion. The monster is completely engulfed, its massive form thrown back by the sheer force of the blast. Elpum hangs suspended in the air, a silent observer amidst the fiery aftermath of his devastating attack. Horntail is consumed by the inferno, the explosion raging around its form. The second stage of the attack, a powerful surge of blue energy, pierces through the air with devastating force, culminating in the full impact of the fire arrow, which erupts in a blinding, fiery explosion. Clinging to the rocky surface, Horntail struggles to comprehend the speed of the assault, thinking it impossible for such a blob to move so swiftly. Yet, as a clawed hand reaches out amidst the glowing particles, the monster is forced to admit the overwhelming power of the strike. The fire arrow's full might then detonates, a colossal explosion ripping through the very ground. Flames and raw energy consume everything in their path, engulfing the landscape in a maelstrom of destruction. When the inferno finally subsides, only a desolate, smoke-filled wasteland remains. At the heart of the devastation, a glowing golden crater reveals a small, dark crystalline object, the sole remnant of the monster. Elpum, his white hair flowing, stands at the edge of the abyss, silently surveying the profound impact of his power. The devastating fire arrow continues its relentless assault, tearing into Horntail's monstrous form. Tom, witnessing the sheer power of the attack, grits his teeth, knowing this is the final, desperate push. Last one, he calls out. Amidst the chaos, Elpum, a small but determined figure, plunges deeper into the creature's core, unleashing a final, potent burst of energy that causes Horntail to scream in agony. A searing fire arrow slams into Horntail, engulfing the monstrous figure in a violent explosion of orange and red flames. The impact sends him reeling, his massive form thrown backward amidst a shower of glowing embers and dust. Meanwhile, Elpum stands firm, his bow drawn taut, a vibrant aura of fire swirling around him as he unleashes another devastating shot. A brilliant blue light pulses from a ring on his hand, channeling the raw magical energy into his attack. Horntail continues to be battered, the relentless magical assault pushing him back further, his form obscured by the fiery chaos. The ground beneath the monster groans and cracks, shattering under the immense force of the impacts. Finally, a massive golden explosion erupts, blasting outward from the point of impact and engulfing the entire area in a blinding flash. Elpum's fiery arrow slams into Horntail's colossal form, the projectile streaking with impossible speed, sending the massive monster recoiling from the explosive force. As it becomes engulfed in the inferno, the ground itself shatters and erupts around the impact point, as a blinding explosion of fire and light consumes everything. The blast expands with immense, destructive force, melting the very earth into bubbling, molten rock, a testament to the attack's raw power. The Dragon King plunges into the inferno, the ground melting and bubbling around its massive form, as it sinks deeper into the searing, molten earth. Above the churning abyss, Elpum, having unleashed his devastating spell, secures a thick rope, then launches himself across the fiery chasm, his hand gripping the lifeline with unwavering strength. He soars through the superheated air, his eyes fixed on the destruction below, a fierce determination etched on his face. The molten landscape continues to boil, the monster's silhouette still visible within the fiery depths. The earth continues to churn and melt, a testament to the raw power unleashed, as jagged, glowing fissures spread across the landscape. The air shimmers with residual heat, and the very ground seems to writhe under the lingering magical pressure. Amidst the devastation, a figure steps forward, their boots crunching on the fractured, still smoking earth. Clad in dark robes, the newcomer surveys the scene, his presence a stark contrast to the fiery aftermath. His gaze sharp and focused, he raises a hand, a pulsating red orb of energy materializing in his palm. With a swift motion, he hurls the orb, sending it crashing into the ground with a burst of crimson light and debris. His eyes now glowing with an eerie green light, he holds another identical orb, its power radiating intensely. The orb pulses with raw, contained energy, a silent promise of further destruction. His eyes glowing with an intense green light, the cloaked figure continues to channel raw power, a crimson orb of energy pulsating violently in his grasp. The energy expands, enveloping him in a swirling vortex of red light, as the monstrous form of Horntail looms in the background, seemingly caught in the devastating aftermath. Meanwhile, in a quiet, wood-paneled room, Elpum and Raymond sit across from the overseer, who calmly states his assessment of the situation. He confirms that the monster, Bismouth, was indeed defeated, just as he had suspected. Elpum, however, expresses his disbelief, finding it hard to accept that the monster could have been defeated so easily, especially after the fire arrow skill had been used. He ponders the possibility that the monster might have separated itself, or perhaps died after the boss monster was defeated. The overseer, with a thoughtful expression, then asks what exactly the monster was. He continues, explaining that the monster was defeated by a gold blade, but the lingering darkness suggests that the creatures were not fully eliminated. The overseer's gaze sharpens, as he emphasizes the pervasive nature of the darkness that still clings to the area. Elpum listens intently as the overseer concludes, mentioning that the monster's escape was an issue they had to contend with, before shifting to the common rules governing the mysterious gates. First among these regulations, there is a strict limit to the number of individuals who can enter a gate. Once a party enters, the gate's difficulty is determined by the number of people inside, and the gate will only open for the exact number of members who entered. Second, the gate's entry restrictions are based on its difficulty and the number of people it can accommodate, with different colored gates signifying varying levels of challenge. From red gates to purple gates, one can discern the difficulty, and those whose mana is below a certain threshold cannot even enter. Third, there is only one opportunity given to clear a gate, a singular chance to overcome its challenges. This rule is the most critical objective in clearing gates, as if any of the entry members were to survive and leave the gate would disappear and be impossible to enter again. He continues, explaining that the gold slime typically only appears in red gates, yet the mana emanating from it was unlike any found in those gates. Despite the anomaly, the overseer asserts that regardless of the reason, the failure was undeniable, leaving Raymond visibly stunned. He then chides the young man for his impatience, reminding him that the full story had yet to be told. The overseer finally reveals the creature's identity, a gold slime, as Raymond's hand instinctively clenches. A wave of realization washes over Raymond, his eye widening as the overseer's words echo in his mind. Didn't tell me. A memory flashes through his mind, of Elpum smiling, holding a ring, and declaring, I'll do whatever you want. The truth dawns on him with a jolt. He had consumed the gold slime. The overseer, now equally surprised, exclaims about a second circle, and questions if Raymond absorbed the mana from the slime. With a satisfied smirk, the overseer concludes that he has proven his point, then asks Raymond how he feels after this unexpected development. Raymond's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him as the overseer's words echo in his mind. He looks up, a single word escaping his lips. What? A memory flashes through his mind, of Elpum grabbing Tom by the collar, insisting they go after a D-rank monster for the money, a decision that now seems to hold a deeper, more ominous meaning. Meanwhile, the overseer continues to write, his pen scratching across the paper, detailing the intricacies of mana classification. He explains to Raymond that normally, treating someone who hasn't reached a certain level of mana absorption is unheard of, but Raymond's case is an exception. The overseer elaborates on the system, revealing that the mana of all things is classified into various circles, with reaching these circles being the only path to becoming a truly powerful hunter. Raymond, still processing the information, wonders aloud if he isn't a novice after all, concluding that he must be a genius. He recalls the overseer's earlier words, pondering if his rapid advancement was simply due to his survival instincts, a thought that brings a flicker of unease to his expression. The overseer, a predatory smile spreading across his face, dismisses the idea of mere talent, declaring that someone who has reached the second circle at such a young age is nothing short of a monster. As the conversation continues, the overseer looks intently at Raymond, declaring his need to have him for some undisclosed purpose. He then acknowledges Raymond's rapid progress, musing that he must have been born with immense talent, to which Raymond simply replies that it is to be expected. Meanwhile, a massive, pulsating red rift opens, revealing a glimpse into a cavernous, otherworldly space. This was the moment of the first appearance, the beginning of a significant event, and then came the last. It was known as the 100-man subjugation. During this pivotal, wise event, the Merchant Guild of Lith Harbor had keenly observed, their eyes fixed on the unfolding situation. Naturally, the Gaper merchants were also greatly interested in the outcome. The overseer, contemplating a document, concludes that this situation presents no downside for him, and would indeed be beneficial to advance his own plans. Later, in a different setting, the overseer turns to Raymond with a proposition, asking if he would like to make a deal, to which Raymond cautiously inquires about its nature. He extends his hand, his expression etched with concern as he reaches out. Meanwhile, the overseer watches him, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Before a slight smirk plays on his face, an internal thought revealing his assessment of the young man's reaction. One day, the gates opened, ushering in the age of adventures. However, this entire phenomenon was attributed to the Black Mage. As a result, many explorers lost their lives within the gates. This led to a somber question. Was humanity's potential truly nearing its end? With the gates breached, countless monsters poured out, escaping into the world. And so, we were ultimately defeated. Exactly 3 years from that moment, The fated time when the Maple World would face its ultimate challenge was not far off. The overseer stands in quiet contemplation, a wisp of smoke curling from his lips as he gazes out a window. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the Information Guild, vital intelligence is being processed. Tom, holding a small, glowing orb in his hand, considers his next move, a slight hesitation in his voice as he murmurs about the situation being a bit more complicated than anticipated. He explains to Roan that the newly discovered 300-man gate in the New World has a strict entry requirement, allowing only those of second class and below to enter. Roan acknowledges the unusual restriction, noting that the guild typically dispatches elite explorers, but the specific discovery date of this gate prevents them from participating. Tom, now studying a map, admits he's acquired some necessary provisions, but deems it foolish to exhaust all his resources on mere items. He continues, explaining that the grade he's currently aiming for would be prohibitively expensive, and that the most crucial purchase remains to be made. With a determined stride, Tom approaches the glowing entrance, ready to face whatever lies beyond the mysterious gate. Tom steps into the shadowy expanse of the newly discovered gate, its entrance shrouded in an oppressive darkness. As he proceeds, a golden plaque, etched with an unknown script, marks his passage. He presses onward, his dark cloak blending with the gloom as he descends deeper into the unknown. Soon, he finds himself amidst the clandestine bustle of a black market, where a man with a red bandana greets him, offering his services. The dealer, leaning forward conspiratorially, asks what kind of goods Tom seeks, suggesting bait to lure a warrior. Tom's voice is low and steady as he clarifies his intent. "I'm looking for someone else, someone to buy." The dealer's eyes widen slightly in surprise at the unusual request. Without further explanation, Tom is led through a grim, stone corridor, the guide announcing it as the punishment dungeon. The guide explains its purpose, noting it's often used to discipline those who fail to comply. Tom steps into the dimly lit confines of the punishment dungeon, only to find himself chained and imprisoned alongside Roan within a barred cell. His arm is bound by heavy chains. As Roan, standing freely within the cell, questions his resolve, asking if he can truly deliver on the promise he made to someone. He simply affirms, "I know." Roan looks out from the cell, and Tom's eyes glow with a fierce, red light as he declares, "He's the one I'm looking for." He recalls a time before his return, when a devastating plague had ravaged the Maple World. The memory manifests as shadowy figures, some with glowing eyes, hinting at the scale of the past catastrophe. A legend speaks of Roan, the hero of Palzaria, a formidable warrior whose name was etched into history. She was one of the 6 heroes who defeated the Dragon King Horntail, yet her own life was tragically cut short, ending in murder. The chains of fate, or perhaps justice, awaited the one known as Devo, the infamous hero killer. Back in the present, he remained shackled, his thoughts consumed by the injustice of his situation, all because of someone else's actions. Looking up at Roan, he questioned her presence, wondering if she was there for him. His gaze dropping, he dismissed her with a curt command, telling her to get lost, as he had never seen her before. Roan, however, seemed to be addressing an unseen figure, apologizing profusely to the overseer. She then turned her attention back to him, commenting on his mental state. Struggling against his restraints, he realized he had to escape, concluding that his imprisonment must be the overseer's doing. He lets out a frustrated sigh, his thoughts consumed by someone he deems a coward and a mad dog. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers, it's not just their personality, but their skill as well. After the last day happened, both he and Roan received the worst reactions from people, and they both desperately needed Mesos. So, they decided to become adventurers, finding solace in each other's company as the only ones who truly understood. He lets out a small sound of surprise. Roan confronts him, her voice laced with desperation, reminding him of his promise to help find her sister, questioning how she could trust him not to abandon her like everyone else. He looks at her, a surprising offer forming on his lips, asking if she would like to be his younger sister. Her expression is thoughtful, the unspoken truth hanging between them. They both needed Mesos. A lone figure falls through a dark, ethereal void, their long hair trailing behind them. Later, Tom dismisses another man with a curt command, telling him to buzz off if he has no Mesos, as he's not going to Braille. Sweat beading on his brow, Tom stares, his mind reeling from the sudden revelation. Before him, Elpum holds up a stack of bills, the words 1,000,000 Mesos, echoing in the stunned silence. Raymond can barely believe his eyes, muttering if it's even real, while Tom, equally astonished, questions the sincerity of the offer. The weight of the number settles heavily on Tom, his expression a mix of disbelief and intense calculation. Elpum, however, remains unfazed, explaining that the contract is for a temporary alliance, a partnership to clear the gate boss. Tom's eyes widen further, the implications of such a sum for a temporary comrade sinking in. A hand extends, offering the physical contract, a tangible representation of the immense wealth promised. Tom, now holding a knife, glares, his mercenary nature surfacing as he warns Elpum not to renege on the deal. Elpum, however, simply smiles, sealing the agreement without a moment's hesitation, his confidence unwavering. A blood-stained contract lies open, its terms sealed with a grim finality, as the thought echoes, wondering if the price is truly worth a sister's life. A faint smirk plays across the lips of the overseer, a soft chuckle escaping him as he contemplates the implications. With the contract now officially signed, Elpham announces his immediate departure, prompting Tom to curtly tell him to leave. Meanwhile, the overseer's eyes glow with a faint green light as he mutters to himself, reminding himself to pull his weight, Chief. His gaze intensifying to a menacing red, he lets out a low caw and declares his intention to be your dog far better. Above, the sun filters through the dense canopy, casting dappled light onto the forest floor. Tom and Raymond make their way through the woods, Raymond calling out to his companion, "Excuse me, boss." Meanwhile, the overseer inspects his formidable axe, musing that it would be so bad for the overseer if a longsword. Before deciding to go back for a longsword, Tom, with a determined expression, asserts his new authority, declaring, "From now on, since you're working with me, I'm your boss," followed by a resolute grunt. He reaches out, his hand nearing the shimmering, crimson energy of the gate, a portal to the unknown. Turning to his companion, he reminds him, "Your other party members aren't here yet." As Raymond tries to protest, Tom's grip tightens on his arm, a clear warning in his voice, "Someone as rich as you should watch your party members." His eyes narrow, a question hanging heavy in the air, "Don't tell me. Boss, did you perhaps?" Without waiting for an answer, he pulls Raymond closer, and a sharp, stinging slap echoes through the quiet space, leaving Raymond stunned and Tom seething with anger. As he demands an explanation, wait, no way." Before Raymond can finish, Tom violently shoves him to the ground, a harsh impact echoing as he falls. Still reeling from the impact, a pained gasp escapes Raymond as he struggles to regain his composure. The air around them shimmers with an ominous red glow, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. The ground itself seems to twist and contort, revealing gnarled, ancient forms. Still sprawled on the ground, Raymond lets out another cry of pain as Tom's imposing figure looms over him. Tom's frustration boils over, his voice sharp with disbelief. "What are you going to do with just the two of us to face 8? There's a limit to how crazy you can get. Do you think this is some kind of a joke?" Elpham watches the exchange, his expression grim, adding, "And what's worse is that." Raymond, still on the ground, suddenly looks up in terror, his eyes wide as he whispers, "Those." From the barren earth, gnarled tree-like figures with glowing yellow eyes begin to emerge, their rough, bark-like bodies twisting into menacing forms. The realization dawns on them with a chilling clarity, stumps. As the strange, glowing-eyed stumps emerged from the ground, Tom, fueled by a fierce determination, declared his intent to fight them, warning the creatures that they had trespassed onto his territory. Raymond, seeing his friend's reckless charge, called out in a desperate attempt to stop him. Meanwhile, the grotesque stumps continued to stir, emitting an unsettling, guttural sound. One of them let out a pained cry, its glowing eyes fixed on the adventurers. The sight of the monstrous creatures left Raymond utterly stunned and terrified. But before Tom could rush in, Elpham swiftly drew his bow, a brilliant fire arrow manifesting in his grasp. With a powerful release, the fiery projectile streaked through the air. It found its mark instantly, impacting multiple stumps in a series of explosive bursts. The largest of the creatures was engulfed, disintegrating in a spectacular inferno. As the dust settled from the fiery assault, a stump monster, its form still intact, let out a guttural cry, its single red eye glowing ominously. Tom, observing the creature with a sneer, turned slightly to Elpham, a dismissive tone in his voice. "How pathetic. Believing in such a sorry state, you could have entered a gate." He then faced the monster fully, his expression hardening, warning it not to make another mistake. As he stared down the creature, a thought flashed through his mind, wondering what kind of monster this truly was. Later, under the cold glow of a full moon, a voice echoed from within a grand, Gothic building, declaring that the insolent groups had taken the bait. A white-haired woman, an eye patch covering one eye, sat in the darkness, her voice calm as she noted their cleverness, yet the necessity to follow. A glass of red wine swirled in a gloved hand, as the question hung in the air, "Would you allow us to?" From the depths of a grand, Gothic chamber, a voice echoes, asking if they should proceed. A hand, with long, dark nails, raises a wine glass, and the figure responds, "Very well." The white-haired figure, previously obscured, now slumps forward, their sharp features and glowing red eyes momentarily visible, a silent acknowledgement of the command. Raising the glass once more, the figure vows, "All shall be done as he wills." A single, vibrant red rose blooms within the crimson liquid, its petals unfurling as the figure's gaze intensifies. Against the backdrop of a luminous full moon, the figure makes a chilling declaration, "Freedom to the maple world." The wine glass in their hand glows with an ominous red light, sealing their dark vow. The monstrous creature, its eyes still burning with a malevolent glow, finally collapses, leaving a small figure standing amidst the dust and debris. Catching his breath, Raymond recounts his efforts, having gathered all 27 magic stones. With their task complete, Elpham signals for them to move on, and the two adventurers continue their journey through the desolate, rocky terrain. The sun beats down relentlessly, casting long shadows across the towering rock formations. Their footsteps echo softly as they traverse the vast, empty expanse, their figures growing smaller against the immense scale of the wilderness. Raymond shudders, recalling the recent danger, admitting he thought they wouldn't survive, but expressing relief at their escape. Suddenly, a white-haired figure appears, effortlessly holding Raymond by the collar, his glowing red eyes fixed on Elpum as he announces, "Found them." The mysterious figure's gaze intensifies, a silent question hanging in the air. As they continued their trek through the desolate, rocky expanse, another group of massive, petrified tree stumps loomed into view. Scanning the eerie landscape, Raymond noted that there were 8 of them this time. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he processed the number, muttering, "What? Right number." Elpum turned to him, a silent question in his gaze, as Raymond's expression grew more troubled. Before they could react, the white-haired figure descended from above, a blur of motion and glowing red eyes. His attack, a surge of raw power, slammed into Raymond, binding him instantly. Trapped and terrified, Raymond could only stare in horror as the magical restraints tightened around him. He's clearly after the weapon, desperate to claim it for himself, treating it like a glorious treasure he's never seen before. Facing such a monstrous threat, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to overcome it. Tom shouts in disbelief, "You crazy boss." Elpum observes the aftermath of an explosion, realizing his opponent is stronger than he initially thought, especially after using the weapon for so long. Yet, a determined glint in his eyes suggests he will soon come to regret his actions, for the Bolium is the very weapon that makes him the strongest. Roan, observing the unfolding power, believes there's no need to doubt his talent. After all, he's the only one chosen as the disciple of the hero of Polium, Aaron. Tom lets out a surprised grunt, a small "huh," escaping his lips. He thinks to himself that his opponent shouldn't be able to use the weapon so easily. He braces himself, the monster's long claws and sharp teeth capable of tearing apart any shield, yet a thought crosses his mind. He isn't as limited as he once was. What if he were to fight it with his full strength? The creature's relentless assault continues, its massive claw scraping against his defenses. Pushed back by the sheer force, he holds his ground, the shield groaning under the pressure. Then, with a sudden, explosive movement, he shifts his weight, bringing his weapon around to strike. He delivers a powerful blow, the impact reverberating through the monster's form. From a distance, Raymond watches, a mix of awe and concern on his face, marveling at the sheer strength on display, as he hasn't even used his Bolium yet. The monster recoils from the assault, but Elpum presses his advantage, striking again. He aims for a critical point, his attack finding its mark with devastating precision. The creature shatters into countless fragments, dissolving into the air. The creature reels from the impact, showering the cavern with shattered rock and debris. He watches, eyes wide with a flicker of surprise, as the monster struggles to regain its footing. A guttural roar of pain escapes the beast as it crashes to the ground. Kneeling, he mutters, "What? What is that?" But the monster quickly recovers, its dark, spiky form rising once more. It lunges with blinding speed, a massive appendage blurring through the air. He swiftly evades the strike, a sharp exhale escaping his lips. "But ain't everything," he declares, his fist glowing with fierce orange energy as he delivers a powerful counterblow. A searing, arrow-like projectile of pure flame erupts from his hand. It only makes you easier to hit. As the monster continued to withstand the assault, Raymond's eyes widened in realization, understanding that only magic could explain such durability. Indeed, Elpum's previous attack had been deflected with a shower of sparks. Undaunted, Elpum manifested a bow of pure, crackling fire, declaring his intent to unleash his first true shot. He drew the fiery arrow back, the energy within it activating a prolonged, intensifying effect. With a surge of power, he released the first arrow, a searing streak of light. Without hesitation, he followed up with a second, equally devastating shot. The first arrow struck the monster with a violent explosion. But even as the second impact followed, Raymond watched in disbelief as the monster blocked that as well. A frustrated groan escaped him, as he realized even Elpum's magic seemed to have no effect on the creature. Still locked in a fierce struggle with the monstrous tree, he hears a frustrated voice from behind him, urging him to help if he doesn't want to die. Raymond, his eyes glowing with a faint green light, mutters to himself that his attacks aren't working, and if they didn't work, they wouldn't have stuck to begin with. The monster's branches lash out, proving to be the real problem as one slams into Elpum, sending him flying. He cries out as he's violently thrown against a stone wall, debris exploding around him. One of the monster's gnarled branches pulses with a malevolent red energy, preparing for another strike. Raymond lets out a frustrated cry, his eyes burning with an intense green light. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy shield erupts from the ground, intercepting the monster's attack with a blinding flash. The shield holds firm, pushing back the monstrous branch as debris flies from the impact. Elpum, recovering from his fall, stares in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the protective barrier, wondering what those strange energies are. He feels a surge of relief, a quiet gratitude for the power that had just manifested, a power he once believed was beyond his grasp. Turning to his companion, Elpum directs, Devo, you take on the stumps. The blonde adventurer points towards the distant, tree-like creatures, noting their difficulty to locate, but Raymond simply replies, I'll take care of that one. Before Elpham can even process the words, a blur of motion leaves him stunned, wondering how his friend could move with such impossible speed. Raymond closes the distance in an instant, his hand glowing with fierce orange energy as he delivers a devastating strike. The blonde adventurer's eyes struggle to follow the rapid assault, his mind racing to comprehend how someone who should be exhausted could maintain such a blistering pace. The monster roars as it's engulfed in a flurry of explosive, orange-hued impacts. Focusing on a vulnerable point, Raymond observes the creature's glowing eye, confirming his suspicions, and delivers a precise, crushing blow. The final impact shatters the monster into countless pieces, a blinding explosion of light and debris marking its complete annihilation. However, Elpham watches the unfolding chaos, his expression a mix of surprise and grim determination, thinking that this new development is perfect. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure, his form wreathed in vibrant orange flames, draws back a bowstring, a fiery arrow manifesting with a confident declaration of his newfound strength. The fiery projectile launches, striking its target with an explosive force, leaving Elpham to wonder how it's possible to wield two spells at once. As the first impact settles, the white-haired figure's hands begin to glow with a second, swirling magical energy, confirming his incredible feat of casting two spells simultaneously, even a second circle spell. With a guttural roar of power, the white-haired figure unleashes another devastating attack. Elpham, still observing the relentless assault, realizes the figure is using both a fire arrow and another spell, marveling at the sheer tenacity of the monster enduring such an onslaught. The monster, a gnarled, tree-like entity, is visibly torn and shredded by the continuous magical barrages. Yet it stubbornly resists, prompting Elpham to conclude that this creature is the type of monster that simply cannot be killed. A sudden surge of monstrous figures erupts from the ground, catching DYD off guard as he curses the unexpected ambush. From behind, Tom shouts a desperate warning, his voice laced with regret as he realizes the overwhelming numbers they face. Without hesitation, DYD plunges into the fray, a blur of motion as he engages the monstrous horde head-on. Yet, even amidst the chaos, he maintains a grim composure, dismissing the lesser creatures as mere small fry beneath his attention. One of the creatures lunges with a savage claw, but DYD is faster, a mere afterimage as he effortlessly evades the attack, then counters with a devastating strike of his own, sending the monster reeling with a crackle of red energy. His gaze remains sharp, his eyes burning with an intense, electric blue glow, a silent testament to his formidable power and unwavering resolve. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful strike echoing through the air. Mid-air, he delivers a swift kick, sending another creature reeling. His foot lands with crushing force, leaving the monster incapacitated. Looking back at the struggling creatures, DYD scoffs, wondering how they could still be taking damage from such small fries after he had just intervened. A smirk plays on his lips as a fiery aura begins to swirl around him, the raw power manifesting visibly. He summons a bow wreathed in intense flames, an unseen voice questioning the nature of such a formidable weapon. With a determined expression, DYD declares that it's time to move forward. Tom stands, staff in hand, his gaze fixed downwards with a determined expression. Around him, a swirling vortex of orange and red magical energy ignites, as a voice asks if he's finally getting used to his weapon. Elsewhere, DYD stands poised, a glowing staff clutched firmly in his hand, his dark cloak billowing around him. With a battle cry, he launches himself into the air, charging directly towards a massive, shadowy monster, declaring, "Then, let's go." The monster's rough, dark hide ripples with the impact. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure draws a bow, its string glowing with intense fire, unleashing a volley of fire arrow, spells that streak forward with deadly precision. The glowing arrows find their mark, slamming into the monstrous creature with explosive force. With a powerful grunt, DYD's staff slams into the monstrous creature, his face set in a grimace of intense focus as he continues his relentless assault. Meanwhile, a searing fire arrow from the white-haired figure impacts the monster's side, causing it to roar in pain as Raymond watches the chaotic scene unfold with wide, surprised eyes. Caught between the two attackers, the creature finds itself overwhelmed by the simultaneous onslaught. The white-haired figure, his eyes glowing with fierce red energy, calls out to DYD, assuring him he will handle the situation. To which DYD responds with a determined grin, ready to follow his lead. More fiery arrows rain down, embedding themselves into the monster's body, before DYD delivers a final, shattering blow with his staff, cracking the creature's form. He tumbles through the air, a helpless projectile after the monster's devastating blow, before slamming violently into a stone wall, the impact shaking the very ground. His hand instinctively tightens around his staff, the red gem at its tip glowing faintly as he remains embedded in the rock. A pained cry escapes him, the force of the blow still reverberating through his body. Blood splatters from his mouth, a stark testament to the monster's raw power. But the rocky monster shows no mercy, its massive arm lunging forward for a follow-up attack. Just as the blow is about to connect, a vibrant blue energy shield erupts around him, a desperate defense. The monster's arm collides with the barrier, the blue energy flaring brightly on impact. With a deafening crack, the monster's arm shatters, its rocky fragments exploding outwards as it cries out in pain. Still reeling from the impact, DYD channels a surge of blue-green energy through his hand, a frustrated sigh escaping him. He tumbles through the air amidst shattered rock, the force of the monster's blow still carrying him. As the monstrous arm lunges again, he curses the relentless assault. But before the attack can connect, a brilliant blue energy shield erupts around him, deflecting the blow and shattering the monster's rocky limb into countless fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, DYD draws his bow, a fiery arrow manifesting in his grasp as he lets it fly. The projectile strikes true, eliciting a pained roar from the colossal creature. With renewed determination, he declares his intent to end the fight. A flurry of powerful, unseen attacks follows, tearing through the air. The final impact reverberates through the cavern, a devastating blow that shakes the very foundations. The monstrous creature lets out a guttural roar, its massive form looming over him. Still reeling from the impact, he braces himself, a defiant cry escaping his lips. With a surge of blue energy, his hands connect, shattering the monster's attacking limb into fragments of rock. He pushes himself up from the ground, his gaze hardening with fierce resolve. The fight is far from over, he declares, refusing to let the creature gain the upper hand. As the monster recoils from the unexpected counter, DYD prepares his next move. A brilliant blue light ignites in his palm, coalescing into a potent orb of energy. With a swift, arcing motion, he unleashes the concentrated power. The projectile streaks through the air, slamming into the monster with explosive force. Raymond launches a powerful kick upwards, a defiant challenge echoing through the space. His face, already streaked with blood, twists into a menacing grin as he promises, "Here's the dessert." But before he can follow through, a swift, unseen blow connects, sending blood spraying. Another impact follows, forcing him to recoil violently. He tumbles backward, hitting the hard ground with a pained grunt, sliding across the rough surface. Yet, through the pain, his eyes ignite with a fierce orange glow, a new resolve hardening his expression. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a torrent of swirling orange energy, which erupts with a powerful impact. Raymond's concentrated orange energy erupts into a massive, swirling explosion. But from its fiery heart, the white-haired figure emerges, completely unfazed. The flames continue to rage around him, yet he stands untouched. Looking down at a defeated Raymond, who lies battered and gasping on the ground, as the white-haired figure remarks, "You did well." From a short distance, DYD watches the scene unfold. A fresh cut bleeding on his cheek, a silent testament to the overwhelming power he just witnessed. The orange energy still crackles around the white-haired figure, who remains poised and dominant over the fallen Raymond. The night deepens over the quiet town. Inside, a young woman sits alone at a table, her thoughts heavy with worry as she realizes he's late, considering just going to bed. Still, she offers a quiet prayer of thanks for the food before her. Suddenly, a sound outside catches her attention, her eyes widening in surprise. A gasp escapes her lips as she wonders who could be at the door. Her gaze locks onto the figure now standing in the doorway, a familiar face etched with concern. Seeing his injured state, a soft, questioning whisper escapes her. Reaching out a hand, DYD offers a simple, weary declaration. The young woman stares, her eyes reflecting a mix of shock and profound relief. He is met with a warm embrace, a soft voice whispering a heartfelt welcome home. The memory of the forest still lingers, a chilling whisper of the night's events, the rustling leaves, and the deep, oppressive silence of the woods stretching out under the moon. Back in the present, his hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword, his gaze distant as he stares up, lost in thought. Later, cloaked in shadow, he stands alone in a quiet room, his back to the viewer, contemplating something unseen. His attention is drawn to a framed picture on the wall, a silent testament to memories past. Finally, he rests, his arm bandaged and his body weary, the exhaustion of his ordeal evident. His eyes, though heavy-lidded, betray a deep-seated determination, a quiet resolve burning within him. A powerful hand, wreathed in crackling orange flames, unleashes a torrent of destructive energy. As the forest canopy ignites, a raging inferno consuming everything in its path, embers raining down through the smoke-filled air. Through the scorched earth, DYD emerges from the heart of the conflagration, his gaze lingering on the devastation behind him. His face streaked with grime and sweat, yet his eyes hold an unyielding resolve. A lone figure stands in a vast, empty hall, contemplating their next move. Meanwhile, a grizzled man with an eye patch, puffing on a cigar, questions the situation, wondering who the mage in the subjugation party could be, given the gate's specific requirements. As the lone figure from before reflects on their isolated position, acknowledging that they are the only one left. Their hand hovering over a glowing artifact, acknowledging the difficulty of the path ahead. Elsewhere, the formidable reputation of the three Natasha sisters of the Jungle Ritchie Trade Union is introduced. Their unique combat skills highlighted as essential for any skilled explorer, making the whining of a desk-bound guild master seem utterly embarrassing by comparison. While a different group, the Saber Adventurers, are noted for their notoriously poor standing, having the worst reputation among their peers. A hand holds a document, the individual finding something unsettling about the information it contains. From within a grand, empty hall, a voice echoes, questioning, "Humph? What? You can't even enter without knocking." Looking down with a thoughtful expression, DYD murmurs, "Lo." His eyes widening slightly as he processes the information. He finishes, "RD rockin'?" The document before him details the ongoing issues, specifically asking, "How's the party member recruitment going?" Seated at his desk, DYD listens as a standing subordinate apologetically begins, "My apologies, it's not." DYD cuts him off, observing, "I see. It's not going as you wish, is it?" He then inquires, "What about the Saber Adventurers?" DYD explains the core issue, stating, "Because the subjugation gate has been manipulated, there's no way a human mage can enter, and there are no witnesses." He then adds, "It is true that it was manipulated, but this matter is not as simple as it is." His subordinate, confused by the complexity, simply asks, "Then why don't you just use them again?" A slight smile plays on DYD's lips as he replies, "All right. At this point, just try making a party with all the candidates. Let's get it done." His expression turning sinister, DYD concludes, "There's going to be plenty of witnesses this time around." A heavy boot steps forward, its sound echoing with a dull thud. Nearby, a strange, pulsating red mass emits a low, guttural groan, a sign of the dangers lurking within the gate. DYD stands among a growing crowd, all gazing at the imposing gate, and a slight smirk plays on his lips as he notes, "It looks like we have plenty of people this time." Turning to a mage in a wide-brimmed hat, he inquires if she is the fifth party to join. Another group, led by a confident, pirate-like man with a bandana and a scar, approaches, their leader letting out a boisterous laugh. DYD's blue eyes narrow slightly, observing each new arrival with a critical gaze. The mage from before, seemingly unaware of his assessment, states with a hint of frustration, "No matter how good they are, none of them are good at all." A blonde warrior with a beard adds, "It's always a nightmare to recruit." DYD, his arm resting casually, thinks to himself, "They're confident in their own strength. All of them are good, but not good enough." In a forest clearing, a voice calls out, "All here." Among the gathered, Tom remarks on DYD's reputation. "He loves himself. I'll keep that in mind. They say he's good at using all sorts of weapons and skills." Raymond listens intently, as a figure with a glowing red hand interjects, "Yes, the opportunity to meet the Dogman DYD." Raymond's eyes widen in surprise. "Boo. Dogman DYD." DYD's expression hardens, a quiet resolve settling over him as he acknowledges the insult. "I see. So that's how it's going to be, huh?" Nearby, a tree glows with the number 40, followed by a blinding burst of red energy, and the heavy thud of a foot landing on the ground. As the red portal pulsed with raw energy, he and the others stepped through, the air crackling around them. Once inside, the white-haired mage proposed a strategy, suggesting they create a diversion while fighting the monsters. The plan was to split into two groups, with one group giving a signal to coordinate their efforts. DYD listened intently, his expression unreadable as he walked alongside Tom. Meanwhile, the mage, now addressed as Sir Dylan, confirmed the strategy with Roan and Raymond, who readily agreed. Suddenly, Dylan paused, his attention drawn by a rustling sound from the undergrowth. From the earth burst a grotesque, multi-eyed creature, its voice raspy as it questioned their presence. With a dismissive sigh, Dylan raised his hand, a brilliant blue spell already forming to deal with the nuisance. Unleashing a powerful blue spell, Dylan sends a concentrated burst of energy toward the monstrous creature. A scoff escapes him as he declares, "Now boring. Go get the magic stone, and let's move on." The spell connects, splashing against the creature's tough hide. But to his surprise, the monster's eyes glow red as it remains completely unfazed, proving to be magic-resistant. Facing the creature alongside Roan, Raymond, and Elpum, Dylan wonders if it's even stronger than just magic-resistant. He acknowledges the difficult situation, realizing they'll have to adapt their strategy. Suddenly, his expression shifts to alarm as he shouts, "W8! Everyone watch out!" The group finds themselves completely surrounded by a swarm of the multi-eyed creatures, their escape routes cut off. Just as the situation seems dire, a swift, glowing green energy slashes through the air, a new, unknown force entering the fray. As the unknown green energy attack materialized, it erupted with a thunderous roar, tearing through the air. The powerful blast then slammed into a monster, striking it with immense force. Raymond, caught off guard by the sudden impact, gasped in a mixture of shock and pain. Despite the unexpected intervention, the group stood over several defeated creatures, their numbers still overwhelming as more monsters continued to stir around them. He turned to his companions, admitting that the creatures were far more numerous and faster than they had anticipated. Roan, her expression grim, acknowledged that they would be forced to fight, fearing this cave might be their end. From another part of the group, DYD declared that they were calling off any truce and would handle the situation themselves. Elpum turned, his gaze sharp, questioning if another party had truly made such a statement. DYD scoffed, dismissing the other individual as a complete idiot who was only going to get himself killed and was no help at all. He reiterates his stance, explaining that there is no way they can trust the other party, leaving Elpum to question their next move. With a determined look, DYD declares their goal is to hunt down the boss, while Elpum suggests they focus on wiping out the surrounding mobs. A small sound of confusion escapes Elpum. As DYD warns him he'll die if he stays with the others, a sentiment Elpum echoes, acknowledging their current path feels like suicide. The reason for DYD's dismissal becomes clear. The other party was a group of adventurers barely capable of defeating a single monster, making them more of a liability than an asset. A frustrated sigh escapes Elpum as he thinks about DYD's unwavering confidence, always convinced he's right, and he pushes forward, running through the dense forest, his determination etched on his face. The entire group follows, their footsteps echoing through the trees, a desperate dash deeper into the unknown. As he runs, Elpum's thoughts drift to a crucial question. Is there an escape route from this predicament? A new group of adventurers moves through the forest, one of them, Avant, turning to scold a companion, demanding to know what has gotten into them all of a sudden. But the answer quickly becomes clear as a grotesque maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, looms into view, causing Avant to react with a sharp, frustrated exclamation. He can't believe the monsters are already starting to appear. Meanwhile, the adventurer he had just chastised lets out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorted in pure terror, as a monstrous hand suddenly reaches out and seizes him, leaving him stunned and helpless. Avant, however, finds the chaos amusing, letting out a maniacal laugh as other adventurers scatter in fear. He watches them flee, then turns to join the panicked retreat, urging everyone to get out of there. But a new, terrifying monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows, lunging directly at Avant with a burst of dark energy. The grotesque monster's appendage lashes out, striking Avant with brutal force, its jagged maw clamping down on his arm, a sickening crunch echoing through the dark. But instead of a scream, a chilling laugh escapes Avant's lips, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light as he stares at his attacker. The maniacal cackle continues, his face contorted in a disturbing display of amusement amidst the pain. The sound of rushing water echoes through a desolate, rocky landscape, where waves crash against towering cliffs. DYD walks alone, a sigh escaping him as he laments the lack of a proper fight today. When suddenly, his gaze sharpens, noticing something in the distance. A vibrant red glow pulsates from within a dense forest, drawing the attention of Raymond, who urgently calls out to Elpum. "Ah, boss, there's the humans." Elpum and his companions stand before a newly revealed threat, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, DYD's sharp gaze narrows, sensing the shift in the environment. The group of adventurers, including Raymond, remains wary, their expressions grim as they assess the situation. Raymond, ever the pragmatist, suggests a course of action, declaring his intent to make sure everyone sees the new discovery. Elpum quickly interjects, believing such a drastic measure unnecessary, even as Raymond excitedly reveals they've stumbled upon a boss monster. The creature itself is a grotesque, multi-eyed entity, its purple form glowing ominously, and it possesses a unique skill capable of delaying party members. Its terrifying visage is enough to strike fear into any adventurer, a truly mad, pukin mushroom. Upon hearing the description, DYD's eyes widen in shock, his voice rising in disbelief at the mention of a mad poison mushroom. Back with the group, Avant turns to Elpum, his concern evident, questioning the extreme danger posed by such a creature. DYD's eyes widen in disbelief, the news of the mad poison mushroom's skill echoing in his mind. "So it's that thing," he mutters, "one of the worst boss monsters we could encounter at our levels." He questions why he hadn't heard about it. Meanwhile, back at the gate, Raymond and Tom look on in shock, Raymond exclaiming that it's impossible, that the monster's skill delays party members. Tom adds that if it's a delay skill, they're going to die if they encounter it. Elsewhere, Avant's expression is grim, acknowledging the impossibility of the situation, knowing such a monster shouldn't be found in a gate of this level. Returning to the group, Avant warns Elpum that they need to be careful, as the monster's skill is a party delay. Elpum, however, simply tells him to shut it. Raymond curses, realizing the implications of the delay skill, while Tom, his face contorted in fear, states that if it's a delay skill, they're going to die if they encounter it. Avant, his brow furrowed, explains that a skill like that won't even exist on a monster of this level. He continues, stating that this gate had tough mobs from the start, and he doesn't need to explain what that means for the boss monster. Elpum, however, remains resolute. Avant then holds up a ring, revealing its inscription, 50,000 rings. His face etched with confusion, he can only utter, "What?" As the group studies the map, he reiterates the danger, explaining that the mad poison mushroom possesses a skill capable of delaying party members for a full 10 seconds. Grabbing Raymond by the collar, DYD's frustration boils over, declaring that they will use him as bait. Raymond, taken aback by the suggestion, quickly points out the obvious flaw in that plan. DYD's face contorts in disbelief and anger, cursing at the absurdity of the situation and wondering what the other man is even saying. Raymond, equally incensed, retorts sharply. He clarifies his stance, emphasizing that this isn't the kind of fight where a simple bait strategy would work. Meanwhile, Elpom, observing the escalating argument with Roan, offers a grim assessment. If they all enter the mushroom's lair, only one of them would be able to fight the boss, because a slave is merely a key to open a high-level gate. Raymond, still fuming, turns his anger back to DYD, accusing him of only caring about becoming captain and questioning his past achievements, claiming he's just a weakling who's never even cleared a tower. Internally, Raymond's frustration reaches its peak, wondering why DYD always has to pick a fight with him. Still agitated, Raymond demands clarification. Then what do you mean? I have a different idea. DYD, facing away, asks in return, in what way? As Elpom listens intently, and Raymond reveals his understanding. You don't have a party, so you will be a solo explorer. He continues, and if I were to ask, the party has second class, and the first class. His voice rising in disbelief, Raymond exclaims, it's not possible. He struggles to comprehend. What I don't understand is, why are you so weak? DYD lets out a frustrated ugh, as a thought crosses his mind. Isn't your party already composed of only a couple of second-class explorers? The tension hangs heavy in the air as DYD stands before the group, his back to them, the weight of their predicament pressing down. Raymond, desperate, offers, I'm willing to pay you. I don't really want to become a slave for you. DYD's hands clench, revealing his own financial struggles. But even if I wanted to, I currently don't have the funds to pay for 50,000 mesos per person. He then states coldly, then we'll just go outside. A chilling thought follows. If he can't escape, then just consider him as a sacrifice. DYD's expression hardens, a single word hanging in the air. However, DYD, his expression grim, reminds the others that his condition is that they must follow his lead, or he will leave them behind. He then turns to Raymond, his gaze unwavering, demanding a decision from him. With the ultimatum delivered, the party proceeds into the dungeon, its entrance a foreboding structure of stone and ancient magic. Deep within, a formidable rock-like creature, already bearing the scars of battle, stands guard, its shield emblazoned with a grim skull. Suddenly, a fiery projectile slams into its arm, sending sparks flying as the creature recoils from the impact. The force of the attack causes its rocky exterior to crack further, revealing a pulsating, orange core within. Another powerful, magical blast tears through its form, leaving a trail of destructive energy. As the battle rages, Avant expresses concern that they are going to be swallowed by the dungeon, but DYD dismisses his worries, stating that they are not going that deep. However, from the shadowy depths of the dungeon, a pair of ominous red eyes glow, watching them intently. Suddenly, a swift, dark attack, trailing purple energy, slashes through the air. A monstrous, red creature, its eyes wide with alarm, braces itself as the assault closes in, Raymond exclaiming that it's coming. The dark attack, now wreathed in red and black energy, continues its impossibly fast trajectory, leaving Raymond stunned by its speed. With a sickening crunch, multiple dark projectiles violently tear into the monster's form. Its body is ripped apart, splattering blood and gore across the dungeon floor. The monster's remains disintegrate and fall, utterly destroyed. Now wearing a mask that obscures his lower face, DYD commands the party, urging everyone to activate their defenses before more creatures appear, as Raymond looks on in surprise. Responding swiftly, Avant holds up a glowing cube, activating it with a soft thrum. Meanwhile, Elpom draws his bow, a brilliant blue energy arrow forming and humming with power as he prepares to fire. As the party braced for impact, a shimmering blue energy began to swirl, Avant's defensive magic manifesting around them. But the threat was immediate, forcing Raymond and Avant to move, their footsteps pounding as they urged each other forward through the dense foliage. A massive, dark creature, wreathed in ominous purple energy, thundered close behind them, its pursuit relentless. Suddenly, Raymond found himself cut off, surrounded by a swarm of smaller, green-skinned monsters with glowing red eyes. With a frustrated cry, he lashed out, his fist connecting squarely with one of the creatures. Do I look like some pushover to you? Ignoring the pain, he swiftly drew his bow, a determined glare fixed on his targets as he pulled back the string. Get lost. The arrow flew, striking a monster's glowing red eye with a blinding flash. A fiery explosion erupted from the impact point, engulfing the creature in flames. Even as another monster lunged from behind, Raymond confirmed the attack's name. Fire Arrow. The massive creature reels back, a fiery explosion erupting across its hide. It lets out a guttural roar, its many eyes squinting in pain. One more, a voice shouts, as another searing projectile slams into the monster's head. A different, smaller mushroom-like beast is then struck by a blazing arrow, sending it stumbling. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from Avant's outstretched hand, tearing through the air to impact the mushroom monster with a sickening shriek. The creature's form distorts and rips apart under the relentless assault, until nothing but dissipating blue particles remain. Yet, the larger beast still looms, its maw wide open in a furious roar. A panicked cry escapes Raymond as he scrambles away, convinced the monstrous threat is about to overtake him. But with a sharp command to jump, he and Avant launch themselves into the air, narrowly escaping the immediate danger. The massive creature snarls in frustration, its gaping maw revealing rows of jagged teeth as its prey slips away. Not one to simply flee, Raymond spins, drawing his bow and charging a fiery arrow, ready to retaliate. His eyes narrow with fierce concentration, locking onto the monster as the magical energy intensifies around his weapon. With a powerful release, a massive, glowing fire arrow streaks through the air, a blazing projectile aimed directly at the beast. The fiery projectile slams into the monster's rocky hide, erupting in a violent explosion that sends the creature reeling. Before it can recover, Avant steps forward, his hand glowing with potent blue energy, preparing his own devastating strike. A torrent of azure magic erupts from his palm, smashing into the monster with concussive force, showering the area in shimmering particles. The powerful blue energy attack from Avant strikes its target, causing the surrounding water to erupt violently, churning and splashing with immense force, as large bubbles rise to the surface from the impact. Elpum stares at his hand, a faint glow emanating from it, as if contemplating a recent event. He then walks through a serene forest, approaching a calm body of water, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he mutters. Seriously, just that? DYD, standing nearby, responds. You heard it. It's not a mushroom monster. He continues, a slight smirk playing on his lips. We'll be needing a lot more preparation than we thought for this thing. Elpum, clearly frustrated, retorts. Are you kidding me right now? DYD then explains. That's why I said it wouldn't be like that. He adds. Don't you know how much mana it takes to get rid of a monster like that? As they both stare at a monstrous, fanged mushroom creature with glowing red eyes, DYD concludes, shouldn't we be leaving anyway? The bait is over. DYD's brow furrows, a grimace twisting his features as he recalls the dire warnings, wondering if the creature they face is truly as formidable as described. Elpum, however, remains pragmatic, reminding him that the circumstances have shifted, and with their competitors having withdrawn, the responsibility and the potential rewards now fall solely upon them. He turns to DYD, his expression questioning, asking what troubles him. DYD remains silent for a moment, his gaze distant, revealing old scars etched across his back, a testament to past battles. He finally speaks, clarifying his earlier concern, and warns Elpum not to die, his tone carrying an unusual weight. Elpum, standing on a cliff overlooking a vast forest, challenges DYD's resolve, questioning how they can possibly defeat a monster so far beyond their capabilities, but DYD simply states he doesn't plan to fight it, but rather some impossible blank. Elpum looks at him intently, asking if he truly has a plan. DYD gazes out over the water, a determined glint in his eye, a clear strategy forming in his mind to overcome the impossible. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands alone on a desolate, sandy expanse, their back to the viewer, as the landscape stretches endlessly before them. Deep within a cavern, a sudden, blinding red flash erupts, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. A group of adventurers stands amidst the glowing red rock formations, one of them questioning, What? Did you cut off the road? Another voice dismisses the concern, stating, It's too late for that. Among them, a cloaked figure with a staff stands beside DYD, who responds to the unseen speaker. I'm not sure about that. The conversation turns to the subjugation party. DYD's expression remains serious as he clarifies. Solon's party, Elpum's party, is still here. We were able to subjugate the monster to Elpum starting as bait. Raymond, now sporting an eye patch, interjects with a skeptical tone. It's impossible to defeat the boss monster with that bait. His amber eyes narrow, reflecting his deep concern. DYD turns to the cloaked figure, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he corrects Raymond. I'm not sure if you're talking about the monster. The opponent we're fighting isn't the monster. Raymond and the cloaked figure look on, puzzled, as DYD continues. We're talking about the Suravat Bay. Still, DYD muses, Elpum's party must be alive, for the monster they were meant to subjugate remains active. He continues, explaining that it's only a matter of time before he, the mad poison mushroom, will be dealt with. Raymond, clearly exasperated, retorts that if DYD is going to pursue such a dangerous path, he should do it alone, as Raymond has his own responsibilities. He acknowledges the overwhelming nature of their opponent, admitting it's impossible for him to defeat a natural mad poison mushroom, yet he feels a lack of something crucial. DYD, however, remains resolute, stating his need for fools who can help him achieve his ultimate goal. What he truly desires, he reveals, is someone capable of facing down such a monstrous threat. Someone who can overcome the impossible. Someone like Elpum, whose flaming arrow streaks through the air, a beacon of defiance against overwhelming odds. A blazing arrow, wreathed in intense flames, streaks through the air. Elpum recalls the moment, a fierce determination etched across his face, vowing that his current predicament would be avenged. The fiery projectile continues its rapid flight, tearing through the dense foliage of the forest. It strikes its target with explosive force, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outwards. Yet, despite its visual impact, the adventurer knows this fire arrow is easily dodged and difficult to aim, its true power lying not in destruction, but in its incendiary nature. A frustrated sigh escapes him. He simply cannot channel enough power into his current fire arrow to achieve the desired effect. But a new idea sparks within his mind. A different path to power begins to swirl into existence. If he could only harness psychokinesis to absorb and amplify other spells and skills, its piercing power would dramatically increase. He envisions a new projectile, sleek and deadly, inspired by the simple yet effective design of a bullet, a skill born from a world far less complex than his own. As a golden, sharp projectile manifests, a thought echoes through the air. This is a skill that makes the impossible possible. With a resounding quang, it surges forward, a blur of concentrated power. The air itself screams, AK, as the projectile closes the distance with terrifying speed. It strikes a monstrous form, piercing through its tough, red flesh with effortless precision. The creature's skeletal face twists in disbelief, its glowing red eyes wide as a single, bewildered thought escapes it. Killer. Unimpeded, the golden projectile continues its devastating trajectory through the monster's body. A guttural tu escapes the creature as the attack tears through its very core. Still, the projectile pushes onward, its momentum unwavering, another tu echoing the monster's agony. Finally, with a soft tuk, it exits the monster, leaving a clean, devastating hole in its wake. DYD watches the scene unfold, a subtle gasp escaping him. He moves with a sudden, swirling motion. As Elpum's voice echoes, admitting he had aimed for the monster's core but found it a difficult shot. His psychokinetic projectiles, glowing purple, pierce the creature's arm. As he concedes he must have missed slightly. The monster's face contorts in pain and frustration, muttering about the troublesome attack. It lets out a guttural roar, its form wreathed in dark, swirling energy. But before it can fully retaliate, a swift physical strike lands on its already wounded arm, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch. The monster reels from the combined assault, thrown off balance by the powerful blow. DYD observes the chaos, noting the difficulty of changing direction midair and the significant mana expenditure involved. Still reeling from the previous assault, Elpum focuses his will, a golden light gathering in his hand as he thinks, I need to find it before it can escape. With a surge of power, he unleashes a concentrated beam of light, which strikes the monster directly in the head, eliciting a guttural shriek of agony from the creature. Keeg. As the monster reels, DYD sees his opening, his eyes burning with resolve as he shouts, now. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful, spinning kick directly to the monster's face, sending the massive creature hurtling backward through the air, until it crashes violently into the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. The monster lies broken and still amidst the newly formed crater, its form mangled and defeated. Far in the distance, atop a desolate mountain peak, a lone, silhouetted figure stands motionless, observing the chaos below. The monstrous creature, a hulking mass of rock and mud, heaves itself from the murky water, letting out a guttural sound. DYD watches, staff held ready, as the beast continues its advance. Its maw opens wide, a terrifying roar echoing through the cavern. But before it can strike, Elpum unleashes a fiery arrow, the projectile blazing with intense magical energy. The flaming shaft slams into the monster's head with a sickening crunch. Staggered, the beast recoils, only for DYD to close the distance in a blur, delivering a devastating kick that sends it crashing to the ground. He plants his staff firmly into the earth, the impact reverberating. The monster lies still, defeated, as DYD lets out a sigh of relief, finally able to breathe. He stands over the fallen foe, Elpum now visible behind him, bow lowered. Having just vanquished the monstrous threat, DYD stands firm, his voice echoing with a challenging tone, wondering aloud why they shouldn't continue their struggle in the open air. The key to their strategy was to lure the monster into the swamp, neutralizing its natural advantages. DYD, observing the unfolding situation, questions the reliance on such a precarious plan, wondering aloud if they are truly counting on such a thing. Meanwhile, from the depths of the murky water, a monstrous maw erupts, letting out a guttural, questioning cry. Raymond, witnessing the creature's emergence, expresses his frustration, lamenting that he can't do anything because his skills are all covered up. But before despair can take hold, Elpum descends with a powerful, fiery arrow, a blazing arc of magic erupting from his bow. The intense magical energy continues to surge from his weapon, illuminating the swamp with its vibrant glow. Elpum unleashes his fire arrow, a blazing projectile streaking through the air with intense heat. The fiery projectile closes the distance, impacting the monster with a burst of flames. A pained shriek escapes the creature, its armored form momentarily engulfed in the inferno. The monster thrashes, its heavy body sinking deeper into the mire, a testament to their strategy, luring it into the swamp to immobilize its swift movements. DYD watches as the creature's greatest asset, its speed, is completely nullified by the treacherous terrain, rendering it a vulnerable target. Seizing the opportunity, Elpum draws another arrow, this one imbued with even greater power, and unleashes his revolver shot. The flaming projectile slams directly into the monster's head, erupting in a blinding flash. Another guttural cry of agony tears through the air, as the creature reels from the direct hit. DYD brings his foot down with crushing force, stomping the monster's head where his axe is already embedded, trying to pin it to the ground. From a short distance, Raymond watches the struggle, a bandage covering part of his face, wondering aloud, is it dead? As the smoke and dust begin to clear, revealing the monster's continued resistance, he curses, shit, that's not even a bastard. His eyes widen with a sudden realization, and he shouts a crucial piece of information to his ally. The core should be on its head. DYD, already moving, acknowledges the command with a fierce cry. I know. His axe, wreathed in a fiery glow, descends with precision, striking the monster's head directly. The impact sends a shockwave through the creature, its red-skinned head recoiling violently, particles of energy erupting around the wound. The monster thrashes, its body convulsing as the axe remains lodged deep within its skull, a testament to DYD's powerful strike. Raymond watches the monster's desperate struggle, his expression grim, the battle far from over. A sudden cry echoes through the cavern as Elpum plummets from above. But even mid-fall, his hand glows with a vibrant blue energy, a protective aura forming around him as he prepares for impact. He swiftly draws his bow, an arrow manifesting with the same intense blue light, piercing the monster's head with precision. Meanwhile, DYD continues his relentless assault, bringing his axe down with crushing force. He follows up with a powerful, red-tinged stomp, cracking the monster's armored head and eliciting a pained shriek. The combined force of their attacks sends the creature reeling, thrashing violently as it struggles against the onslaught. DYD brings his spear down with a powerful grunt, as the monster's massive claw slams into the ground, the weapon finding its mark and embedding deep into the creature's shoulder with a whooshing sound. Meanwhile, Elpum's hand glows with potent blue energy, and he unleashes a volley of projectiles that strike the monster with a resounding impact. The creature recoils, green particles erupting from its form, as the blue energy continues to tear into its mushroom-like growths. A pained shriek escapes its skull-like maw, blood gushing from its wounds, leaving the monster heavily wounded, the spear still lodged in its shoulder. The monster's leg, already deeply wounded, gushes blood from the impact, its massive form reeling from the relentless assault. As it cries out in pain, DYD presses his advantage, striking its head with another swift blow. His blue eyes narrowed with fierce determination, he shows no sign of letting up. A powerful, glowing strike connects, sending ripples of energy through the air. The monster is thrown back by the force, its massive body struggling to maintain balance against the relentless assault. It lets out a guttural roar, a desperate cry of pain and fury echoing through the grassy clearing. From a distance, Elpum draws his bow, releasing a glowing arrow that streaks towards the wounded beast. Meanwhile, Raymond clenches his fist, a subtle energy crackling around his hand as he prepares to join the fray. His amber eyes fixed on the battle, he watches with a focused intensity, ready to make his move. His gaze sharp and unwavering, Raymond watches the chaotic battle unfold below, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his weapon. Meanwhile, DYD launches himself through the air, delivering a powerful, spinning kick directly into the monster's form. He follows up with another rapid strike, a blur of motion against the creature's tough hide. As DYD presses his assault, Elpum draws his bow, a fiery aura igniting around his arrow as he prepares to unleash a fire arrow. The monster, already reeling from the physical blows, stumbles backward, its massive form shaking. With a focused expression, Elpum releases the flaming projectile, while a voice from somewhere wonders aloud. What's some old man doing over there, jumping around? The fire arrow slams into the monster's chest, erupting in a blinding flash of orange and yellow energy. From his perch high above, Raymond observes the powerful impact, his expression unreadable as the battle rages on. The monster lets out a pained roar, its body recoiling violently from the combined force of the attacks. The monster reels from the impact, a wave of purple energy shattering against its form. DYD, his hands glowing with a faint blue light, clenches his jaw in frustration, realizing the creature's resilience. He launches himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sends the monster crashing down, its heavy body thudding against the stone floor. As the creature lies motionless, Elpum descends from above, his silhouette briefly visible amidst a shower of coins. He draws his bow, taking aim at the fallen beast, a single arrow knocked. A furious growl escapes him, his eyes burning with intense frustration. Still reeling from the monster's brutal assault, DYD struggles to maintain his footing, his body battered and bleeding. Meanwhile, Elpum, having drawn his bow, channels his remaining energy, a vibrant fire aura beginning to coalesce around his arrow. With a fierce cry, he releases the flaming projectile, sending it streaking towards the beast in a blinding flash of light and heat. The arrow strikes true, engulfing the monstrous creature in a violent explosion of fire, its form recoiling from the immense impact. Flames rage around it, pushing the beast back as it lets out a guttural roar of agony. Its face contorts in a horrifying scream, the fire consuming its fur. Finally, with a deafening crash, the monster collapses to the ground, seemingly defeated. A bloody smirk spreads across DYD's face as he watches the creature fall, a sense of grim satisfaction washing over him. Heh, serves you right, you. But his words catch in his throat as the monster, now encased in gleaming, dark armor, slowly rises from the dust, its eyes glowing with renewed menace. What? The monster, now encased in dark, gleaming armor, lets out a guttural roar. As a crimson energy slash erupts from its form, meeting a defensive blue counterattack, while Raymond shouts a desperate warning to his allies. The monster's arm, now covered in its new dark plating, propels the crimson energy forward with terrifying speed. Its eyes glow a malevolent red through the segmented armor, the impact of its power echoing through the cavern. The dark, organic plating around its face seems to pulse with an inner light, emphasizing the terrifying transformation. A closer look reveals the intricate, almost vein-like patterns of the new, formidable armor. DYD lets out a pained gasp, his expression a mix of shock and concern as he watches the monster. Elpum, his face etched with surprise, questions if the monster's previous attack was merely a feint, a signal for something more. Despite his spent arrow, his bow begins to glow once more, a fiery aura indicating his readiness to fight on. As the golden energy coalesces, a powerful projectile, dubbed Revolver, launches forward, streaking through the air with crackling electricity. It slams into the monster's back, a blinding flash of white and yellow energy erupting on impact. The Revolver continues its devastating work, carving a massive, swirling vortex of golden and crimson energy into the creature's hide. The force lifts the monster from its feet, sending it plummeting downward, engulfed in trails of blue and white energy. It crashes into the earth, a violent explosion of white and orange light marking its descent. The ground trembles as a massive, purple-pink energy blast engulfs the entire area. Watching the devastating aftermath, DYD lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, muttering, "Phew, I thought I was finished. What a fast one." He meant till the end. Meanwhile, Elpum stands firm, a faint blue-purple aura still radiating from his form, his posture unwavering despite the immense power he just unleashed. He surveys the scene with a serious expression, ready for whatever comes next. The devastating impact of the attack leaves the landscape scarred, a faint purple haze lingering in the air. The ground below, still smoking, bears the brunt of the immense power unleashed. A voice cuts through the silence, asking if this was all part of the training. And DYD, a fresh cut marring his cheek, confirms it with a simple, "Yeah." He then urges them to collect the magic stone quickly, before the monster's mana fully dissipates. His eyes sharp with focus. The monster's massive form lies broken, its body beginning to dissolve into tendrils of dark, ethereal energy. But from its core, a menacing red glow begins to pulse, pushing back against the purple dissipation. Both DYD and Elpum watch, their expressions shifting to alarm as the red energy intensifies, hinting at a dangerous new development. A man with a bruised and bloodied face lets out a soft, almost mocking laugh. He stands in a grand chamber, facing another man seated at a large desk, his laughter echoing as he remarks on their return. A smirk plays on his lips as he observes, "Your temper is as short as ever, huh?" Meanwhile, a stern-faced man with dark sunglasses and a neatly trimmed beard proposes, "My proposal is for you to be best suited to become the chief knight." Back in the chamber, the man in the blue vest dismisses the seated figure, demanding, "Didn't I say we weren't having any meetings right now? Head back." Suddenly, a hand grips the door handle, pulling it open, as a voice from outside declares, "I'm coming in." The man in the blue vest reacts with surprise. "What? Who dares to?" The man with sunglasses stands framed in the doorway, his gaze fixed on the man in the blue vest, who stares back in recognition. Behind him, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes emerges, announcing with chilling finality, "I'm back." A menacing smirk reveals sharp, predatory teeth. A new, imposing figure emerges, his face etched with a wide, unsettling grin, as his eyes glow with an intense red light. He finds the unfolding situation quite interesting. A figure steps into a dimly lit chamber, a sense of return echoing through the air. The sound of their arrival reverberates softly. As Eves, a man with a stern gaze and an eye patch, stands before a grand banner, his expression unreadable. A slight smirk plays on his lips, a hint of amusement or perhaps something more sinister. He turns to address the newcomer, a question in his tone. "Oh, Eves, what's going on?" Holding a rolled scroll, he ponders aloud. "Did someone just come back from the dead?" HM. Eves then confirms the implication. "You're right. I've got something to tell you." DYD, with his newly vibrant green hair, looks up, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replies, "Right now. Thank you for the compliments." He stands before Eves, who greets him with a knowing look, acknowledging his return from the brink. Eves then reminds him that his survival ability is something he'll need to demonstrate within the 100-man gate. A flicker of concern crosses his blue eyes, as he acknowledges the task, muttering that it sounds difficult. Eves simply watches him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He then shifts his attention, questioning the manners of someone named Lord Rockin, who seems to be a figure of authority. Turning back to DYD, Eves warns him that he shouldn't think he's an explorer, and that he's merely someone who can be piled with tasks. The young man looks away, his expression unreadable, as Evie's reminds him of his continued indebtedness. Evie's smirk deepens, repeating DYD's earlier word, difficult, with a hint of challenge. He listens intently as the voice continues, cutting straight to the point. I hate beating around the bush. So, to change my question. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as he asks, you want? A pouch heavy with gold coins is placed on the table, the sheer weight of it making him gasp. 50 million miras per person? Evie's leans forward, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he confirms. Isn't that 50 million miras per person? And this is a good offer for us. DYD looks down, his expression troubled, and offers a quiet apology. Sorry. A burly man seated nearby interjects, his tone slightly accusatory. Anyway, don't you think that's a bit too greedy? DYD slumps, his shoulders heavy with resignation, knowing his objections are futile. That's not what I meant. I'm sure they're going to take the offer. Still grappling with the offer, DYD finds himself questioned by Evie's, who asks if he truly intends to accept such a substantial sum, a fortune many would kill for. His discomfort is evident, and Evie's observes that he seems uneasy. From behind Evie's, the grinning man interjects, accusing DYD of being greedy and merely complaining to secure a better deal. DYD clenches his fist, frustrated by the assumption that people always expect the worst of him, and with a sigh of resignation, he tells Evie's to proceed, since it was his idea to go in the first place, earning another sneer from the grinning man. As Evie's places a comforting hand on his shoulder, DYD offers a quiet apology. Evie's, looking genuinely remorseful, admits he doubted DYD's skills, even if only for a fleeting moment. He expresses shame for his own actions, feeling he has failed as an adventurer. DYD, in turn, offers his own sincere apology, though Evie's quickly dismisses it, assuring him there's no need. Later, gathered at the bar with Raymond and the grinning man, Evie's clarifies that they had only agreed to take 50 million miras. He still seems hesitant, even as the grinning man dismisses his concerns, telling him to save his gratitude for later. Meanwhile, Raymond, with a sharp gaze, interjects, reminding everyone not to confuse the terms of their agreement. The grinning man then turns to Evie's, his expression unreadable, asking if he can truly work when he's being paid. DYD, still clutching the bags of money, mutters his discontent, feeling that the sum isn't quite enough, or perhaps too much to handle without complications. Later, at a bustling tavern, the grinning man leans in towards Evie's, inquiring about a pirate signal. He waits for a response, his gaze fixed on the other man. Evie's mouth drops open in surprise, clearly taken aback by the question. The grinning man continues, asserting that they mustn't fail, revealing the target is the Golden Circle Explorer and the payment for his capture is a staggering 10 million miras. He concludes, explaining that while the Explorer is indeed the best, there's no need to overpay him if he agrees to their conditions, hinting at a manipulative strategy. The details of the proposal, laid out across numerous documents, suggest a complex and potentially costly endeavor. Evie's, reviewing the information, wonders aloud if the situation could truly be as dire as presented. Yet, the sheer scale of the price being discussed makes him concede that it wouldn't be unusual before a sudden realization hits him, leaving him utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Raymond is also engrossed in a document, instructed to read its contents carefully. Evie's continues to pore over the papers, confirming that the Gator merchants might be attempting to subjugate Elpham's party, pondering what two individuals could possibly do against such a force. A new detail on the document catches his eye, revealing a crucial piece of information. His eyes widen in disbelief as he questions if the information he's reading could possibly be true. The document clearly states the message is from Dark Lord Jean, a name that resonates with Evie's, though he struggles to recall its origin. Elsewhere, DYD looks on with a worried expression, a silent plea escaping his lips. He stands resolute, his gaze fixed on an unseen horizon, declaring that the war has already begun. Above a serene forest, bathed in sunlight, the sky stretches endlessly. Suddenly, a massive, pulsating, organic red mass, like a gaping maw, begins to manifest. It looms ominously over a small encampment, its tendrils spreading across the landscape. Meanwhile, Elpham, DYD, and Raymond sit with their companions around a crackling campfire, discussing their next move. Elsewhere, a man with striking red eyes expresses his disbelief, realizing an offer he thought would be rejected has been accepted. Back with the group, DYD, resolute, reassures his party, promising to protect their rear. A golden emblem, intricately designed with scales and a balance, gleams with an unknown significance. As Elpham draws his bow, an arrow nocked and ready, the red-eyed man watches with grim determination, preparing for the inevitable clash. A man with brown hair, dressed in merchant's attire, eyes the green-haired explorer before him, noting the unfamiliar faces around their camp. He greets the newcomer, stating he's from the Northern Trade Union, while the green-haired man simply offers a curt, "Nice to meet you." The green-haired explorer then introduces himself, a C-rank explorer named Elpin. The merchant, clearly surprised by the rank, questions his presence, wondering why a C-rank explorer would be so far out, away from the usual trade routes. Meanwhile, Elpham, DYD, and Raymond stand nearby, observing the exchange, while a blonde female knight watches from a short distance, her expression unreadable. The knight, with a determined look, confirms she has a prior appointment, her presence suggesting a deeper purpose than mere observation. Her armor gleams under the light, ready for whatever lies ahead. Back with the merchant, he expresses his disdain for Elpin's group, calling them a sorry lot and questioning their intentions. Elpin, however, remains unfazed, simply asking, "Why should I do that?" He stares forward, a hint of impatience in his expression, as he demands compliance. This is the Northern Trade Union's branch office, a place of quiet authority and strategic importance. Within its walls, the influence of the Gaper merchants is undeniable, their symbol glowing with silent power. A formidable blonde knight stands at the forefront of a disciplined contingent, their polished armor reflecting the Union's strength. For the next few days, a white-haired figure will be working alongside these Northern Trade Union knights, the Union's most powerful military force, comprised entirely of elite warriors. Being in the shadows of these formidable knights presents a perfect opportunity for the Union to extend its control over this land. Meanwhile, a merchant with glasses expresses his frustration, arguing that the C-rank explorer Elpin is an arrogant rogue, untrustworthy for their gate exploration, and that Elpin is being too reckless. Unperturbed, Elpin calmly counters that the chances of a successful exploration will increase, and that there must be a deeper reason for the Northern Trade Union's desire to control the region. Reluctantly, the merchant agrees to cooperate, conceding that he will ensure Elpin's group won't arouse suspicion, but only this once. He looks down, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if already anticipating their next move. The blonde knight, standing behind him, expresses her concern, "I would prefer to not waste my time." DYD, however, seems to agree with the knight's sentiment, adding, "So obediently, I'll just follow and don't go making a fuss." He then questions the blonde knight. "What? Aren't you the one who agreed with me?" She replies with a hint of exasperation, "Huh, so the Gaper merchants have come to give up." A heavy boot lands firmly on the ground, signaling a shift in focus. The Crocus Party, a formidable group of adventurers, stands ready for action. Nearby, the Mage Guild Party also prepares, their magical prowess evident. DYD's expression shifts to one of surprise as he realizes, each group's elite members. The air suddenly grows heavy. The elite members of various guilds and parties began to arrive, their presence confirming the gravity of the situation. Each group, a formidable force in its own right, converged upon the designated meeting point. A golden lion emblem, intricately crafted, adorned the chest of one of the arriving figures, a symbol of their allegiance. Observing the growing crowd, DYD muttered, "Such arrogance." Elpum, standing nearby, confirmed the obvious, "Looks like everyone's here." Stepping forward to address the assembly, a man with a commanding presence announced, "Good to see you all. I'm Evis, the appointed guard." DYD, his hand resting on his sword hilt, listened intently as Evis continued, "I came here to assist you for your return from the gate." Evis then clarified the mission parameters. "Well, you may have heard it from each of your groups, but let me explain again as a whole before you enter the gate." He concluded by stating that the legendary gate's contents would not belong to them, but a reward would be given based on the information they obtained. The championship of the team, he explains, will be determined by the information they bring back, not the treasures they claim, and they will have to do it all without him. A confident grin spreads across the face of the grinning man, who muses that he might just steal some of the glory himself. The assembled adventurers, including DYD and a purple-haired woman, listen intently, as DYD, clutching his axe, is reminded that he will have to earn his E-rank explorer status here. Suddenly, blue, glowing markings appear on his arm, causing him to exclaim in surprise, realizing it's the fifth curse. The markings pulse with an eerie light as he questions if all of them are present. With the briefing concluded, Evis, DYD, Elpum, and the blonde knight stand ready, facing the imposing legendary gate. The announcement is officially over, and a swirling vortex of red energy begins to form within the gate's entrance. As the portal stabilizes, the command rings out. "Everyone, enter the gate, as ordered." As the elite team stands before the legendary gate, Evis issues his final command, declaring that he will personally lead the subjugation. Elpum, however, looks on with a troubled expression, his gaze fixed on the imposing entrance. Meanwhile, the grinning man turns to DYD, a sneer on his face as he questions the necessity of working alongside him. His thoughts linger on the glowing symbol of DYD's fifth curse, a source of both apprehension and resentment, knowing this man is meant to lead. As they step into the swirling red energy of the gate, DYD urges them forward, while the grinning man internally grapples with his profound distrust, unsure if he can truly rely on his new leader. As the group pushes through the tall, golden grass, Elpum glances back at Raymond, urging him to keep pace. "All of you follow me," he commands. DYD, noticing Raymond's struggle, expresses concern over the unusual height of the grass. "Whoa, what's with the height of this grass?" he wonders aloud. The blonde knight, her expression grim, adds to the urgency. "Hurry and..." She begins, her words trailing off as she scans their surroundings. Raymond, clearly exhausted, struggles to keep up, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Haha, I'm fine," he insists, though his body betrays him. DYD looks back at him with concern, his hand reaching out as if to offer support. Are you sure? He asks, his voice laced with doubt. Raymond, still struggling, forces a weak smile. Haha, it's just a little. He trails off, unable to finish the sentence. He barely has time to register the movement, a monstrous arm already closing around him. The creature's grip is immense, its furry body looming over him. A chilling realization dawns on the group. They are surrounded by more than 1,000 of these creatures. The blonde knight, observing the chaos, urges them to act quickly, reminding them that some parties haven't even entered the area yet. Elpham, witnessing the unfolding attack, questions the unspoken rule that prohibits immediate intervention. Meanwhile, a merchant, caught in the same predicament, desperately tries to lead his group away, while Raymond, still struggling, calls out to them. Suddenly, DYD lunges forward, delivering a powerful blow to the monster. The impact sends the creature reeling, its hold on Raymond momentarily loosened as the group realizes the danger of making noise. With the immediate threat still looming, Raymond acknowledges their lack of options, knowing they must fight. As the furry beast lunges, its claws tearing at the young adventurer, the blonde knight cries out in alarm, realizing they've lost sight of the other merchants, while Raymond can only gasp in shock. Yet, a moment later, the tension breaks, and a voice sighs, finding the sudden calm refreshing. DYD observes the now empty space where the monster had been, noting that the creature is gone for now, prompting the blonde knight to question how he knew Raymond was behind them. He explains that his experience tells him vast plains like this are often home to numerous monsters. These ferocious creatures, typically around level 20, usually move in herds, numbering from hundreds to even thousands. Though formidable, he assures them, they are not invincible, a truth that should apply to the other merchant groups as well. DYD, however, couldn't simply let the merchants fight amongst themselves from the start, especially with the unknown monsters that might emerge from the rift. The glowing fissure in reality pulses ominously, a clear sign that this cannot possibly be the end of their troubles. In a desolate, corpse-strewn landscape, reminiscent of Sleepwood's 100-man gate subjugation, the grinning man stands with his companions, surveying the grim aftermath. The tragedy of the past echoed across the desolate plains, a grim reminder of explorers who had met their end here. As DYD surveyed the scene, his companion, Elpham, asked what occupied his thoughts. Suddenly, Elpham's boot connected with something hidden beneath the earth, triggering an unseen mechanism. DYD's eyes widened in alarm, as wooden stakes erupted from the ground, ensnaring Elpham, who cried out in surprise. The field around him transformed into a deadly thicket of sharpened wood. A T-trap, DYD exclaimed, while Elpham, still caught, apologized for his oversight. Without hesitation, Elpham drew his blade, swiftly severing the wooden stake that held him. His foot, now free, rested on the broken remnants of the trap. With a swift, decisive motion, Elpham brings his blade down, the sharp edge tearing through the tough, fibrous material of the trap, freeing his leg with a final, forceful cut. Now free, he stands beside DYD, who observes the desolate landscape, remarking, "We're sure that this is the right place. I can feel the mana from one of them." Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, a bald, scarred man addresses his companion. "Don't drop your guard, Babel." He then mutters to himself, "Crocus." The area they traverse is marked by a massive, ancient structure, a gaping maw in the earth known as the Endgate, a place where ordinary monsters dare not tread. Crocus continues, his voice grim. "It's truly troublesome that the Endgate has opened." A deep, jagged wound is visible on someone's flesh as Crocus's menacing words echo. "Unless you're one of my cause, you all will have to die here." As he walks away, the grinning man's voice follows him, declaring his intention to make the best of their current situation, then simply instructs him to follow. But before he can fully respond, a masked figure appears, their voice cutting through the air, addressing Crocus directly with a chilling warning not to lose his it. Before Crocus can even process the words, the masked assailant lunges, driving a blade deep into his side, the impact sending him reeling. A gasp of disbelief escapes him as his eyes widen in shock, his final, fragmented thought echoing, what in the world spinning as he collapses to the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. His body lies still, a final, choked sound escaping him, a mere whisper of wood, as his hand falls lifelessly to the blood-soaked earth. Still reeling from the recent assassination, he finds himself muttering, "Idiot, talking to myself. I know it all." His thoughts drift to the masked assailant, who managed to shift attention right at the end, using the ribbon he'd given. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman in a dark, hooded cloak sits alone in a field of tall grass, reflecting that she doesn't know what happened, but thanks to that, her job just got a lot easier. She decides she should get going, unable to let the turn of events get out yet, as DYD sits up, clearly annoyed by his own thoughts. Later, DYD kneels, examining something on the ground, as the blonde knight and the now armored red-haired woman stand behind him, the knight asking, "Shall I?" The red-haired woman remains silent, her expression unreadable. The blonde knight's armored hand reaches out, a gesture of readiness. DYD looks up at them, his gaze sharp as he asks, "Trying to hide a body? It's that kind of place. Let me ask you about something." The red-haired woman's eyes widen in distress, her composure breaking as she begins. Why would you do such? He looks down, a sigh escaping him, wishing he could be with his family, before firmly stating his final word. Elsewhere, a red-haired knight ignites with fierce, orange flames, her body enveloped in a swirling aura of fire. Meanwhile, an old man sits, staff in hand, pondering a difficult question, wondering why he continues his path. DYD, his gaze intense, demands an explanation. He declares that something called life will be born from the Black Mage. The red-haired knight, still wreathed in crackling fire, draws her bow, a magical arrow forming from pure flame. Her eye glows with intense power, the spell Fire Arrow manifesting. With a powerful release, the fiery arrow launches forward, leaving a trail of scorching energy. A brutal strike lands with a sickening crunch, sending DYD sprawling to the ground amidst a splash of dark liquid. William, the grinning man, stands over him, casually holding a glowing orb as he dismisses the effort, wondering if this is truly all DYD has to offer. A weary sigh escapes him, wishing for a moment of rest. He looks down at the fallen DYD, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, DYD's mind races, a chaotic swirl of thoughts about her magic and his, intertwined and conflicting. William's appearance shifts, his dark hair now long and flowing, his eyes glowing with an ethereal purple light as he gazes upward. He declares that the time has come for the fruit to ripen. His gaze falls upon a glowing feather, the last trace of her. Still holding the mysterious object, William considers the weight of his actions, knowing that failure is not an option. Looking down, a thought crosses his mind, questioning if he's truly giving his all. As his boots tread the dusty path, he accepts the inevitable, yet resolves to push himself even further. A formidable fortress stands against the twilight sky, its defenses suddenly breached by a grotesque, green-skinned beast. As countless more swarm the walls, their numbers overwhelming. One of the monstrous creatures lies defeated, a testament to the brutal struggle, leaving DYD to stare in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. His eyes widen in horror, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Grabbing Elpham by the collar, he demands answers, realizing the impossible truth. These aren't just monsters, they're all boss-level threats, far exceeding what was expected. Even the creatures themselves acknowledge their elite status, confirming the dire situation. He recalls the terrifying sight, the monsters beginning to activate their skills. What if they hadn't stopped them? He asks, still running, as Elpham replies, "You're absolutely right. You really are a rank crawler." He thinks to himself, relieved, that he's glad he didn't get to see that. A soft thud echoes through the dense forest. Then, a massive, green-skinned monster emerges from the trees. Its menacing gaze sweeps the area. More heavy footsteps follow, revealing a second creature, as they move deeper into the woods. Without hesitation, Elpham draws his bow, a brilliant flame arrow manifesting in his grasp, ready to strike. A frustrated groan escapes DYD as he watches his companion rush headlong into danger, muttering, "Ugh, honestly, he's doing that on purpose, right?" Meanwhile, Elpham, already drawing his bow, unleashes a flaming arrow towards the monstrous target, his voice echoing with a defiant, "I didn't mean for you to go alone." The fiery projectile streaks through the air, impacting the creature with a burst of orange light and splintering rock. The monster roars in pain, its massive body recoiling violently from the unexpected strike. Elpham watches the effect of his shot, his expression grim as he prepares for the next volley. But the creature quickly recovers, shaking off the impact and charging forward with renewed fury. Before it can close the distance, DYD lunges, a blur of motion intercepting its path. His fist connects with the monster's face, a powerful blow that sends shockwaves through its massive frame. The creature is lifted off its feet, sent tumbling backward from the sheer force of the impact. He barely has time to register the monster's furious retaliation before a heavy blow slams into his chest, forcing a pained gasp from him. The creature, its eyes burning with primal rage, roars, "Die, human, you bastard," sending him tumbling through the air, a whirlwind of green fur and raw power. But the monster itself stumbles, momentarily stunned from DYD's previous attack, its massive form hitting the ground with a thud. It quickly recovers, however, snatching up a glowing, jagged axe, its weapon pulsing with malevolent energy. With renewed fury, it lunges once more, screaming, "You're finished." But before the axe can connect, DYD, moving with impossible speed, delivers a devastating kick directly to the monster's face. Following through with the momentum, he strikes again with a glowing weapon, a flash of brilliant light against the dark cavern. The combined force sends the monstrous beast reeling, its massive body thrown backward once more. He is met with a powerful green energy blast. As the furry beast lunges down, its massive fist connecting with a brutal impact. DYD, however, quickly recovers, realizing there's no time for hesitation. With a swift motion, he slashes his sword across the monster's face, then follows up with a powerful kick that sends the creature reeling. His foot connects with a glowing force, sending the monster flying backward through the air, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. He continues his relentless assault, driving a powerful kick into the monster's side, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch as the beast recoils. His legs still connected, DYD twists, amplifying the force. The monster, unable to withstand the barrage, is sent flying through the air. It crashes down hard, kicking up dust and debris. Standing over his fallen foe, DYD lets out a triumphant cry. From the ground, the monster lets out a guttural, pained scream. Its glowing eyes dim slightly, a soft groan escaping its lips. Blood stains the ground around the defeated creature, its body lying still. Still reeling from the recent battle, DYD holds the injured Raymond close, assuring him that he will do his best to help, even as Raymond struggles to comprehend what has just transpired. As Raymond continues to stammer about the unknown events, DYD, ever the pragmatist, notes the unusual size of the monster they just faced, already calculating the potential reward if they can secure its remains, unaware of the deeper terror that has gripped his companion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a gruesome scene unfolds, with torn flesh and bloodied remnants scattered across the ground. As Eves, clad in dark armor, surveys the devastation with a horrified gasp, uttering a stunned question about the nature of the carnage before him. More bloodied fragments, perhaps a limb, lie amidst the wreckage. And the commander's face, splattered with gore, contorts in disbelief and horror, his mind struggling to grasp the sheer brutality of what has transpired. A bandaged, blood-soaked hand rests on the debris, a grim testament to the struggle that took place. Eves, now joined by a fellow soldier, points intently into the ravaged landscape, his expression grim as he directs attention to a specific point of interest. Nearby, the blonde knight kneels amidst the destruction, her gaze fixed on something on the ground as she wonders if anyone could have possibly survived this horror. As the investigation team surveyed the grim scene, a soldier voiced the pressing question on everyone's mind, wondering what had become of the people who had vanished so suddenly. His jaw clenched, a hint of blood on his lip, the soldier dismissed the idea of a simple noble's game, insisting it was nothing of the sort. Meanwhile, in a different location, a merchant sat in quiet contemplation, his thoughts heavy with the implications of the unfolding events. Back with the investigators, the soldier's expression hardened as he processed the grim reality, the term trolling now making chilling sense in this context. This, trolling, referred to monsters that would attack explorers within a dungeon, then meticulously hide their tracks, deliberately concealing their true strength. Such a tactic meant there was a high probability that if the monsters could hide their tracks, the gates would remain open for them through divination. But this situation felt more like an unscheduled competition than a simple attack. The current numbers indicated that the empty gates had fewer people with comparable power, and even if someone succeeded in the search, they would be left with an unused item, which would only raise further suspicions. As hands held a glowing orb, the realization dawned that members of other guilds weren't there without reason, suggesting some kind of competition among guilds, or perhaps even a merchant group was involved. He surveys the devastation, unable to comprehend the scene before them, while the blonde knight dismisses the lingering questions. Then, she adds, noting the absence of a key figure. The only evidence of the struggle is a bloodied handprint on the cold stone. Eves kneels amidst the wreckage, blaming himself for the oversight, his mind grappling with the idea that Lady Crocus would engage in such deception. The soldier echoes his confusion, questioning the motive behind the leader of the Crocus Knight's actions. Eves, now lying on the ground, still holds her responsible, yet admits her actions inadvertently provided him a crucial glimpse into the gate's true nature. A grim smile touches the blonde knight's lips as she imagines Lady Crocus's reaction to the unfolding truth. Meanwhile, a sinister presence emerges from the shadows, revealed as a follower of the Black Mage. The cloaked figure stands, their dark aura radiating an ominous power. A chilling realization washes over DYD and Raymond as they stare into the ominous darkness, the words echoing in their minds, the Black Mage. For centuries, the Black Mage had been a legend, a malevolent force whose power was so immense that 6 heroes once rose to stop him, their combined might barely enough to seal away his overwhelming mana. Even after the Allied forces laid siege to his followers, they had seemingly vanished without a trace. Yet now, a figure with long dark hair and eyes glowing with an eerie purple light stands, listening to the complete disappearance of the Black Mage's followers, a dark aura swirling around him. Raymond questions the impossible, wondering aloud. But even so, the Black Mage's followers didn't just disappear, did they? A follower of the Black Mage? No way. DYD, his expression grim, concludes that this isn't the time to linger. We'll need to find that woman first. Raymond, still reeling, asks, "Are you coming with us? You'd best prepare yourself to get on your knees once we find her." Elpham's eyes widen, glowing with a faint blue light as he processes the implications, muttering, "That's just." The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes through the quiet woods. As a blonde knight lies sprawled on the rocky ground, her armor scuffed and her body clearly in distress. A single tear escapes her eye, reflecting the shock and pain of her situation. Standing over her, the follower of the Black Mage looms, his voice cold as he declares he has been waiting. William, the grinning man, joins him, addressing the fallen knight as Lady Kylie. He scoffs, acknowledging her efforts against the monsters, but reveals her actions have only made their own plan easier, noting she wasn't even close to awakening. The follower of the Black Mage smirks, asking her thoughts on the present they sent. Despite her pain, Lady Kylie pushes herself up, her voice firm as she demands to know who these people are. She admits the immense pain, but asserts her resilience, stating she will be fine, even after William's revelation. Supporting an exhausted Elpham, Raymond reassures him that their boss is exceptionally skilled at finding things, and soon, he will be reunited with the woman they seek. Meanwhile, the grinning man, surrounded by a faint purple aura, observes the unfolding situation, a sense of relief washing over him as he acknowledges the outcome. A flash of light heralds a swift descent, as Lady Kylie lands with a powerful impact, her blade already arcing towards the Dark Mage, who barely manages to block the initial strike. From a distance, William watches the skirmish, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on the impressive display, acknowledging the prowess expected from the leader of the Silver Knights of Chorus Knights. But even as the knight presses her relentless assault, the Dark Mage retorts, "But you're still too slow." Ignoring his taunt, she channels her energy, her sword flaring with a brilliant golden light as she prepares her Rising Sun skill. The Dark Mage quickly erects a shimmering purple barrier, intercepting the powerful strike. But the sheer force of the attack shatters his defense, sending fragments of dark energy scattering. She continues her relentless assault, her golden blade striking with immense force, sending the mage reeling back in surprise. The impact shatters his defenses, sending fragments of his barrier exploding outwards. With another powerful swing, she unleashes a solar slash, a wave of golden energy tearing through the air. The mage cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony as the relentless assault continues. Meanwhile, William watches the chaos unfold, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on the noisy display. He reminds his subordinates that if they wish to live, they must fulfill their purpose. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the mage roars in defiance, dark energy swirling around him as he prepares a desperate counterattack. Before his attack can fully materialize, Kylie intercepts him once more, her golden blade flashing as she strikes again. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the ground, disturbing the grass and leaving a trail of destruction. Her golden solar slash rips through the air, striking the follower of the Black Mage with devastating force and sending him flying backward amidst a shower of brilliant particles. From a distance, the grinning man watches the impact, his face contorted in a grimace of surprise. Even Kylie herself seems taken aback, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and concern as she sees the result of her attack. Far from the battle, DYD walks through a sun-dappled forest, his back to the viewer, a long coat draped over his shoulders. His adventurer's gear is visible beneath the coat, suggesting a journey through the wilderness. As he continues deeper into the woods, he speaks aloud, assuring an unseen companion that Rose will be good at finding stuff, and that they will be able to meet that person. He then acknowledges, "I see." A moment later, a soft, purple glow emanates from his hand, and a sense of profound relief washes over him. Still held firmly by the neck, the follower of the Black Mage delivers a cryptic message, urging his captor to seek out Kylie, as his master believes she might be needed. The words hang heavy in the air, a strange pleat amidst the tension. Suddenly, a golden-haired figure appears, drawing back a bowstring as a fiery arrow manifests, blazing with intense magical energy. Meanwhile, in a different location, DYD looks up, startled by the sudden appearance of a massive, ethereal, white wing-like structure. He can only utter a bewildered, "What?" Back at the confrontation, the grinning man screams in agony, his hand visibly injured from the unexpected attack. The follower of the Black Mage, now bruised and cut, looks on in distress, questioning what is happening. The grinning man, his face contorted in fury, berates his subordinate, accusing him of interrupting his experience the moment he was given a chance. With a casual, almost dismissive air, the golden-haired archer walks away from the injured grinning man, offering a curt, "Sorry, but..." Still reeling from the unexpected attack, the grinning man roars in fury, his voice laced with disbelief, "I don't trust people to speak my..." As the fiery magic continues to burn his hand, a moment of stunned silence falls over the field. From a distance, DYD watches Elpham walk away, leaving the grinning man clutching his injured arm. The grinning man's face contorts in a grimace of betrayal, muttering to himself, "To think I trusted that guy would help me." Nearby, the blonde knight informs him, "William, he's a member of the guild for fire/poison merchants," to which she adds, "I already." Meanwhile, DYD kneels, reflecting on the situation, realizing, "DYD, that guy's attack didn't work. He must have failed." The blonde knight continues her thought, "But it's true that otherwise, since you told me to be more careful." With a hardened expression, the grinning man declares to his associates, "We have no choice but to remove Elpham from our guild." Determined, Raymond grips his dagger, ready to confront the threat. A sudden blow catches him off guard, leaving a streak of blood on his cheek as he recognizes his assailant, the Black Mage's follower. The follower presses his assault, his sword ablur as he declares his unstoppable intent. Even knocked to the ground, Raymond's defiance remains, vowing to fight to the death. The follower unleashes a savage blow, his weapon glowing with dark energy. The axe-like blade connects with brutal force, sending him recoiling from the impact. But with a fierce glare, Raymond activates a glowing orb, preparing his counterattack. Engulfed in a burst of flames, he lets out a guttural cry as his power erupts. He unleashes a torrent of fire, the glowing orb in his hand pulsing with raw energy. But the Black Mage's follower is too quick, effortlessly evading the fiery assault. Without missing a beat, the Dark Mage launches his own counter, initiating an upward charge with a burst of orange energy. The powerful kick connects with a sickening crunch. Raymond is sent flying backward, a gasp escaping him as he realizes the attack barely grazed him. The follower's voice drips with condescension, promising to put him to rest soon. He barely manages to block another rapid assault, the impact shaking his entire body. The barrage continues relentlessly, the Dark Mage questioning his opponent's resolve. Another strike lands, catching Raymond off guard. Raymond reels from a devastating blow, his face contorted in pain as the impact sends a shockwave through him. His eyes wide with disbelief, he hears the Black Mage's followers' chilling words, "I'm just playing around." Another unseen strike sends Raymond flying backward, his body tumbling through the air as blood splatters around him. But fueled by rage, he refuses to yield, launching himself forward with a furious kick and spear thrust, screaming, "You son of a bitch!" The follower, however, meets his desperate assault with effortless grace, parrying the spear with a casual flick of his sword. A blinding yellow energy trails from the blade as it slices through the air, delivering a swift, powerful slash. Before he can recover, Raymond is engulfed in a magical blast, sending him hurtling away once more. Lying defeated on the ground, he struggles to comprehend the sheer power of his opponent, thinking, "Shit, what kind of strength?" The Black Mage's follower stands over him, looking down with an air of utter disdain, simply stating, "Disappointing." Still reeling from the brutal assault, Raymond lies helpless on the ground. But a furious roar echoes across the battlefield, and Elpum, his face contorted with rage, unleashes a defiant challenge. He charges forward, a vibrant fire aura flaring around him, declaring his superiority. The Dark Mage's follower recoils in sudden shock, his eyes widening at the sight of the incoming attack. A massive, glowing fire arrow, crackling with intense heat, streaks through the air. The follower's shock turns to disbelief as he realizes the sheer, impossible speed of the projectile, far surpassing anything he'd witnessed before. The fiery projectile detonates in a blinding explosion of light and force. The Black Mage's follower reels from the impact, his hand instinctively reaching up as if to ward off the lingering heat, while a sneer twists his lips as he glances down at Raymond, still prone on the ground. Believing the fight to be over, he turns his back to the devastation, a sense of smug satisfaction washing over him. But a sudden, sharp pain lances through his head, his eye widening in disbelief as the ground beneath him begins to crack. The air around him shimmers with residual energy, and his expression shifts from arrogance to confusion. His purple eyes narrow, trying to comprehend the unexpected force that just struck him. As the ground continues to fracture and a deep tremor shakes the earth, a question escapes his lips. "Who are you?" Elsewhere, a hand adorned with a glowing blue ring clenches, mana swirling around it. DYD, his face set in grim determination, prepares to unleash his own power, a fierce blue aura beginning to emanate from his body. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts from him, tearing through the air with immense force. As the ground continued to crack and splinter, he watched the monstrous boar-like creature let out a guttural roar, its massive form casting a shadow over them. DYD glances back, his expression a mix of shock and alarm, while the Black Mage's follower remains fixated on something ahead, seemingly oblivious to the immediate threat. Suddenly, fiery bands erupt around the monster's leg, tearing through its tough hide and sending chunks of earth and debris flying into the air. A monstrous roar echoes, its massive jaws agape in a final, desperate cry. The beast thrashes, sending debris flying as it collapses, its immense form finally succumbing. Standing victorious over the fallen creature, DYD surveys his work. Nearby, Elpum clutches his staff, his face etched with disbelief as he senses the lingering power, wondering what kind of force could have been behind such a monster. Elsewhere, Evie's bows his head in apology to William, who simply calls out his name. Back at the monster's location, DYD confirms the task is complete, the creature now securely bound. A final, decisive blow from his sword ensures its demise, plunging deep into its flesh. With a steely gaze, Evie's relays William's urgent command. There's no time to regroup. They must begin pursuing their target immediately. A cloaked figure stands before a massive, fiery gate, its ominous glow casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. The air crackles with raw power, a clear sign that if they happen to step out of this gate, it will be troublesome. Meanwhile, William, his red eyes narrowed, considers the implications, acknowledging that it will certainly be troublesome. He then dismisses the thought, stating that such an unpleasant man is not worth his time. He continues, his voice firm, that if he happens to encounter the Black Mage, he will handle him personally, rather than holding him down for someone else. Elsewhere, DYD finds himself in a dense forest, observing a similar gate, muttering that there's no way a mere monster could have pierced his barrier. He questions who the Black Mage is, wondering if he doesn't know. William's face contorts in a grimace, his jaw clenched tight, with a mixture of frustration and determination. His hand clenches into a fist, the raw power within him barely contained. Back in the forest, a pair of boots tread carefully through the undergrowth, the soft rustle of leaves the only sound. Raymond points out to Elpum that there are footprints here, while Elpum, looking concerned, notes that the tracks are not from the Black Mage, but from someone else entirely. Raymond questions his companion, wondering why he hadn't simply finished off their adversaries. Elpum, looking away, admits the truth. They were simply stronger than him, a revelation that leaves Raymond stunned. Meanwhile, DYD's thoughts drift to a past encounter, recalling the fire arrow he had witnessed. Back in the forest, a fiery arrow streaks through the air. Launched by Elpum, who unleashes the fire arrow, an old, yet potent skill from his days as a fire mage. The projectile finds its mark, erupting in a violent explosion of flames. A furry beast monster cries out as it's thrown backward, engulfed in the fiery impact. Without hesitation, Elpum draws and fires another arrow, which impacts the monster with another devastating burst of fire. As the memory of a powerful fire arrow lingers, DYD's gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He reflects on his own abilities, knowing his fire arrow is merely for training, while the one he recalls could burn down the very sun. Meanwhile, in a past encounter, the grinning man mocks him, finding it hard to believe anyone could be stronger than his boss. Back in the present, DYD, Raymond, and Elpum walk through a verdant forest, discussing past events, with DYD confirming he indeed ran away from something. The flashback continues as the grinning man, accompanied by the follower of the Black Mage, holds DYD's hand, a strange question mark hanging in the air. The grinning man's grip is firm, as he declares his magical circle is not reaching its limit, questioning DYD's concern. DYD, looking down in contemplation, recalls how small his own circle was back then, barely usable, and how he has trained tirelessly since. The grinning man and his follower observe a staff crackling with fiery magic, a display of power that seems to defy all logic. As the flames engulf the area around DYD's feet, the grinning man deduces that DYD must also be in the second circle, having obtained his skills through unknown means. DYD observes the situation, concluding that the gate likely holds the strongest monster they've encountered yet, leaving Raymond to wonder about its true power. Raymond, visibly distressed, asks for a plan, suggesting they reuse a previous tactic, but DYD immediately dismisses the idea. He explains that their previous strategy, effective against simpler creatures, would be easily countered by the more intelligent monsters they now face. Elpum interjects, his voice sharp with disbelief, questioning DYD's understanding of the gravity of their predicament. He emphasizes the critical nature of their mission, reminding everyone that the world's fate hangs in the balance. With growing urgency, Elpum insists they must retreat from the dangerous location immediately, leaving Raymond to stare in shock, while Elpum reacts with clear annoyance, both demanding clarification. Elpum, his frustration evident, accuses DYD of being swayed by trivial rewards rather than focusing on the larger threat. He calmly explains that the gate's subjugation reward is simply too weak, making it not worth their time or effort. As he speaks, a small, glowing blue device rests in his palm, a silent testament to his calculations. Elpum, however, is far from convinced, his teeth gritting in frustration. He demands to know what DYD is truly planning, accusing him of speaking nonsense. His voice rising in anger, Elpum insists they are being pursued and must escape this place, believing DYD's suggestion is a dangerous distraction. A slight smirk plays on DYD's lips as he calmly replies that they simply have to teach their pursuers a lesson. Raymond, utterly bewildered by the exchange, can only stare in disbelief. The tension hangs heavy in the air, as one of them takes a decisive step forward. DYD glances back, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as the sounds of pursuit grow closer. Meanwhile, Elpum barks orders to his unseen companions, demanding they find their target quickly. As DYD sprints through the dense forest, a voice from behind threatens dire consequences if he manages to escape. But DYD's expression shifts from surprise to a knowing grin, as if he anticipated this very moment. Before he can react, a searing fiery arrow erupts from the trees, striking him with explosive force and sending him stumbling to the ground. Elpum closes the distance, his face contorted in rage, accusing DYD of falling into his own trap. As DYD clutches a glowing blue device in his hand, Elpum vows to end him this time. Another powerful impact sends DYD hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the undergrowth. From a distance, a woman in gleaming plate armor watches the unfolding battle, her expression unreadable. He attempts to retaliate, swinging his axe with a defiant cry. But the impact is met with a flash of yellow energy, indicating a parry or a missed strike. Before he can recover, Elpum is already upon him, a purple glowing dagger flashing as he lunges forward, the blade crackling with dark energy. DYD's face contorts in a grimace of pain and surprise, as Elpum's fist, not the dagger, slams into his face with brutal force. The blow sends him reeling backward, his body twisting midair. His axe dislodged by the impact, spinning away. He crashes to the ground, defeated. Elpum continues his relentless assault, driving a rapid punch into DYD's face. The impact sends a shockwave through him, his features contorting in agony. He gasps for air, blood splattering from his mouth. The force of the blows sends DYD flying backward, the glowing blue device slipping from his grasp. From a distance, Raymond watches the brutal display, his eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a sword flashes, forcing Elpham to deflect an unexpected attack from the grinning man. Without missing a beat, Elpham retaliates, driving a powerful kick into the grinning man's face. His leg glows with a fierce golden aura, charging for another strike. The golden energy erupts as Elpham delivers a devastating blow, sending the grinning man reeling. The sheer force of the blow sends the grinning man hurtling backward, slamming him into the ground with a violent impact that cracks the earth beneath him. Elpham, his expression fierce, demands, "Focus on the battle. You trash." The grinning man, wincing from the pain, retorts, "I already dislike this situation, ah." The reverberations of their clash echo through the forest, leaving splintered trees and fractured earth in their wake. Meanwhile, a dark-robed mage observes the unfolding chaos, remarking, "Looks like something has started. Anyway, I'm a little late. By chance." He then poses a question to an unseen presence. "Were you waiting for us?" The mage, with his staff firmly in hand, steps forward, his green eyes glinting with intent. A purple glow emanates from the crystal on his staff as he chuckles. "Kikik. Well, whatever the case may be, it's already started as well." With a wide, unsettling grin, the mage prepares to unleash his magic, fiery energy beginning to swirl around him. With a surge of power, Elpham draws his bow, a potent fire arrow skill manifesting as flames erupt around his hand and weapon. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he unleashes the fiery projectile, sending it hurtling towards its unseen target. A searing fire arrow, conjured by Elpham, streaks through the air with incredible speed, its fiery aura leaving a shimmering trail as it closes in on its target. The projectile slams into DYD, sending him violently tumbling forward, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and shock. The fire arrow then detonates, engulfing him in a searing explosion, throwing his body backward as smoke billows around him. From a distance, the grinning man watches the scene unfold, a wide, satisfied smile spreading across his face, his eyes glowing with malevolent amusement. Before DYD can even recover, another fiery arrow is already on its way. Engulfed in a searing explosion, DYD is struck by another fire arrow, the impact throwing him off balance. He recoils, clutching his arm, the force of the magical projectile tearing through his defenses. The fiery aftermath expands, a cloud of smoke and embers momentarily obscuring the battlefield. But the assault isn't over. Another fire arrow slams into his leg, sending a jolt of pain through him. He's thrown backward once more, the relentless barrage pushing him to his limits. Yet, through the pain, a defiant thought forms. Was that all you had? He glares up, refusing to yield. With a fierce resolve, DYD prepares his own counterattack, summoning the power of Fire Arrow. He draws his bow, the string glowing with intense, crackling flames, a fiery aura enveloping the weapon. Then, with a powerful release, he sends a flaming arrow streaking towards his unseen foe. The fiery explosion from the unseen attack still rages, its intense heat radiating outwards. But DYD stands firm amidst the dissipating flames, his gaze sharp and unwavering, having endured the blast. He looks down, a challenge in his voice, wondering if his opponent had truly managed to evade his attack. Did you just dodge that attack? A wide, unsettling grin spreads across the grinning man's face as he laughs, finding the outcome unexpected and questioning DYD's skill. My goodness, that's certainly an unexpected outcome. You don't have the proper skill for that, do you? DYD's expression hardens, his jaw set in defiance, simply stating, just do. He summons a glowing, fiery bow into his hands, acknowledging the grinning man's similar abilities, but also recognizing the impracticality of continuing their fight in the open field. Haha, seems like you're not the only one of the sort. Well, no matter. We can't continue this fight in the middle of a field. With a surge of power, DYD draws back the flaming arrow, declaring his intent to figure things out on his own, and releases it with explosive force. I'll be figuring it out by myself then. DYD's gaze sharpened, his fiery arrow already spinning with incredible force as he prepared to unleash it. With a powerful release, the revolver's skill sent the flaming projectile hurtling forward, a vortex of fire and energy. The grinning man's eye widened in disbelief, utterly stunned by the unexpected attack. He had spun his fire arrow with a unique revolver technique, allowing it to chip away at any magical defense like a drill. The grinning man couldn't believe it, never having encountered such a skill before as the fiery vortex intensified. He instinctively threw up a hand, a crimson aura flaring around him in a desperate attempt to block the incoming attack. But it was too late, and the spinning arrow detonated, engulfing the area in a blinding explosion of fire and debris. A soft hiss of dissipating energy followed, leaving the grinning man to ponder the truly impossible technique. He realized the young man was combining revolver with pyrokinesis, and he finally understood his opponent. Still standing amidst the dissipating flames, the grinning man muses on the nature of the creatures, wondering if they are truly monsters after all. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face. As he challenges his opponent, then why don't you enjoy this a little bit more? His hand clenches, a vibrant green energy flaring around his fist, and he unleashes a devastating blow that shatters the unseen barrier before him, sending fragments of rock and earth exploding outwards. DYD recoils, his eyes wide with shock and a cry of disbelief escaping his lips. What? What are you doing? The grinning man closes the distance in an instant, a blur of motion, taunting DYD for attempting to hide. Then pauses, a dark aura swirling around him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he realizes the speed of his own attack. DYD clenches his fist, a vibrant blue energy swirling around it, preparing for the imminent assault. As the two combatants meet, his azure mana clashes violently with the grinning man's searing orange energy, creating a powerful impact. Yet, the grinning man's attack proves too potent, tearing through DYD's defensive barrier as it shatters under the immense pressure. DYD grunts in pain, his arms straining with effort, a faint green ring on his finger glowing with an unfamiliar power. Playtime is over, the grinning man declares, closing the distance in an instant to deliver a devastating mid-air kick. The sheer force of the attack, which he calls revolver, sends DYD spinning helplessly through the air, engulfed in a fiery, orange aura. He tumbles uncontrollably, a blur of motion and burning energy. With a deafening crash, DYD slams into the ground, leaving a deep crater in his wake. The grinning man surveys the scene, a wide, satisfied smile spreading across his face, musing, "Haha, finally." Still focused on his opponent, the grinning man's hand begins to glow with a sinister green energy, his voice cutting through the air, declaring, "You've said all that you can say." With a surge of power, he unleashes a torrent of swirling green particles, shouting the name of his attack, Poison Breath. The noxious green energy immediately engulfs DYD, who recoils from the sudden, overwhelming impact. The swirling green mist intensifies around him, spreading rapidly through the surrounding forest, its glowing particles illuminating the dense canopy. The magical poison continues to permeate the air, a visible threat to anything caught within its reach. As the grinning man observes the devastation, he notes that Poison Breath is a unique skill, not only dealing damage but also leaving his opponent defenseless by disrupting their spellcasting. He considers his next move, realizing that if he can force his opponent to use up their cooldowns for fire and ice, he could completely neutralize their attacks. A smirk plays on his lips as he concludes that his opponent will be unable to act for approximately 30 minutes. Amidst the dissipating green mist, the grinning man looks down at the aftermath of his attack, a chilling smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "I'll leave the rest to you." His hand clenches, a thought forming in his mind. "My fire arrow is a skill that consumes a lot of mana, so forgive my rudeness for dealing with a dagger." Turning to walk away, he glances back over his shoulder, a wicked anticipation in his voice as he muses, "Now finally, my favorite time. I can't wait with all this curiosity." His face contorts into a grotesque, gleeful mask, imagining the scene he longs to witness. See his face in despair, agony, and misery among. See him desperately trying to escape from me. With that sadistic fantasy playing in his mind, he continues his departure, his hand casually gripping the small, dark dagger he had used. A flash of eerie green light emanates from his eye, as he casts one final, lingering look back at the poisoned forest, his grin unwavering amidst the swirling green particles of his magic. His sadistic anticipation is abruptly cut short as a powerful, green-tinged fist connects squarely with his face, sending blood spraying as DYD, despite his injuries, unleashes a furious counterattack. He follows through with a devastating kick, driving his opponent back. The grinning man reels, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondering how his weak target could have possibly done that. Later, standing over his cowering follower, the grinning man's voice drips with menace, demanding to know why the black mage was supposed to be weak, yet his boss is now dead. The terrified follower quickly pledges his obedience, begging for his life. Meanwhile, a swirling vortex of dark, noxious energy lingers in the air, as Elpum recalls DYD referring to his new skill as poison. With glowing blue hands, Elpum explains that the skill is called Poison Breath, trapping its victims in a poisonous haze, while DYD stands by, shocked by the mana spreading from his own power. Elpum confirms that's all there is to it, but DYD can only wonder at the immense power he just unleashed. Raymond watches the unfolding chaos, a grin spreading across his face as he witnesses the sheer power of his companion, thinking, "That's exactly what I'm talking about." He can't help but feel a surge of pride, knowing his boss is simply too powerful, as DYD unleashes a blinding flurry of strikes, each blow a testament to his newfound strength. A devastating punch connects, sending the black mage's follower reeling. Another forceful impact follows, snapping his head back with a sickening crack. DYD's assault is relentless, his body a blur of motion as he winds up for yet another strike. The follower can only scream, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blows. With a final, explosive strike, DYD sends him flying backward. The follower crashes violently, purple energy dissipating around his battered form. Suddenly, a spear, glowing with an ethereal blue light, appears. He unleashes a powerful attack, a glowing spear of energy forming in his hand. The spear transforms into a torrent of fiery arrows, engulfing the Black Mage's follower in a searing inferno. Terror flashes across the follower's eyes as the flames consume him, each fiery impact driving him further back. The assault culminates in a violent explosion, sending him flying amidst a spray of blood. A torrent of dark, spiky energy erupts, slamming into the grinning man with a dull thud, tearing through his defenses as the force of the blow intensifies. DYD's glowing blue-green spear, formed from pure magical power, pierces deep into his form, eliciting a guttural scream of agony from the grinning man as blood splatters across his face. Before his foe can even recover, Elpum unleashes a furious roar, his eyes glowing with intense blue light as a fiery aura erupts around him, drawing back his bowstring to manifest a massive arrow of pure flame. His gaze sharpens, his eye burning with a fierce yellow-orange glow, cracks appearing around it from the sheer power he channels. As the fiery arrow launches forward, a blazing projectile aimed directly at his foe. As Elpum's fiery arrow closed in, the grinning man's gnarled hand, wreathed in dark green energy, violently deflected the incoming attack. The force of the impact left his hand scorched and smoking on the ground. Before he could fully recover, a powerful green energy blast from DYD struck him, sending him recoiling once more. With a guttural snarl, the grinning man's eyes flared red as he extended a hand, enveloped in the same green energy, seemingly absorbing or deflecting DYD's attack. Unfazed by the counter, DYD unleashed a massive wave of green energy from his staff, engulfing the entire area in a shimmering, destructive aura. Caught in the maelstrom, the grinning man's hand glowed with a desperate blue energy, struggling to erect a barrier against the overwhelming force. The green energy coalesced, forming a rapidly expanding sphere around him, a technique DYD called room. Observing his trapped opponent, DYD noted a subtle feint in the grinning man's movements, a momentary lapse in his formidable defense. He mused, realizing his opponent wouldn't have escaped his dark energy if he hadn't used that specific counter, yet he hadn't even tried to dodge it, simply taking the full force. Now, DYD wondered, how could he himself possibly dodge such a move? He unleashes a torrent of flames, declaring his intent to end the confrontation instantly. The inferno engulfs his opponent, who recoils in shock as the searing heat washes over him. The attack intensifies, a glowing magic circle forming around the grinning man, as the fiery vortex reaches its peak. But through the flames, the grinning man emerges, his eyes burning red with fury, a dark energy gathering in his hand as he vows to tear DYD apart. With a violent surge, his counterattack erupts, tearing through the forest and leaving a swirling crater of destruction. The force of the blast sends DYD reeling, blood trickling from his lips. He slumps against a tree, the pain a stark reminder of his own carelessness. He unleashes a torrent of fire, a powerful flame attack that engulfs his opponent, yet a bitter taste lingers in his mouth, knowing his foe is merely a low ranker. The inferno rages, a blinding explosion of orange energy. But before he can savor the victory, a dark, swirling counterattack erupts, throwing him backward as his vision fades. He feels himself blacking out. The destructive force slams into him, shattering his defenses and sending debris flying. He struggles to breathe as the grinning man lifts him effortlessly by the neck, his mind reeling from the sudden reversal. Another attack, a swift, glowing yellow arc of energy, slashes through the air. It connects with brutal force, sending him reeling once more. Pain contorts his features as he struggles against the overwhelming power, debris showering around him. Nearby, Elpum, also injured, watches the scene unfold, lamenting that he is too weak to fight alone, while DYD, battered and bruised, can only reflect on his own carelessness. Blood erupts violently, painting the air crimson. He barely registers the pain as a monstrous green claw tears across his shoulder and chest, leaving a deep gash. The attack continues, another swift swipe from the creature's sharp talons. DYD finds himself surrounded, not by one, but by a horde of green-skinned monsters, their crude weapons glinting menacingly. One of them raises its weapon high, preparing a decisive blow. But before it can land, DYD swings his sword with renewed vigor, while Elpum unleashes a flaming arrow, both engaging the green-skinned goblins. DYD mutters to himself, wondering if he spoke his thoughts aloud, as Elpum expresses surprise at finding such creatures here, prompting DYD to warn against underestimating them. The battle rages, leaving a human skull lying ominously near a goblin's leg on the blood-stained ground. Still, more goblins press the attack, another warrior lunging forward with its crude weapon. Far from the fray, a mysterious figure in a flowing red robe stands over a massive skull, their eyes glowing with an eerie, crimson light, observing the chaos. A grotesque goblin snarls, its red eyes burning with malice. Suddenly, a massive explosion of fire erupts, tearing through the scorched earth, the air filled with the sound of intense heat and crackling flames. DYD, still recovering on the ground, watches as the mysterious red-robed figure is engulfed in the inferno, wondering if the sheer force of the attack could finally end them. But the figure emerges, bloodied and battered, their face contorted in pain and surprise. They recoil, a pained cry escaping their lips, the impact clearly having taken its toll. Collapsing to the ground, the figure lets out a chilling laugh, mocking their attacker. You really think that was enough to kill me? You fool. The source of the devastating fire magic is revealed, the name Elpum echoing through the burning landscape. Standing firm, his bow still glowing with residual flames, Elpum surveys the aftermath of his powerful shot. Despite the searing pain, the grinning man glares up, refusing to accept his defeat. A heavy boot steps onto the scorched earth, as he defiantly declares that his attacker's name will be the last they ever hear. Elpum stands over the defeated figure, who, lying amidst the debris, laments his surrender, while another voice urges him not to give up. Meanwhile, Raymond strains, his face contorted with effort, as a vibrant orange orb of energy begins to coalesce in his hands. Blood trickles from his mouth, yet a flicker of hope ignites within him, wondering if he still possesses the strength to succeed. Elpum scoffs at the grinning man's weakness, then turns and sprints towards a swirling, luminous portal. From a distance, the monster furry beast snarls in disgust, dismissing the entire spectacle as a waste of its time. Elpum reaches the portal, which pulses with chaotic green and orange energy, ready to face whatever lies beyond. Despite the brutal impact, the grinning man lets out a pained, defiant sound. While nearby, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupts with crackling intensity. Still on the ground, the grinning man dismisses the damage with a sneer, claiming he has plenty more to endure. Meanwhile, DYD channels the glowing blue energy, his hands radiating with power, as he challenges an unseen opponent, accusing them of trickery. Suddenly, a fiery arrow streaks through the air, as Elpum, drawing his bow with practiced ease, unleashes another powerful fire arrow. DYD watches the flaming projectile, the skill fire arrow registering in his mind, as Elpum continues his barrage, sending yet another flaming projectile towards its target. The fiery arrow strikes with explosive force. The impact sends a shockwave of fire outward, as Elpum, his bow glowing, unleashes a massive flame arrow, targeting the monster below. Meanwhile, DYD extends a hand, manifesting a swirling vortex of light blue energy. The fiery attack continues to rage, consuming everything in its path, causing the monster's eye to widen in a mixture of pain and terror. Yet, DYD stands calmly amidst the inferno, the flames swirling around him as if under his command. The concentrated column of fire spirals with destructive power. The force of the attack sends a man reeling, his face already bruised and bloodied, as a devastating blow connects directly with his jaw, shattering the very ground beneath him with a thunderous impact. Elpum's flame arrow erupts in a blinding inferno, consuming the area in a maelstrom of fire and raw power. The blast expanding outward to scorch the earth. His face, now severely burned and streaked with blood, stares up in agony, before he collapses into the newly formed, still burning crater. An unseen voice remarking, "I forgot his name." A massive, furry foot slams down, shaking the very ground. Nearby, a goblin warrior is violently thrown through the air, its green-armored body tumbling amidst the roots and rocks. The impact echoes through the dense foliage. Moments later, the same goblin warrior has Elpum in a crushing hold, its powerful grip pinning the blonde adventurer against a tree. Elpum collapses to the ground, defeated, a grim realization dawning on his face as he mutters, "The situation has gone bad." But from the shadows, DYD emerges, his hand glowing with fierce orange energy as he prepares a counterattack, shouting, "Hurtah!" A golden blast erupts from his staff, striking the goblin warrior with immense force, sending it reeling as DYD counts, 17. As the goblin warrior lunges forward, Elpum unleashes a flaming arrow, his mind racing at the creature's incredible speed, while the monster snarls a simple, deadly command. But before the attack can connect, DYD moves, his staff intercepting the goblin's arm with a resounding clang, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares his mastery over its every move. Another powerful strike echoes, as DYD brings his staff down in a devastating overhead arc. The impact sending the goblin warrior reeling backward with explosive force, a numerical tally of the blow flashing in the air. The sheer power of the strike erupts in a blinding flash, launching the creature violently through the air, until it slams into a distant wall with another deafening crash. The goblin warrior, dazed and disoriented, stares forward, a flicker of recognition dawning in its eyes. His eyes narrow, a surge of power building within him as the thought of orbital flames crosses his mind. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of fire, DYD faces the monstrous goblin warrior, his presence radiating an undeniable threat. The creature, its face contorted in disbelief, can only utter, "How is a monster able to use such a spell?" Meanwhile, Elpum sits against a tree, observing the escalating chaos, a grim realization settling over him that the situation has gone awry. He looks up at the formidable goblin warrior, a silent question hanging in the air. "I can't get involved." Before the goblin can react, DYD closes the distance in a blur, his staff a streak of blue energy as he strikes its midsection. He follows up with a relentless flurry of blows, pummeling the creature's head and chest, forcing it to reel back. With a final, explosive impact, DYD sends the goblin warrior hurtling through the air. The creature crashes violently into a distant stone wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. The fiery attack from DYD slams into the goblin warrior, sending black energy and debris flying. Meanwhile, from a distance, Elpum watches the brutal exchange, his mind racing with the sheer power on display, knowing he's outmatched. There's too much power here. I couldn't get involved even if I wanted to. Undeterred, the adventurer presses his advantage, another searing blow connecting with the creature. However, the goblin warrior, with a guttural roar, manages to retaliate, a powerful, glowing fist striking DYD. Kai-3I. Ignoring the blow, DYD unleashes a point-blank fiery explosion, engulfing the goblin. Then, he follows up with a rapid, fiery strike, driving the creature back. Finally, the adventurer sends the goblin warrior hurtling through the air with a final, explosive uppercut, where it crashes violently into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Leaving the creature dazed and defeated amidst the rubble, its eyes glowing red with pain and confusion. Kariri. A desolate, rocky landscape stretches out under a bruised sky, debris swirling around a massive, shadowy figure in the distance. A faint, questioning sound escapes him, as DYD stands amidst the ruins, his back to the viewer, a sword hilt visible over his shoulder. Elsewhere, a female knight kneels, looking up at a male figure holding a spear, her thoughts drifting to the bushy hair of another, perhaps observing from afar. Back in the desolate zone, DYD's eyes widen, his face etched with sudden realization as a low, guttural sound echoes around him. Before he can react, an unseen force slams into him, sending him flying through the air, and he crashes violently into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. A horde of green-skinned goblins emerges from the shadows, their crude weapons glinting menacingly. From his prone position, DYD looks up, a single goblin warrior looming over him, its yellow eyes filled with malice. But DYD is not defeated. He surges forward, charging directly into the midst of the enemy. His blade ignites with a fierce, yellow-orange energy, carving a brutal path through the goblin horde with devastating force. His glowing blade slices through the air, connecting with a goblin warrior who recoils from the impact. He continues his relentless assault, his weapon a blur of light as it cuts down another foe. One of the goblin's eyes glows red with fear and pain, a crack appearing in its vision as DYD's power overwhelms it. The glowing blade strikes again, sending a goblin flying backward with a pained shriek. DYD's fist begins to glow with an intense, fiery energy. As the surrounding goblin warriors are thrown back, their crude armor no match for his might, prompting a bewildered question from an unseen observer. Is he really just a first circle? Enveloped in a brilliant, fiery aura, DYD's eyes blaze with power. And a goblin warrior stares in wide-eyed terror as a searing projectile hurtles towards it. The projectile detonates in a massive explosion of fire, engulfing the horde. He is thrown back, his body tumbling amidst the lingering, orange-red embers of his own explosive magic. Meanwhile, Elpum sprints across the uneven terrain, his boots kicking up dust as he closes the distance. A goblin, its mouth agape, lets out a guttural cry of agony. Another recoils, its eyes wide with terror, as the flames continue to rage. DYD stands at the epicenter of the inferno, his staff glowing faintly, the sheer power of his last attack still radiating outwards. But the effort has taken its toll. He drops to one knee, exhausted, as Elpum slides into position before him, bow drawn, declaring he will face the remaining threats alone. With a determined expression, the archer shifts his weight, his body coiled and ready. He releases a flaming arrow, the projectile igniting the air as it leaves his fingertips. The fiery shaft streaks through the air, a blazing beacon of destruction aimed directly at the horde. His flaming arrow erupts into a devastating explosion, engulfing the goblin horde in a maelstrom of fire. A guttural shriek tearing through the air as one of the creatures is caught in the inferno. The magical flames swirl and expand, consuming everything in their path. The sheer force of the blast radiating outwards and tearing through the battlefield. Goblins are incinerated instantly, their forms dissolving into ash and debris. Elpum gasps, his body trembling with the effort of unleashing such power. Nearby, DYD's hand begins to glow with a soft, ethereal blue light, energy coursing through him. He rises, a determined expression on his face, now surrounded by a vibrant blue aura. But before he can act, a voice echoes, "You're too late," as a sudden impact strikes the ground near Elpum. A strained cry echoes through the quiet, desolate landscape. Raymond sits, his brow furrowed with worry, the silence only amplifying his growing unease. 3 days have passed, and still, there's no news of the missing adventurers. He had hoped to earn some easy money after a long break, but this whole situation is unsettling him, making him reconsider his future quests, vowing to stick to simple base guarding from now on. Suddenly, a distant commotion catches his attention, pulling him from his thoughts. On the ground, a swirling, crimson vortex of energy begins to tear open, glowing with an ominous, pulsating light. From its depths, a massive, tree-like entity with glowing red eyes begins to emerge, causing Raymond to gasp in utter shock. The monstrous figure fully reveals itself, its imposing form casting a dark shadow over the land. The massive, tree-like monster fully emerges from the glowing red vortex, its presence radiating an ominous power. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice cries out, pleading for someone to hurry and bring a bishop. Inside a makeshift shelter, Eves, his face etched with concern, demands an update on the situation, only to be met with the grim news that no word has come from the explorers sent to investigate. The scene outside confirms their fears, with multiple bodies strewn across the ground, leaving little hope for survivors. Suddenly, an eye snaps open, revealing a flicker of consciousness. DYD, lying in a bed, slowly stirs as Eves exclaims with relief that he is finally awake, while DYD, disoriented, questions his surroundings. Eves, his face now scarred and desperate, leans in, imploring DYD that he is their only hope. Still groggy, DYD can only manage to ask what exactly transpired inside the gates. As the green light of healing magic envelopes his wounds, DYD slowly regains his senses, his gaze still unfocused. His mind races, trying to process the chaos he just witnessed, a single, terrifying question echoing in his thoughts. A demon? Still unable to speak clearly, he gestures weakly, asking if he could borrow a pen and some paper to draw what he saw. Watching the young man struggle to communicate, Eves's face contorts in a mix of frustration and disbelief, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Sweat beads on his brow as he grapples with the unfolding disaster. Later, outside a large white tent, his voice booms with indignation, declaring the situation how outrageous. Inside, a tense meeting is underway. Elpum, the archer with long white hair, explains that a red gate appeared, and a monster emerged, causing chaos. The grinning man adds that the monster was too strong, even for their combined forces, while the Black Mage's follower notes that the mana from the gate was unusually potent. Elpum continues, his expression grim, stating that realistically, the monsters couldn't be beaten in the Red Gate. A new voice joins the discussion, that of Toel, a representative of the Set Tree Union, who mentions his cousin would have joined the party as well. Holding up a scroll depicting a creature, he questions if it could truly be a green hob. The conversation shifts to the unusual intelligence of these green hobs, and the implications if they were to form a colony, especially if they used items. Toel continues, emphasizing that their size makes them comparable to a human army, and the idea of 100 of them being seen is a realistic, if daunting, prospect. A figure with a furry tail, whose hand clutches a scroll, vehemently refuses to accept this assessment. Another representative, Franco of the Golden True Iron Union, interjects, insisting that it certainly wasn't a green hob, as their normal forces would have easily handled them. Toel, his expression hardening, demands to know what Franco is trying to imply, questioning if he doubts their integrity. Franco, equally agitated, retorts that the situation only makes sense if there was a backstabber from the inside. Toel vehemently denies the accusation, citing their long history together, while Franco coolly states he is merely presenting the possibility, regardless of their past. He dismisses the accusation, stating that the Union cannot be blamed for the situation, yet he quickly turns the argument back on his opponent, reminding him of his earlier claim that explorers were worse than monsters. Sipping from his glass, he presses the point, asking if that means the Union's own explorers are now considered worse than the creatures they fight, then coolly adds that he's merely letting the facts speak for themselves. Toel, visibly frustrated, can only exclaim in disbelief, as the man continues to mock him with a condescending laugh, reiterating his earlier point about the explorers. The scar on Toel's cheek seems to twitch with his rising anger, as he silently pleads for the conversation to end, the mocking laughter still echoing in his mind. Franco leans forward, his expression shifting slightly, acknowledging Toel's distress and demanding proof for his accusations. He then scoffs, expressing disbelief that Toel would even attempt to send off the explorers in such a manner, his laughter returning. Meanwhile, in a different location, Raymond addresses a group of adventurers, thanking them for their healing before announcing their departure. Elpum confirms with a simple yeah, as the group, including DYD, begins to move away. As their footsteps echo on the path, another adventurer, named Ruler, voices his concern, questioning if it's truly wise to send them off alone. Toel's gaze hardens, his thoughts echoing the finality of a decision, wondering if it truly is all concluded. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a small, curious carrot-like creature observes the rustling leaves. As DYD, Elpum, and Raymond press onward, their journey taking them deeper into the unknown wilderness. Elpum glances back, a flicker of unease crossing his face, while the little carrot creature below him seems to squeak in surprise. Soon, the unease turns to grim reality, as Elpum, bloodied and desperate, demands to know why they are hesitating. The mission to eliminate the Black Mage's follower and complete their objective has gone awry, leaving DYD battered on the ground amidst fiery explosions and debris. His bloodied face reflecting the agonizing choice. Injure each other to save the other? Before he can decide, a monstrous hand closes around him, blood splattering from the impact. The Goblin Warrior, its face a picture of savage determination, reiterates its orders to defeat the boss and secure the stem, but its next words are cut short. Amidst the smoldering remains of a recent battle, A peculiar item comes into view, an incinerated feather. This isn't just any feather, however, but a potent artifact capable of increasing the destructive power of fire spells by 50% simply by being held. Elpum, clutching the newly acquired feather, declares his unique capabilities, affirming his training as both a hunter and a mage, specifically one who can wield fire and poison magic, finally possessing the item he sought. Raymond looks on, surprised by the revelation, wondering if his companion truly possesses the fire magic necessary to utilize such an item. The discovery feels particularly timely, especially after they've managed to locate an escape route. Their attention then shifts to another unusual find, a small, vibrant flower. However, the true curiosity lies not in the flower itself, but in the creature nestled beside it, a small snail. This isn't an ordinary mollusk, but a snail pet, known for its non-aggressive nature and often kept by mages for collecting various items. Its most unique characteristic is that its shell grows larger the more items it takes up, making it an efficient storage companion. DYD gazes at the small creature in his hands, a being sealed within the very gates that opened in his past life, acknowledging that he followed instructions precisely. The small snail pet lets out a soft cry, startling him. Meanwhile, a hand carefully holds the incinerated feather, a powerful artifact. He questions how the item was acquired without incident, and if its use has been deciphered, to which Raymond responds that it's better to focus on completing their dungeon tasks rather than dwelling on the final outcome. Elpum, having done exactly as instructed, dismisses any concerns with a lighthearted, "What's the fun in that? Don't fret." As he and Raymond venture deeper into the forest, the thought crosses their minds that the weak monsters they encountered must have been treated with excessive caution, implying that if anything went wrong, they would simply delve further. Back with DYD, a look of deep distress washes over his face. The grim realization sets in that they should have reached the designated meeting point by now, and that joining forces with the Black Mage is a perilous endeavor, likely leading to their demise. His hand clenches in frustration as the devastating news confirms that old boss El Neil and his forces have been eliminated, and the entire subjugation mission has failed. A dark-clad figure, a follower of the Black Mage, reports that old boss El Neil's forces were annihilated, and only 3 members of the subjugation team managed to escape. He continues, explaining that even then, their escape was due to a sudden, inexplicable surge in mana. As rain streaks down a window, the report concludes with a directive to prepare for the next operation. The follower stands silhouetted against a backdrop of crackling magical energy. While Elpum, his expression unreadable, questions, "Not caught, you say?" The Black Mage's follower, his purple eye glowing faintly, responds with a simple, "Pardon." Elpum clarifies, stating that their plan had eliminated all parties except the boss, and that if the survivors have what they need, they will return. He asserts there's no reason for them to hide, but questions the true intentions of the Black Mage's followers. Elpum, his gaze sharp, demands to know, "What is your true intention?" He clenches his fist, a vein throbbing in his temple as he considers the report. "That fool. If what you say is true, then the situation is dire," he exclaims, before adding, "We must remove all the members we've sent to the merchant groups before this is exposed." A faint, unsettling smile plays on his lips as he muses, "Kakik, is this their invitation?" His eyes narrow, a calculating glint within them as he decides, "How interesting. Very well, I shall accept it." Yet, a deeper thought surfaces, but it would be best to change the stage. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggests a new plan forming, as he murmurs, "So they say." The true objective crystallizes in his mind, become the host guest. The world had become a desolate wasteland, a place where survival was a constant, brutal struggle. Monsters roamed freely, their forms twisted and terrifying, a constant reminder of the pervasive danger. He had endured countless hardships, his eyes now burning with a fierce, red glow, all for the sake of his family. Even when he couldn't provide for them, he had given his best, battling a relentless blood disease that plagued him, knowing there was only one way to survive each day. This desolate place, filled with ruins and despair, had always been a hell. A smirk played on his lips, his glowing red eyes scanning the surroundings, as he wondered if anyone else was still around. Reflected in the grotesque eye of a massive, multi-limbed creature, he offered a chilling question. "You look like you need help. Want some?" Moments later, the hulking monster lay defeated, its fleshy mass sprawled on the ground, as he stood victorious over it. He glares with burning red eyes, a single, defiant thought echoing in the darkness. A guttural roar tears through the air, as Elpum is suddenly thrown back by an unseen force. Plummeting through the air, yet already preparing for the inevitable confrontation, a golden aura flaring around him as he declares his readiness. He lands amidst a horde of goblin warriors, quickly assessing the situation and noting the ambush, while a voice from an unseen ally mentions DYD's interference with key points. With the battle concluded, Elpum calmly observes the aftermath, then urges his companion to move on. Standing victorious atop a mound of defeated creatures, he surveys the quieted battlefield. Meanwhile, DYD reflects on the past year, a period that profoundly reshaped his core beliefs. Elpum unleashes a powerful fire arrow, the magical energy flaring brightly around him. His thoughts drift to a cold yet warm hero who protected people by clearing their path, a figure whose presence reshaped his worldview, making helping her his ultimate goal, and he remembers the thrill of becoming a guardian, smashing through obstacles, always ready for a fight. Meanwhile, a sinister voice echoes, complaining that a contract isn't improving, followed by a chilling chuckle, asserting that the agreement couldn't possibly be so weak. In another memory, DYD stands before Elpum and Raymond, seeking assistance, trusting they can help him, though Elpum expresses uncertainty. The grinning man, however, confidently tells the follower Black Mage that he alone possesses the power to make someone perfect. The narrative shifts to the El Nath Mountains, a place where a certain kind of people reside. As a desperate plea rings out, DYD finds himself deep within those mountains, where the cold bites harder than he's ever known, realizing he is utterly alone. Elpum, too, feels the weight of his own struggle, needing strength to find a way to survive. DYD insists he cannot let Raymond go, deeming him too important, and warns that he would only kill himself if he went alone, being the last surviving blood relative he has left. He vows to protect him, asserting that he is no longer as weak as he once was, while elsewhere, the grinning man expresses his frustration, yet acknowledges his follower as their last hope, especially since no other explorers have traveled the El Nath mountain trails since the last great end. Back with DYD, Raymond earnestly declares his desire to help, promising to take responsibility for his own safety, and implores DYD to reconsider his decision. Elsewhere, a sword, radiating a fierce red glow, stands impaled in barren earth. The ominous light expands, revealing a wider expanse of the desolate, ruined landscape. The scene widens further, showing numerous figures lying motionless across the devastated terrain, all near the glowing blade. DYD and Elpum arrive, with DYD cautiously asking if one of the fallen is a familiar face, but Elpum confirms it is merely another victim. DYD voices his relief, yet immediately questions how this figure, dressed in a uniform similar to those they know, could have been killed, prompting a surprised exclamation from Elpum. Suddenly, a violent burst of crimson energy erupts from a hand, hinting at an unseen force. A sudden, explosive impact rips through the desolate landscape, sending debris scattering. From the swirling dust, a monstrous, furry beast lunges forward, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on Elpum, who recoils in shock. He quickly identifies the threat, realizing with a grimace that it's a Zakar. The Zakar presses its attack, forcing Elpum to raise his bow defensively, the impact sending a jolt through his arms. Without hesitation, Elpum shoves DYD behind him, a brilliant blue aura flaring around his drawn arrow as he prepares to retaliate. His shot strikes the ground with devastating force, a shockwave of blue energy erupting and pushing the monster back. As the monster reels, Elpum calls out to his companion, directing DYD to attack from the left flank. Responding instantly, DYD unleashes a powerful, sweeping sword strike, a trail of purple energy following his blade. With the monster momentarily staggered, DYD urges them to quickly finish the fight. He is violently thrown backward, the impact sending him reeling through the air. As he hurtles through the air, the monstrous Zakar roars, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey. Nearby, a young woman watches the unfolding chaos, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the brutal attack. Her attention then shifts to a dark, ominous cave entrance, its maw beckoning from the rocky terrain. A faint, almost imperceptible sound emanates from within, a soft whiff that hints at something unseen. The young woman, her expression hardening, mutters about another bastard making such claims, while Elpum watches her intently. A small, almost insignificant object lies on the ground near the cave entrance, prompting a quiet, "what" from an unseen observer. Elpum, his eyes wide with alarm, realizes the young woman has entered the cave alone, a desperate question forming on his lips. Inside the dark cavern, the young woman's resolve hardens, her thoughts focused on the illogical nature of her current predicament. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Elpum voices his concern over the mysterious woman's actions, while Raymond, acknowledging the danger, decides to retreat. DYD, however, feels a sense of responsibility for the woman, despite Elpum's insistence that she acted independently. His expression resolute, DYD declares his intention to follow her, at least for now. Elpum, understanding the potential threat the woman might pose, reaffirms his duty to intervene. With a final word, DYD steps into the ominous darkness of the cave entrance. The cavern walls within glow with an eerie, fiery light, the air shimmering with an intense heat. The strange, rhythmic glow beckoning him deeper into the unknown. Deep within the glowing cavern, a powerful surge of mana erupts as Shanwan draws back his bow, a blazing fire arrow forming at its tip, ready to unleash its destructive force. Yet, moments later, he sits alone amidst the fiery cracks, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Meanwhile, DYD, having ventured deeper into the cave, finds himself confronted by a mysterious woman who holds him close, her voice a soft whisper as she points to a distant figure, exclaiming, "Over there? That's Shanwan." DYD, still reeling from the surprise, can only manage a confused, "Wait, who is it?" as the woman confirms, "Yes, this is my big brother." His blue eyes widen in disbelief at the revelation. Outside, Raymond, Having followed DYD, spots Shanwon in the distance and cries out in alarm, of all things. Shanwon, Shanwon, stay back. I'll come get you. Back inside, the mysterious woman, her purple eyes fixed on DYD, speaks with a knowing smile. So you followed after me, DYD. I knew you would. She continues, her expression softening slightly. Because you're a kind person, but I can't go back anymore. DYD can only stare, speechless, as she poses a cryptic question. Do you know the meaning of the word, exile? It means that even the demon. Many believe the moving statue is merely an object that mana possesses, but the true Zakum is a colossal tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth. DYD, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders aloud, if everyone is aware of the real one, and if Shanwon is truly all right. Raymond offers a reassuring smile, thanking him for his concern and promising that Shanwon will be fine. He then cautions DYD that it's best for him to stay away from the falling tree, questioning why he's even there. DYD's eyes glow with a determined blue light as he responds, that he is well aware of the risks involved. Suddenly, a woman with glowing red eyes and a hand crackling with crimson energy appears, stating that she knew he would follow her, given his kind nature. Her magic intensifies, swirling around her hand as a narration box ominously declares that DYD has just stepped into a carefully laid trap. DYD's expression shifts to one of shock as the woman reveals he has entered a path of no return. Meanwhile, Elpum's eyes glow with fierce blue energy, his face contorted in a snarl as powerful magic radiates from him. Elsewhere, a torrent of dark, purple energy erupts from Elpum, swirling violently around him as he unleashes a devastating magical attack. Sharp blades of pure force tear through the air, a testament to the sheer power he commands. As the last of the purple light fades, the echoes of his magic linger in the air. Back with DYD, a chilling realization dawns on him as he stares ahead, a single name escaping his lips. Shanwon, what did you do? His question is met with a furious glare from Shanwon's sister, her eyes burning crimson as she snarls, You killed my friends. A maniacal laugh escapes her lips, her voice dripping with malice as she declares, It's useless. You guys were just the transit for my revenge. With a chilling finality, a fiery orb ignites in her hand, her glowing eyes fixed on him as she announces, Now it's time for the finale. From the ground, a colossal, fiery fist begins to erupt, its rocky surface glowing with intense heat. The immense, burning hand rises fully, a terrifying manifestation of her power, as a voice echoes, After all, the gods must finish at its best. Elpum, engulfed in a vibrant, crackling fire aura, draws his bow, preparing to unleash a powerful fire arrow. But before the attack can fully launch, dark tendrils of energy lash out, wrapping around him, his eyes glowing an ominous red as he cries out, All shall be done for the black mage. A monstrous claw, tipped with razor-sharp talons, lashes out with brutal force, sending DYD reeling backward through the air, the impact leaving him gasping for breath. He curses the monster's unexpected power, realizing this foe is far more formidable than he'd anticipated. Still falling, he acknowledges the harsh truth of the situation. But then, a surge of raw power ignites within him, his eyes glowing crimson as his body becomes enveloped in a fiery, red aura. With a sudden burst of speed, he becomes a blur of motion, leaving shimmering blue afterimages in his wake. He closes the distance, his form a streak of azure energy. Despite the pain etched on his face, he pushes through, gritting his teeth against the strain. Still reeling from the monster's brutal assault, he curses himself. His face streaked with blood as he laments, Because I told everyone to come here. Suddenly, a fiery aura erupts as Elpum, drawing his bow, unleashes a powerful fire arrow. While DYD continues to struggle, the blue energy around him flaring, his thoughts consumed by self-reproach. Elpum closes the distance, engaging the monstrous beast in a desperate struggle. But the creature's claw lashes out, catching the archer across the face, sending him flying back from the sheer force of the blow. He clutches his bleeding mouth, barely able to utter a name through the pain. From a hidden vantage point, the grinning man watches the unfolding chaos, declaring to his companion, I'll leave him to you. As the battle rages on, Elpum unleashes a powerful blue energy attack, a spectral blade forming in his hands and striking the monstrous beast. The creature recoils, caught off guard, its form momentarily disrupted as it questions the nature of the blow. The blue energy continues to impact, forcing the monster to contort under the sustained assault. But the beast recovers with terrifying speed, lashing out with immense force and striking the adventurer. A cry of pain escapes him as the blow connects. The monster presses its advantage, its form wreathed in dark, swirling energy as it overwhelms its opponent, delivering a series of brutal, rapid-fire strikes, each impact echoing with devastating force. Finally, the beast seizes the adventurer in its powerful, armored grip. The monstrous beast roars, its form rippling with dark energy, demanding its opponent be destroyed. Its massive frame looms, a shadow of raw power. While Elpum, his eyes glowing with desperate resolve, lets out a guttural cry, pushing his remaining strength into a counterattack. His blue energy strikes true, making the beast recoil with a jolt. Streaks of brilliant blue magic tear into its hide, a flurry of impacts pushing it back. The monster stumbles, momentarily overwhelmed by the unexpected assault. But its recovery is swift, and with a brutal counterattack, Elpum is sent flying, his body battered and broken. A glowing red fist connects, delivering a crushing blow. The last vestiges of Elpum's blue energy dissipate, leaving him at the monster's mercy. Despite his injuries, he channels his remaining strength, a desperate fire arrow erupting from his bow, aimed squarely at the monstrous beast. The attack connects, tearing through its defenses, but the monster merely snarls, its voice echoing with chilling resilience. Looks like all that's left is the shell. Though visibly damaged, the creature remains unyielding, its massive form still a looming threat. Before Elpum can react, the monster retaliates with brutal speed, sending him flying with a devastating blow, declaring, "It isn't so easy to defeat me." He screams in agony, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could it be? The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent, its roar a chilling command. Hurry up and die. 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 Just as despair threatens to consume the scene, a new presence emerges, a hand gripping a glowing blade, its owner whispering, "Forgive me, bro." Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, the grinning man watches the unfolding drama with a satisfied smile, murmuring, "Yeah, it's better this way." DYD's blade, now fully charged with a brilliant light, is poised to strike, aimed directly at the monster, ready to turn the tide. Lying broken on the ground, Elpum's voice is barely a whisper, filled with regret, as he urges someone named Aaron to act. A sudden, intense crimson glow erupts from an eye, reflecting a burgeoning fury. The injured man looks up, his voice trembling as he questions the identity of the figure before him. He continues, his words laced with confusion and dawning horror, realizing the fate of his sister. Standing over him, the transformed DYD is met with a bewildered plea, as Elpum struggles to reconcile the familiar face with the overwhelming power now radiating from him. A searing red energy crackles around DYD's hand, his rage building to an unbearable crescendo, promising swift and brutal retribution. His face contorts with raw, unbridled fury, eyes blazing blue as he roars a vow of vengeance for his fallen sister. The sheer intensity of his wrath is palpable, an unforgivable rage etched across his features. With a deafening roar, the ground beneath him shatters, erupting with destructive force. Elpum, with a fierce battle cry, draws back his bow, manifesting a blazing fire arrow. The projectile streaks forward, but a sudden, unseen force causes him to recoil, his expression tightening with a dark, frustrated aura. He glares, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. A scoff escapes him as he mutters, "Tisich, you and that stupidly good sense of yours." Suddenly, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts, arcing through the air with immense power. The powerful surge originates from a single hand, its azure glow illuminating the chaotic scene. However, the attack continues to build, a declaration of overwhelming force. It sweeps in a wide, destructive arc, a clear manifestation of DYD's unleashed power. He unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, a sweeping wave of pure destructive force. His body contorts with the effort, eyes glowing with the immense power flowing through him. A grimace of concentration etched on his face, he pushes the attack forward. The blue wave slams into the horde of furry beasts, shattering the ground, and sending massive chunks of rock and monster alike flying into the air. Propelled by the sheer force of his own magic, he hangs suspended in the air, surveying the devastation. The blue energy continues its relentless path, tearing through the landscape. One massive furry beast is caught directly in the blast, its body dissolving into particles under the overwhelming power. Landing firmly on the ravaged ground, DYD declares, "Let's end this." With renewed resolve, he begins to gather the shimmering blue energy once more, preparing for another devastating strike. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, a furious cry escaping him as the attack surges forward, striking the monstrous beast with devastating force. His form wreathed in a crimson aura as he continues to pour power into the assault, convinced this is the only way to stop the encroaching threat. As the blue light intensifies, he looks down, a quiet apology for Devo escaping his lips. The energy then erupts in a blinding flash, revealing a chained figure with glowing red eyes, disoriented by the impact. A moment of darkness follows the overwhelming force, and the woman lies injured on the ground, struggling to comprehend what happened, her thoughts turning to death. Despite her severe injuries, the woman on the ground manages a pained smile, a gasp of relief escaping her lips as she realizes someone is still alive. Reaching out a hand towards her, he laments the thought of leaving without a proper farewell. His face contorted in anguish, he cries out, unable to bear what he's hearing. Meanwhile, the injured woman struggles to lift her hand, her voice weak with pain, questioning why he would act against her wishes, why he would do this. From a distance, the grinning man observes the scene, his voice calm as he addresses someone named Devo, recalling a past failure from 800 years ago. He continues, praising Devo's exceptional talent, a talent far surpassing his own at that age. The words strike DYD with a profound shock, his mind reeling as he questions if this means he, too, will forget everything once his memory is erased, just like the grinning man. With a final gesture, the grinning man extends his hand, entrusting Maple to Devo. The scene shifts to a towering, ethereal structure, bathed in golden light, a majestic and mysterious landmark known as Maple. A pained expression crosses Elpham's face as he whispers DYD's name, his mind reeling with fragmented memories of a mother, of weariness, and a desperate plea for Aaron. The stark truth echoes through his thoughts. Aaron died. He remembers walking away from the devastation, an axe heavy in his hand, burdened by the knowledge that he was no hero, that he had no choice. With Aaron gone, a reason to live had vanished, compelling him to embark on a solitary journey once more. The memory of that place, a swirling vortex of fire and despair, was nothing short of hell. He recalls the overwhelming, unbound power of the Black Mage, a force against which he was too weak, unable to protect or save anyone. In that desolate, fiery landscape, he stands beside another, a silent witness to the inferno. This place, he realizes, had always been a crucible of fire and suffering. As the echoes of Elpham's painful memories fade, a blinding, fiery explosion rips through an unseen landscape, consuming everything in its path. The inferno spreads rapidly, a chaotic maelstrom of orange and red, leaving only destruction in its wake. Then, with a final, violent burst, the overwhelming heat and light begin to dissipate. As the dreamlike vision clears, a brown eye snaps open, its gaze sharp and alert. DYD stirs in his bed, slowly coming to consciousness as the morning light filters into his room. Meanwhile, Shanwen's sister stands elsewhere, clutching a stack of books, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considers the situation. Back in his room, DYD sits up, his mind still hazy from sleep, wondering if he'd been dreaming. A voice calls out, breaking the silence, asking who could possibly be visiting so early, before Shanwen's sister's cheerful chibi form announces, "Big brother, come out. Your guest is here." Hearing the unexpected news, DYD reacts with a surprised grunt, already out of bed and shirtless. Shanwen's sister urges him to hurry and prepare, stating that their guest will be straightforward. DYD, however, questions if he ever gets a day off, prompting his sister to retort that he was resting just fine moments ago. As he then asks about changes to their plan, quickly adding that he needs to borrow some money, a request his sister immediately and emphatically refuses. The man with the long blonde hair stands before William, who sits at a grand table, the air thick with tension. "So that's how all 99 of the members died," he states, a hint of disbelief in his voice, to which William simply confirms, "Yes, that's a hob post." As William's hand clenches, a sinister thought crosses the blonde man's mind. This bastard. What is he scheming? William then leans forward, his red eyes glowing faintly. "So, you think you can get away with this? I'm sorry, but I don't think so. What about the money you owe me?" The blonde man's hand trembles slightly as he offers, "Forgive me then." Behind him, DYD watches the exchange, his brow furrowed in confusion. What the hell is he talking about? William's grin widens, his red eyes burning with a predatory gleam. 2 million mesos, that should suffice for everything I owe you. DYD's eyes widen in shock at the mention of such a sum, realizing, would you look at that? He did gather this many mesos. We've yet to pay him this much. That means he has another source of income that we haven't found out. William, his red eyes fixed on the Black Mage's follower, clarifies his demand, stating that the 2 million mesos he mentioned earlier was merely for the information, not the full payment, and that they would need to make a new contract. His hands gesturing dismissively, he reiterates that the previous sum was only for the intel. Observing the exchange, DYD's eyes widen as he hears the new figure, 5 million mesos. The follower, visibly shocked, can only stammer out a disbelieving question, wondering if William has lost his mind, as he insists that such a sum is impossible for them to procure. William simply extends a hand, waiting for his answer. Then, with a final, confident stride, he turns and walks away. DYD, still reeling from the sudden increase in price, mutters to himself, questioning how William could possibly know the true value of the contract. The follower, equally bewildered, echoes DYD's sentiment, exclaiming in frustration about the exorbitant price. He glares down, his voice firm, warning against mentioning mesos in front of his mother, then dismisses the idea entirely. Raymond looks up, surprised, chiding him for always bringing it up, yet questioning the sudden change in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Elpham surveys the desolate cityscape, the area known as the slum ground, a place where the desperate and the lost gather, a haven for those with nothing left to lose. He muses on its past, once rumored to be the most thriving area in Lith, but now, that's nothing more than a lie. As the three walk through the bustling, grimy streets, Elpham asks if they know that it's now just a haven for criminals, a place called the lobby, where one can find a drink. Suddenly, a massive furry beast crashes into Elpham, sending him flying through the air. He hits the ground hard, the monster looming over him as Raymond reacts with a startled, "Huh? Knight." A heavy foot descends, pinning him to the debris-strewn street. The monster stands victorious over the fallen adventurer, revealed to be a knight, rank monster, a formidable foe in the heart of the slum. A grizzled man with a dark beard glares, his voice laced with indignation as he questions. You think I'm a fool for a little bit of money? You guys are too young to know the value of money. Looking down at Raymond and Elpham, he continues his tirade. Good heavens, you're still so naive. Raymond, you must have been accused of being a fool so many times that you're pleased to be called one. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of desperation, pleading, help me. Before his anger flares once more, his voice rising to a shout. What are you saying, you lunatics? I wish my brother would have just sold off the item for cash. He takes a step, his foot landing heavily on the grimy ground, muttering with bitter sarcasm. Brothers, huh? Good heavens. His gaze sharpens, accusing, that younger brother of yours stole and sold off my item. He then presents his terms, so I'll let him off the hook if you pay it for him. 3 million mess in hand. His voice rises again, filled with indignation. Did you even know about it? I'm asking you, did you? What can you do with those beady eyes accusing me of accumulating wealth and getting fat? His face contorts into a snarl, as he delivers a final, chilling threat. You fuckers. You must really have a death wish. The bearded man reels back, a fresh injury marring his forehead, as the mention of 8 million mesos echoes in his mind. Meanwhile, Elpham, standing beside DYD, questions the initial demand, asking why they would even consider paying 3 million. DYD's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowing as he observes the unfolding drama. The bearded man, now composed, issues a command, telling them to follow him, a hint of recognition in his tone. A hand reaches out, gesturing with an unspoken demand. As they stand in the street, Boss William turns to them, asking if they're truly there to recruit him, to which Elpham replies that he has nothing to offer at the moment, having already spent all he earned. Boss William, his expression hardening, dismisses the notion, declaring his complete disinterest in joining their party. He then reveals his true intention, a sinister glint in his eye, questioning why he should find his own wealth when he can simply take theirs, accusing them of stealing his cure light. As coins rain down around him, Boss William's voice rises in a furious demand, insisting that their ability to produce such wealth means they can certainly pay him a fitting price. Still grinning, the man named William presses his advantage, offering a special discount for the cure light, demanding a mere 3 billion mesos. Before the group can fully process the outrageous sum, a voice cuts through the tension, declaring, let me at this F***er. Suddenly, a new figure steps forward, her dark cloak swirling as she introduces herself. I am Raizu, from the Kania Merchants, she states, her gaze sweeping over the group before settling on one individual. Which one of you is Sir Elpham? DYD watches the unexpected interruption with a sharp, calculating expression. As Elpham steps forward, a hint of surprise on his face, acknowledging the new arrival. Kania Merchants, he exclaims, before confirming, I am Elpham. Raizu, accompanied by another cloaked figure, continues her explanation, revealing she seeks the one who defeated the Black Mage's followers, and who is also associated with the Kania Merchants. Without further preamble, she gets straight to the point, stating, we would like to scout your party. Raizu then elaborates on the offer, mentioning a formal test before a date is set, and promising a total of 3 billion mesos, along with various goods, upon completion of the trial. Elpham's eyes widen slightly, processing the incredible proposition, as Raizu concludes, would you like to join? A smirk plays on his lips as Boss William considers the message he's just received, a notification confirming that the subjugation would commence at midnight, 3 days from now, along with a wish of good luck. Meanwhile, DYD examines a ring on his finger, a relieved chuckle escaping him as he remarks on their unexpected fortune. Boss William appears, his boots materializing midair, and he holds up a document, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face as he declares he'll take it. DYD, standing beside Raymond, expresses his astonishment at their easy victory, having expected a much harder fight against the subjugated foes, wondering aloud about their sudden stroke of luck. As they stand in a city street, the question hangs in the air. Are they truly ready to face the Black Mage's followers within the Dark Rift? Someone eagerly urges them to go, asking what they're waiting for, while another voice calls out to their boss, seeking direction. Suddenly, Boss William's confident expression vanishes, his eyes widening in shock. He stares upwards, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a flash of light golden blonde hair hinting at the unexpected arrival. A formidable blonde woman, clad in heavy armor, stands with her arms crossed, her expression resolute. Meanwhile, Boss William, still reeling from Elpham's unexpected appearance, attempts to regain his composure at a large table, telling himself to uphold his pride, while DYD and Raymond look on. Outside, heavy rain begins to fall. The weather turns violent, with lightning flashing across a dark, ominous sky, as someone remarks on the wonderful conditions to enter the nest. Back with the group, Boss William, DYD, and the blonde knight-like woman all turn their attention to Elpham, who stands calmly before them. Boss William then discusses the upcoming challenge with Raymond and DYD, noting that 5 parties, totaling 20 members, should be sufficient to clear the objective. Elsewhere, a rugged man grumbles about bringing along weak bards, questioning if that number is even less than 10. A woman with dark hair and piercing purple eyes reminds him that the nest they are targeting is an orange-grade threat. The monstrous furry beast, the subject of their discussion, is shown as she continues, believing that a maximum of 30 members and 3 scars should be more than sufficient to defeat it. DYD stands alone in the pouring rain, reflecting on his situation, wondering why the kind of merchants, whom he expected to reach out to him, would instead bring him to this desolate place. He gazes at the unfamiliar surroundings, the atmosphere feeling distinctly different from any nest he had encountered before. Despite the unease, a resolute glint enters his eyes, convinced there must be a compelling reason for his presence here. Later, gathered around a map with Elpham and Raymond, Boss William observes them as they discuss the mission, a nest requiring 5 parties and 20 members, which William deems a good one. Meanwhile, Elpham and a blonde knight-like woman discuss the same orange-grade nest, the woman confidently asserting its worth for exploration, while Elpham privately worries about keeping the other members in check given the mission's scale and the complex gate configurations that can vary by color and even contain gates within gates. Back with his group, DYD's anger flares, vowing to make the corrupt merchants regret their actions and ensuring Elpham understands his resolve. A cynical smile spreads across Boss William's face as he suggests DYD would be better off focusing solely on himself. DYD turns, his gaze sharp and accusatory, addressing the greedy scum who brought him here. He declares that the party leader for this gate's subjugation will be decided by contribution. A smirk plays on the grinning man's lips as he thinks, "Kiki, got you now, brat. The moment I become the party leader." Meanwhile, in the glowing depths of the gate, Elpham, Raymond, and a blonde knight-like woman stand together, observing the strange environment, a thought echoing through the space. Things will become very interesting. A monstrous, furry beast suddenly materializes, its glowing eyes fixed on the group of adventurers, who cry out in alarm as it declares the situation hopeless. Raymond stares in disbelief, utterly frustrated that he can't even perceive the creature's movements, yet he defiantly challenges it to bring on its attack. Meanwhile, DYD, the blonde knight, and the follower of the black mage observe the chaos, with DYD questioning how he could possibly protect others if he can't even take care of himself. Back in the fray, Raymond's defiance turns to shock, realizing the monster hadn't even been touched by his previous attack. Before he can react, the furry beast lunges, its massive claw striking him with brutal force. The impact sends Raymond flying, his body tumbling through the air as he cries out for help. He lands hard, defeated and injured, as the monster looms over him, while a voice urges everyone to maintain their formation, warning that all will be lost if they fail. Raymond, already defeated, lies vulnerable as the monstrous beast's massive leg looms over him, a desperate warning echoing through the air. "Run, it's the evil eyes." The creature's claw descends with brutal force, its heavy foot crushing down on the fallen adventurer, who can only stare up in terror at the beast's snarling maw, wondering, what is this? The monster lets out a guttural, triumphant roar. But before it can finish its attack, a brilliant, fiery arrow, conjured by Elpham, an adventurer known for his distinct skills, streaks through the air, striking the beast and forcing it to recoil with a pained shriek. Elpham stands firm, bow still drawn, declaring his intent to handle the situation himself, while DYD watches from behind, Elpham's words cutting through the tension. "I'll do it myself. If you can't be of any help, then don't get in the way." The monstrous beast lets out a guttural roar, its claw glowing with malevolent red energy as it lunges forward for another devastating strike. But before it can connect, Elpham unleashes a blinding counterattack, a fiery burst of power that makes DYD realize, this is the real deal. This is a different dimension. His rising sun skill erupts, a massive, golden solar disk forming and engulfing the beast in its intense, scorching light. The monster is violently thrown back, its roar of aggression turning into a shriek of pure agony as the attack connects. The golden energy continues to tear through its form, leaving the beast's eye wide with shock and pain as it realizes, again, it's being hit by the same overwhelming force. It lets out another frustrated roar, unable to comprehend the power of this adventurer who so easily dominates it. The beast continues to struggle, its pained grunts echoing through the cavern. Finally, with a final surge of energy, Elpham's attack sends the monster hurtling backward, slamming it against the rocky wall. The purple energy of Elpham's attack continued to rip through the air, striking the monster with relentless force. His glowing weapon connected again, sending the beast reeling backward from the sheer impact. Even DYD, caught in the collateral shockwave, was thrown back, barely able to comprehend the power on display. The monster roared in agony, its face contorted as the purple energy tore into its flesh. Looking up from the ground, DYD could only stare in stunned disbelief. Another massive explosion of purple energy erupted, engulfing the monster completely. The beast was sent flying through the air, a mere projectile against Elpham's overwhelming power. Injured and disoriented, DYD realized the true, devastating nature of the fire mage's skill. Elpham stood amidst the chaos, a confident smirk playing on his lips, finding the entire ordeal thrilling. As the battle raged, Raymond braced himself, determined to hold the line just long enough for Elpham to deliver the finishing blow. Sweat beading on his brow, Elpum conceded that, despite his expectations, the monster's third circle form was proving to be a different challenge entirely. The creature let out a guttural shriek, its glowing eyes fixed on its opponent. But Elpum was already moving, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that surged forward. The attack slammed into the monster, erupting in a violent explosion of debris. He watched the aftermath, a smirk playing on his lips, knowing that while its movements might be familiar, that was the extent of its threat. The monster cried out in agony, its face contorted as Elpum declared the two greenhorns were finished, leaving only this final foe. Turning to Raymond, Elpum apologized, explaining that they would have to part ways here. Raymond's eyes widened in disbelief, the implication of Elpum's words sinking in. The monstrous beast, though seemingly defeated, still twitches with a lingering spark of life, its single yellow eye glowing faintly. A powerful, purple-tinged blow then connects, delivered by the grinning man, a clear demonstration of the raw force Raymond has now acquired. It is definitely useful, but he knows he needs a contract to fully utilize the skill he just received. And so, accepting the mercenary's attitude, Raymond's determination to grow in the future solidifies, even as the shadowy remnants of the monster seem to lash out. With a final, blinding flash, the monster's eye cracks, signifying its ultimate demise. The single shaman's skill had indeed yielded a vast amount of gold, cascading down in a shimmering shower. A veritable mountain of coins now lay before them. Standing beside the blonde knight, he can only think, that monster, all the pain in my body, it was all for this? The monster's form finally dissipates completely, its last scream echoing as it vanishes into nothingness. A monstrous eye, wide with shock, reflects the impact of a powerful blow, as a voice cries out in exhilaration. The creature reels back, its massive form momentarily stunned, as Elpum's attack connects. Nearby, DYD moves with swift precision, a blur of motion. His expression hardens, demanding to know the reason for such a preposterous attack, questioning if he's being challenged. Elpum, unfazed, dismisses the outburst, while the monster continues to struggle. A wave of blue energy then erupts, sweeping through the surrounding figures. DYD's fury intensifies, demanding to know who dared to strike his companions. Many lie incapacitated on the ground, the blue magical residue still clinging to the air. The last vestiges of the potent energy slowly dissipate. Focused and cloaked, he draws his bow. Blue energy crackling around the arrow as he calls out, "Over there!" Two monstrous furry beasts charge forward, their forms blurring with speed. His blue energy arrows streak through the air, impacting one of the creatures with explosive force. His eye glows with intense blue light. Suddenly, a hand engulfed in orange flames appears, launching a fire arrow, which detonates in a massive explosion of fire and debris. He had been bloodied in an eye blink, Raymond thinks, a terrible way to face execution. A sudden realization dawns on him, leaving him with a surprised gasp. Meanwhile, DYD unleashes a torrent of blue energy, sensing its connection to the other side, definitely linked to the rift. As the blue energy streaks forward, Raymond cries out a desperate warning. The attack finds its mark, tearing into the monster with a sickening impact. DYD observes the injured creature, a thoughtful expression on his face. But Raymond's terror intensifies as he spots the grinning man, urging someone to flee, his face contorted in fear. Unaware of the new threat, DYD continues his relentless assault, blue energy flaring around him. A torrent of blue magical energy streaks through the air. As DYD scrambles away from the impact zone, a desperate cry escaping his lips, "S8 shit, run!" The blue force slams into a monstrous furry beast, its roar of pain echoing through the space. DYD recoils from the concussive blast, a pained gasp torn from him. Undeterred, Elpum draws his bow once more, channeling a fresh surge of brilliant blue energy. With a powerful release, he unleashes a devastating solar slash. The blonde knight steps forward, her voice sharp with concern. "What are you doing? You're pushing your luck. Do you want to die?" She continues, her back to the viewer, reminding him, "And we would have some there as well." Still reeling from Elpum's reckless display, the blonde knight questions their next move, her voice laced with concern as she gestures towards the path ahead, now swarming with danger. The party finds itself in a dire emergency. Before they can even strategize, Elpum is violently hurled backward by an unseen force, a cry of pain escaping him as he tumbles through a fiery explosion. As the path ahead burns with the remnants of fallen monsters, a member of the party observes the fiery devastation, realizing their route is now completely blocked. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the chaos, declaring a grim welcome from the depths of hell itself, as Shanwen's sister stands poised with her blade, her eyes glowing ominously red. Still struggling to regain his footing, Elpum shouts a desperate command, urging his companions to overcome their hesitation and press forward. Responding to the urgency, DYD charges forward, a dark blur of motion, his sword drawn and ready to meet the new threat head-on. His boots pound against the ground, propelling him relentlessly forward. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, tearing through the air. The force of the impact sends him reeling, a cry of agony escaping his lips as he wonders if this is truly his end. Before he can recover, a searing wave of fire slams into him, launching him violently backward. the fiery blast leaving a trail of destruction. It culminates in a devastating explosion that rips through the surrounding trees. As he lies stunned, Elpum reaches out, his voice cutting through the chaos, urging him to listen. DYD stares up, bewildered, unable to comprehend the words, while the woman who attacked him watches silently from a distance. Suddenly, a new figure, cloaked in dark robes, moves with unnatural speed, a faint green aura trailing behind him. His eyes glow with an ominous blue light as he declares his understanding, but warns against overestimating one's luck. As the Black Mage's follower prepares to depart, a cryptic farewell escapes him, leaving the battlefield in disarray. But before he can fully vanish, a torrent of blue energy shards erupts around him, a swift and unexpected counterattack. The air crackles with the force of the impact, the shards continuing their assault. Each strike a testament to the speed of the exchange, the blue magic relentlessly pursuing its target. Shanwen's sister, her masked face betraying a hint of shock, can only wonder at the impossible speed of her opponent. A realization dawns on her, identifying him as a master of poison skills. Suddenly, Elpum enters the fray, drawing his bow with a grunt of effort and unleashing a flaming arrow. The projectile streaks through the air, impacting with a violent explosion of fire. Yet, amidst the inferno, Shanwen's sister's hand glows, seemingly absorbing or deflecting the blast. Even as the chaos of battle raged, the Black Mage's follower prepared his next move, a small, fiery axe materializing in his hand. He launched himself forward with incredible speed, a dark blur across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Elpum, having just unleashed his own attack, watched the unfolding events, a thought crossing his mind about the effectiveness of his dragon scale armor. But the follower's target wasn't who Elpum expected. DYD suddenly reeled back, a sharp impact sending him flying through the air. Blood sprang from his back. His eyes widened in shock and pain as he hit the ground, struggling to comprehend the sudden, devastating blow. Scrambling, DYD managed to summon a shimmering blue barrier. Just as the follower unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. The shield held, but barely, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface as DYD cried out in desperation, realizing the overwhelming power he faced. He barely registers the speed of the attack before a searing blue energy slams into him, sending him reeling back with a pained cry. The force of the blow lifts him off his feet, sending him tumbling through the air, a choked gasp escaping his lips. As he crashes to the ground, a shimmering blue barrier erupts around him, just in time to deflect another incoming strike, though the attacker notes his defense. From a distance, Elpum watches the brutal assault, his expression grim. He mutters to himself, "How terrible. I should prepare to act like a tag." A thought of Ralph? Crossing his mind. The Black Mage's follower, surrounded by a faint blue aura, sneers down at his struggling opponent. "Run as much as you want. You can't escape from my sight anyway," he declares with chilling confidence. He unleashes another torrent of blue energy. And Elpum's eyes widen in sudden alarm, a sharp realization dawning on him. Gripping his bow, he contemplates the situation, wondering if his arrows will be enough to keep his friends safe. He knows, however, that getting used to this kind of danger is the only way forward. Elpum, Raymond, and another adventurer move through the dense foliage, their expressions tense. A sudden, sharp sound makes them flinch, their eyes widening in alarm. Before them, a shimmering, orange gate tears open in the air, prompting a shocked exclamation about a second gate appearing. Meanwhile, DYD, standing alone in a desolate, rocky expanse, stares at the newly formed rift, a chilling realization dawning on him. He calculates the distance, noting he's roughly 100 meters away, then wonders if he can intercept the incoming attacks on his way to the portal, while Elpum, from his hidden vantage point, questions DYD's intentions. Elpum asks if he's truly considering entering the second gate without waiting for the others, to which DYD responds with a wry laugh, suggesting it might be a good way to lead their pursuers into a trap. But before any plan can be enacted, a piercing blue energy projectile, launched by the Black Mage's follower, streaks through the air, expanding rapidly and glowing with an intense, destructive light. The attack connects, and DYD cries out, collapsing to the ground as the blue energy dissipates around him. He barely has time to register the impact before a barrage of glowing blue blades slams into him, tearing through his defenses. The sheer force sends him reeling backward, a shocked gasp escaping his lips as he realizes the overwhelming power of the assault. But just as he's about to fall, a fiery arrow streaks past, launched by Elpum, who stands ready with his bow, protecting his comrade. The shot finds its mark, diverting the unseen attacker. But the damage is done. DYD collapses, clutching his side, a guttural cry of pain tearing from his throat, as he lies amidst the debris, severely wounded. The blue energy attack from the Black Mage's follower slams into DYD, sending shockwaves through his body as the impact explodes around him. But before the full damage can settle, Elpum's flaming arrow streaks in, colliding with a burst of fire and light. Despite the intervention, DYD's body gives out, his face contorted in agony as he tumbles towards the ground. From the shadows, the Black Mage's follower watches the scene unfold, a grimace twisting his features as he curses the interference. A large, dark, feathered creature is violently thrown through the air. as Elpum's eyes glow with intense blue energy, unleashing a powerful, shimmering blue attack with a fierce cry. The force of the blow sends the furry beast monster collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Closing his eyes, he internally laments the return of Evil Eyes, wondering why his opponent can't find him by tracing his mana while he remains hidden. Looking down with a confident smirk, he dismisses his unseen adversary as a mere fool. He challenges his opponent to try their best to find him, promising to play along with their game, revealing his name as Elpin, as he recalls the day, 5 years ago, when he was taken in by an old man. A selection process had begun, a brutal trial where only a fraction of the 100 participants were destined to survive by killing each other. And during that relentless selection process, which lasted for 7 days, not a single one of them begged for their last moments. So Lord Lion had bestowed him with the eyes of greed. His gaze now burned with an unnatural, emerald glow, a testament to the power he had gained. With a surge of blue energy, he manifested a spear of pure force, launching it towards an unseen foe. A cold realization settled upon him as he muttered, "Another mage." The blue spear found its mark, erupting in a blinding flash of impact. Then, with a swift change in tactics, he drew back a bow, an arrow igniting with intense flames, ready to unleash a fire arrow. The fiery projectile streaked through the air, leaving a scorching trail in its wake. Elpum launches a powerful kick, imbued with a vibrant blue energy, sending it hurtling towards his unseen foe. As he lands, or perhaps dodges a counterattack, debris explodes around him. Without missing a beat, he draws his bow, firing a volley of blue energy arrows, though his opponent seems to be returning fire with similar force. He notes the enemy's unexpected agility, thinking, "He shouldn't have been able to dodge my attack. He's not the type to use that attack." The blue energies clash in a blinding explosion, creating a momentary stalemate. But before he can react, a swift, red-orange energy slash cuts through the air, striking him with unexpected force. He cries out in surprise, realizing that bastard didn't even bother to hide his weapon. Kneeling, he regains his composure, a wry smile forming as he mutters, resorting to unorthodox moves, With renewed determination, Elpum draws his bow once more, this time manifesting a blazing arrow of pure fire. A sharp tch escapes his lips as he releases the fiery projectile, sending it streaking towards his opponent. A searing crimson energy slash collides with his hastily conjured blue defense, overwhelming the barrier and sending shards of light scattering. The sheer force of the impact hurls Elpum violently backward through the air. Disoriented and struggling to focus, he curses the sudden blurring of his vision. As he collapses to the ground, a frustrated "damn it" escapes his lips. Meanwhile, a massive fiery explosion erupts where the furry beast had been. Engulfed in the inferno, the monster roars in agonizing pain. Elpum's eyes widen in shock, a surprised Elpum, escaping his lips as he witnesses the scene. Just then, an armored foot steps into view, and a voice coolly remarks, "Would you look at that?" A dark-clad figure lands silently, his face a grim mask of concentration. The dense forest around him remains still, bathed in the dappled light filtering through the canopy. Suddenly, an unnatural quiet descends, making the air feel heavy and still. DYD, hidden amongst the trees, reflects on the impossible skill of the one who just moved through this gate, a level of mastery he'd never witnessed in his previous life, leading him to believe this must be an assassin sent from Kana. He crouches low, scanning the surroundings, his mind racing with the implications of such a formidable opponent. As another silent landing echoes his thoughts, he confirms his suspicion, an assassin from Kana, likely one of the people who entered the 100-man gate. His eyes widen in surprise, first at the realization that someone had arrived, then in disbelief as they vanished just as quickly. Turning his attention to the ground, he spots a tiny, furry creature, questioning how something so small, barely the size of his hand, could possibly be a monster. From a hidden vantage point, the grinning man watches, a smirk playing on his lips, musing aloud about the rumors of DYD's hidden skills, yet wondering if he was merely an ordinary wizard after all. His gloved hand reaches out, a silent confirmation. DYD, caught off guard, scrambles back, bewildered by the sudden, soundless approach, wondering if it was teleportation. Then, a realization dawns on him, that it must have been a blink shot. The grinning man's eyes glow crimson as he finally finds his prey. A torrent of blue energy streaks forward with blinding speed. DYD's face contorts in shock and pain as the attack connects. The force of the impact seems to ripple even across distant, snow-capped peaks. A searing, orange explosion erupts. DYD cries out, sent hurtling through the air alongside the tiny furry beast. Still reeling from the attack, DYD curses under his breath, trying to comprehend the grinning man's true intentions. A mocking voice echoes, dismissing him as a mere punk who shouldn't have dared to fight alone, questioning if he ever truly had a plan. DYD can only utter a confused sound, his mind struggling to process the situation. His gaze falls upon a gruesome sight. As he stands amidst a vast field of human skulls, realizing this was no ordinary monster gate, with just 3 creatures to contend with. The chilling truth dawns. There were over 100 parties here, not just one. Elsewhere, the blonde knight's eyes widen in horror, finally understanding the sinister plot. The sudden recruitment offer, the monsters swarming the first gate, and the sheer number of corpses that far exceeded the expected casualties from a few scars, all point to a single, terrifying conclusion. These were the followers of the Black Mage. The blonde knight's eyes widen in horror, the truth of their predicament dawning on her as she realizes the gate was nothing more than a carefully constructed trap. Meanwhile, the grinning man, his face smeared with grime, muses on the followers who are now ready for an interesting conversation, promising to tell them more about his plans later. He explains that the house they're in looks pretty messed up, but assures them it's all part of the plan. Deep within the gate, a monstrous furry beast with glowing yellow eyes stirs, its dark fur bristling with primal energy. The grinning man's voice echoes, revealing that the monster is a goblin warrior, a creature he intends to use to his advantage. He continues, explaining that the next step is to pay for the monster's services, a cost he seems more than willing to bear. With a sinister grin, he holds up a glowing orb, stating that he doesn't show this to just anyone, implying its immense power or significance. His expression darkens as he looks down at the orb, a chilling determination in his eyes. A complete asshole, DYD mutters, his expression grim, while Elpum listens intently. Loud, money grubber, the follower of the Black Mage remarks, looking away. But if Ralph were to be defined as an explorer, he's pretty useful, the narrator observes, adding that despite his other traits, he's actually quite extraordinary. That bastard, he's gone. The monster furry beast growls, clutching a knife. Meanwhile, the grinning man activates a skill, a bright yellow orb glowing intensely in his hand. Elpum stares in disbelief as a vibrant green aura erupts around DYD, who looks up with newfound determination. DYD's hands glow with the same emerald energy, forming a small, swirling orb, the narrator noting its approximate distance. He isn't a bluff master, but a healer? The narrator questions, as DYD stands enveloped in the powerful green light. Elpum's face contorts in distress, Raymond looking on, as she wonders why he had been without even using a skill until now. From a shadowed vantage point, the grinning man watches the unfolding chaos, a dismissive chuckle escaping him as he notes the monster's continued existence. Meanwhile, the monster furry beast lets out a guttural roar, its glowing eyes burning with primal fury. It snarls, challenging its opponent, demanding to know if they are finally unleashed. With a sudden, devastating swipe of its massive claw, the monster unleashes a shockwave, questioning its target's presence. But before the attack can connect, Elpum, with incredible agility, twists in midair, dodging the blow and delivering a powerful counterkick that sends the beast reeling. The force of the impact sends the creature stumbling backward, its eyes flaring with renewed anger and pain, a guttural growl escaping its throat. Seizing the momentary advantage, Elpum charges forward, ready to press his assault. He lands another powerful blow, eliciting a surprised cry from the monster, who questions the unexpected ferocity of its opponent. Elpum's relentless assault continues, his attack landing squarely and eliciting a pained cry from the monster furry beast. The creature recoils, its massive jaws opening wide in a furious roar. Its head snaps back, a guttural sound tearing from its throat as it struggles against the impact. But Elpum is already moving, a blur of motion as he launches himself into the air. He twists mid-air, his foot connecting with a sharp crack against the monster's hide. The momentum carries him into a rapid spin, his body a whirlwind of attacks. The monster roars again, a sound of frustration and pain as it struggles to keep up. Suddenly, Elpum is forced to the ground, narrowly evading a massive claw that tears through the air where he once stood. He recoils from the near miss, a grunt escaping him as he mutters, "Honestly, you're such a handful." A sudden, powerful force rips through the air, as the massive furry beast, thought to be defeated, lets out a guttural roar. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern filled with small, flying creatures, the grinning man believes the ordeal is finally over. He stands over the bound forms of Elpum, DYD, and Raymond, a smirk playing on his lips as he muses, "What a horrible foe. That was close." But the beast's monstrous maw opens wide once more, unleashing a deafening roar that echoes through the dungeon. Despite his restraints, DYD's eyes burn with resolve, a silent promise forming on his lips, "I'll send you off. I'll send you off. Soon." The air crackles with raw power as the monster unleashes another surge of energy, its blue aura flaring violently. The grinning man spins around, his confident smirk replaced by a look of utter shock as he stares at the still active beast, muttering, "Don't tell me." The monstrous furry beast, now fully reanimated, lets out a guttural roar, its massive form lunging forward, as jagged ice shards erupt from its maw. More icy projectiles tear through the air, a relentless assault. DYD grimaces, the sheer force of the monster's renewed attack overwhelming. Blue energy bolts, sharp as arrows, splinter the wooden structures around him, narrowly missing his form as he struggles to evade the barrage. He pushes himself to move, glancing back, a thought racing through his mind. Something stronger. I can't figure out where it's coming from. A new strategy unfolds, revealing the blink shot as a skill allowing its user to instantly return to a previously marked location. While DYD, battered and frustrated, demands his unseen assailant cease the relentless assault, warning them that he is about to get serious. But Elpum, a blur of motion and fire, launches another devastating attack, forcing DYD to narrowly evade a fiery projectile that scorches the ground beside him, leaving him to question the bizarre aim of his attacker. Another projectile whizzes past, the attacker's words cut short as DYD continues his desperate dance of evasion. His face now marked with fresh bruises and scratches from the relentless, unseen assault. He twists and turns, another fiery blast narrowly missing him. As he vows not to let the attacks connect, a massive explosion erupting behind him. Frustration boils over as DYD realizes he cannot continue fighting an enemy he cannot even perceive, unable to pinpoint their location. He knows it's all over if he falls into mana shock, but before that, a powerful blow sends him reeling, a pained grunt escaping his lips. There's no time to think, his hand already glowing with the familiar blue energy. As he realizes this is the only way to deal damage. From the shadows, Elpum unleashes a volley of flaming arrows. DYD twists and dodges, a blur of motion, his eyes burning with fierce determination, as Elpum's gauntlet glows with menacing red power. The air still shimmers with heat as Elpum's fiery arrows streak through the forest, impacting a nearby tree with explosive force, leaving DYD stunned by their sheer speed. Meanwhile, Elpum draws his bow once more, preparing a mana shoot, a technique allowing him to fire the maximum number of arrows a third circle mage can unleash in a single volley. Bloodied and battered, DYD endures the onslaught, wondering if his opponent intends to simply overwhelm him. A pained grunt escapes him, his face etched with the struggle. But a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes as he pulls back his own bowstring, a blue aura flaring around his hand, determined to forcibly drag Elpum into his range. With a sharp zing, DYD unleashes his own volley of blue energy arrows. Elpum deftly dodges the incoming projectiles, observing that DYD is trying to limit his options and make his movements predictable, but he confidently asserts that once he matches DYD's speed, his opponent will be within his range. The opposing magical attacks collide, erupting in a chaotic burst of fire and blue energy. As the magical arrows continued their relentless assault, a fiery explosion erupted near DYD, the force of the impact sending debris flying. Another of Elpum's flaming projectiles streaked through the air, even as DYD launched a counter arrow, a vibrant green streak of magic cutting through the chaos. Despite his efforts, the earlier impact had caught him, leaving a bloody gash across his cheek as he grimaced in pain. His green arrow met Elpum's fiery one mid-flight, erupting in a burst of clashing magical energies. Yet, even as the projectiles collided, Elpum's hand moved with impossible speed, effortlessly dodging DYD's attack. A scoff escaped him as he stared down at the pathetic creature, wondering if his opponent truly believed such a clumsy attack would land. Meanwhile, DYD struggled to remain upright, his body battered and bleeding, yet his resolve remained unbroken, urging himself to hold on just a little longer. The injuries were severe, with blood pooling around his visibly wounded leg. Unfazed by his opponent's struggle, Elpum's fiery arrow continued its relentless flight, a testament to his unwavering assault. Still reeling from the relentless assault, he cries out as the fiery explosion engulfs him, his leg caught in the inferno, the blast continuing to tear through the area. As a brilliant magical circle expands, a small, dark creature below it lets out a startled cry, while Elpum moves swiftly through the burning aftermath, his eyes widening in sudden realization. The small monster, too, cries out in disbelief, as Elpum declares the creature stronger than he anticipated, refusing to let it escape, and continues his relentless pursuit through the forest. DYD struggles to comprehend the sudden, vast emptiness around him, his mind racing to understand how such a thing could have occurred. A sharp cry escapes him as the lingering flames continue to lash out. Even amidst the burning agony, he manages a desperate warning, realizing the entire situation is a carefully laid trap. The inferno rages around him, but he clenches his fists, steeling himself against the relentless heat. His gaze falls, a fierce determination etched on his face as he vows to avenge his brother. Without warning, a powerful, icy blue wave of energy slams into him, leaving him utterly stunned. A guttural scream tears from his throat as the frigid force pushes him back, tearing through his defenses. He curses under his breath, the sudden, overwhelming assault catching him completely off guard. The relentless blue energy continues to engulf him, driving him further into a desperate struggle. Engulfed in searing flames, he lets out a guttural cry as the fiery impact slams into him. The force of the blow sends him reeling, his body collapsing as the world around him fades to black. From the shadows, a figure draws a bow, a flaming arrow already loosed, its fiery trail cutting through the air. A powerful, unseen force rips through the air, sending DYD recoiling violently from the sheer impact. Further back, the attack finds its true target, slamming into William's armor with a shower of sparks and debris. The force of the blow sends him reeling, his body twisting midair. Another impact follows instantly, drawing a pained grunt from him as his defenses crack. The projectile punches through his protective gear, shattering it with brutal efficiency. Grimacing in a mix of agony and fury, William's eyes flare with an ominous red glow. His hand shoots out, a desperate attempt to ward off the unseen assault. But the blue energy strikes true, slamming into his arm with brutal force. The impact sends him reeling, his body twisting violently in the air. A grimace of pain contorts his features, yet a defiant thought echoes in his mind. He won't need to push his barrier. Another blast of azure energy rips through him, a relentless barrage. He's thrown back once more, unable to regain his footing. From a distance, Elpum draws his bow, multiple glowing arrows materializing, ready to unleash a devastating volley. The grinning man, battered and broken, gasps for air, his body hunched in agony. Finally, he collapses, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Still reeling from the previous barrage, he coughs up blood, a pained grunt escaping his lips as the impacts continue to rack his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Elpum lunges forward, his hand crackling with vibrant blue energy, ready to strike again. Sharp shards of mana erupt from his palm, piercing the air with deadly precision. The grinning man is struck once more, the force of the impact sending him reeling, his offensive capabilities completely nullified. Elpum closes the distance, his body radiating an intense blue aura as he prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. A concentrated blast of azure energy erupts from his hand, streaking towards his opponent. The grinning man takes the full impact, collapsing to the ground with a final, desperate gasp. Even as his foe lies defeated, Elpum presses his advantage, wondering if the grinning man could possibly still fight back in such a state. The grinning man remains motionless, his face obscured by shadows, the battle seemingly concluded. Elpum's relentless assault continues, his blue energy striking the grinning man, who cries out in pain. His sword, a blur of azure light, slices through the air, connecting with the grinning man's body. With your petty tricks? The injured man snarls. Even as the powerful blows continue to land, sending him reeling backward. Another devastating slash from Elpum's glowing blade. Severely wounded, he stares in disbelief, wondering how a mere human could possess such power. Yet he steels himself, vowing not to give his opponent any openings. Elpum's sword glows ominously, ready for the next strike. Elpum's assault continues, a flurry of glowing blue-green energy slashes tearing through the air. He strikes the grinning man with brutal force, the ethereal blades cutting deep. The relentless barrage continues, each strike landing with precision, carving into the grinning man's arm. A pained cry escapes the grinning man's lips as he recoils from the impact. But Elpum shows no mercy, delivering another fiery blow. The force of the attack sends blood spurting from the grinning man's chest. Despite the overwhelming assault, the grinning man manages a strained, almost admiring, "Nice," and then, with a defiant grin, "You're the best, brother." Even as he speaks, Elpum unleashes a final, devastating fire arrow, striking the grinning man squarely in the back, leaving him bleeding profusely. The weapon, driven with immense force, embeds itself deep into the earth. He stumbles back, reeling from the relentless assault, as another swift, blue-tinged slash carves through the air. What can you do with just one arm? Elpum challenges, pressing his advantage, landing yet another blow. But then, a bloodied hand shoots out, seizing Elpum's arm. Shit. The grinning man curses, his grip tightening. A fierce glint in his eyes. "I got you," he mutters. And a surge of crimson energy erupts, causing Elpum to cry out in agony. Still caught in the grinning man's vice-like grip, he struggles, a pained cry escaping his lips, demanding to be released. The grinning man's grip tightens further, his voice a menacing growl, asking if he enjoys the agony. Then, a searing wave of crimson energy erupts, engulfing him entirely in a violent, fiery explosion. But even as the flames consume him, he must have done something unexpected, because the grinning man's face contorts in a furious shout, demanding he wait. A guttural cry of pain escapes him, yet his eyes still burn with defiance. The grinning man unleashes another explosive burst of fire, sending him reeling backward. He becomes a mere blur, hurtling through the air amidst the swirling debris. The ground rushes up to meet him as the grinning man watches, his expression still filled with malice. He crashes into the earth with a sickening impact, a final choked sound escaping his lips as a crater forms beneath him. Gasping, he struggles to draw breath, his body racked with pain. He tries to push himself up, but the effort is immense, realizing that at this rate, he won't last much longer. As the grinning man looms over him, Elpum can only manage a choked whisper, questioning the nature of this relentless assault. Suddenly, a vibrant green orb of energy materializes, pulsating with an ominous glow. With a cruel gesture from his tormentor, the orb transforms into a glowing ring that snaps around Elpum's neck. The ring tightens instantly, cutting off his air and forcing another desperate gasp from him. Lifted helplessly into the air, he thrashes against the invisible force, his body contorting in agony. The pressure on his throat intensifies, his vision blurring as the world spins around him. His face contorted in a silent scream, Elpum fights a losing battle against the suffocating grip. He struggles against the magical grip, a desperate fight for breath as the green energy tightens around his throat. When the grinning man sneers, "You're about to die anyway," and a brutal impact sends Elpum reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. He's thrown violently downwards. As the grinning man commands, die, unleashing another devastating burst of magic. The attack erupts where Elpum falls, and the adventurer plummets further, the green energy still clinging to him, a chilling realization dawning that his situation is only getting worse. From a distance, the furry beast monster watches the scene unfold, questioning what could have happened. Nearby, Raymond's eyes widen in horror. As Elpum finally lies broken on the scorched earth, the monstrous beast now looming over his defeated form. Elpum, still defiant, unleashes a powerful fire arrow, calling out a name and challenge. But the grinning man simply watches, a dismissive smile playing on his lips, uttering, "Now, isn't that the truth? You're still a novice, Elpum." Before Elpum can even react, a sharp, unseen force slashes across his arm, drawing blood. He recoils in shock, his mind reeling at the unexpected counter, near. But the grinning man offers no respite, a surge of brilliant blue energy slamming into him, the impact radiating outward with devastating force, sending him flying through the air, blood spraying from the fresh wounds. His dagger, dislodged by the brutal assault, clatters uselessly to the ground. Finally, he lies defeated, gasping for breath, his face streaked with dirt and blood. The devastating force of the attack continues to dissipate, scattering dark particles and debris across the ground. Intense magical flames roar and rumble, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Surveying the scene, the grinning man expresses his utter disdain, declaring he is sick and tired of these archers. The ice around him begins to crack, the fissures spreading rapidly with a deafening shatter. DYD lets out a desperate cry, as the ground beneath him gives way, sending him plummeting through the collapsing structure. Jagged ice shards splinter and fall around him, one massive piece narrowly missing his head as he continues his uncontrolled descent. He falls faster and faster, until he crashes hard onto the frozen ground below, groaning in agony. Barely recovering from his fall, DYD finds himself face to face with a towering ice beast. The monstrous creature lets out a deafening roar, its icy breath chilling the air as he lies stunned on the ground. It raises a massive, crystalline arm, preparing to crush him. But DYD, with a burst of speed, manages to roll clear just as the beast's fist slams into the frozen earth. The monster's arm becomes momentarily embedded in the ground, leaving it vulnerable. "Too slow," he taunts, seizing the opportunity to create distance. Suddenly, a fiery arrow streaks through the air, leaving a blazing trail. DYD looks back, a blue aura flickering around his hand, surprised by the unexpected intervention, wondering how anyone could have known to strike at that precise moment. The flaming projectile finds its mark, exploding against the monster's face with a deafening shriek. Still reeling from unseen blows, DYD lets out a pained cry. "Ugh, you bastards." But with a surge of golden energy, he unleashes a powerful solar slash. The furry beast roars in agony, a guttural sound echoing through the icy cavern. From a distance, Elpum observes the monster's collapse, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "That's one payment down." The massive creature tumbles backward, its bulk shattering the frozen surface beneath it, crashing violently through the ice, a loud crack reverberating. The creature continues its rapid descent, disappearing into the frigid water below, its form vanishing completely beneath the churning, icy depths. A final, desperate shriek escapes the monster as it is swallowed by the cold. He is struck by a powerful surge of blue-white energy, ice shards exploding around him as the monster's relentless assault continues. Despite the impact, he quickly channels his inner strength, a vibrant green healing aura flaring around him, mending his wounds. Meanwhile, DYD, enveloped in his own emerald glow, dashes through the icy air, a determined blur heading straight for the creature. From a safer distance, Raymond watches the escalating battle with growing alarm, his voice strained as he questions if there's any way to defeat the monster at this rate, urging them to fall back. The monster responds with a guttural growl, a fresh wave of blue energy rippling outwards, a clear challenge. DYD is caught in the blast, sent reeling backward through the ice, but he defiantly shouts that he'll handle it himself. With a strategic move, he plunges his sword into the frozen ground, declaring his intent to get as close to the monster's weak point as possible. As DYD prepares his assault, the monster's attacks continue, another icy blast slamming into Elpum, sending him reeling once more. He presses forward, a desperate urgency in his voice. Both adventurers push through the jagged ice, closing the distance. The monstrous beast remains trapped, its form shimmering within the crystalline prison. With a guttural roar, the creature lashes out, its attacks slamming into DYD and sending him stumbling. He endures the brutal impact, convinced this close encounter will reveal the monster's hidden vulnerability. But the beast is far from defeated, its immense power shattering the ice that binds it. A wave of frigid blue energy erupts from its form, surging outward. The blast strikes Elpum, who is thrown backward by the force. Without hesitation, he begins to channel a healing spell, the green light already gathering in his palm. As the monster struggled against its icy prison, shards of frozen magic continued to splinter around it, while Elpum and DYD moved with practiced urgency. With a guttural roar, the beast finally broke free, its massive jaws agape in defiance. Elpum, already anticipating the next move, confirmed he could still cast a healing spell, as DYD urged them to dodge as much as possible, maintaining their distance from the now unhindered creature. The monster slammed a colossal foot down, shattering the last remnants of its icy prison, and DYD called out, reminding Elpum to split off when an opening appeared. A torrent of ice fragments erupted from the impact, swirling violently as the monster prepared its next assault. The air crackled with raw power, a wave of blue energy beginning to coalesce around the beast. Its eyes glowing with malevolent blue light, the monster unleashed a devastating blast. The force of the impact slammed into Elpum, sending a jolt of pain through him as he cried out. The monster continues to shatter its icy prison, its dark form emerging fully. DYD, witnessing the relentless assault, curses the situation. As the creature lunges, its arm glowing with a vibrant green energy, Elpum instinctively calls upon his newfound ability, a faint green aura flickering around him. He struggles to comprehend the power, yet the healing energy persists, mending his wounds even as he questions its source. The monster, undeterred, charges forward with a thunderous roar. The impact sends Elpum sprawling, his body crashing against the icy ground, shards scattering around him. DYD watches in horror, calling out his companion's name in desperation. Later, in a quiet room, Elpum recounts the bewildering experience to DYD, a bandage now wrapped around his head, explaining that despite his confusion, the healing magic had worked, prompting DYD to ask if he could truly heal himself. He marvels at the unbelievable sensation, the sudden, inexplicable surge of healing power, admitting he's not sure what he's doing. DYD presses for confirmation, and Elpum, sipping from a cup, reaffirms his ability to heal himself. His hand trembles, the mana within him boiling, overflowing with an intensity he's never felt before. Deep within his chest, his heart glows with an unnatural light, thumping a frantic rhythm. Meanwhile, the monster, now fully free, shatters the last remnants of its icy prison, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey. As the beast lunges, Elpum's own eyes flare with a brilliant yellow, mirroring the power surging through him. Before the monster's attack can fully connect, he moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion that shatters the ice around the creature. The monster retaliates instantly, unleashing a devastating blast of green energy. From a distance, DYD watches, his face a mask of disbelief, utterly stunned that Elpum could have moved so quickly, even cutting through the monster's icy defenses. The beast recoils from the impact, its body momentarily thrown off balance. DYD's shock deepens, wondering how his companion managed such an impossible maneuver. Elpum unleashes a torrent of golden energy, a focused attack streaking through the air. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of blue energy and ice shards trailing in his wake. The golden impact shatters the monster's icy defenses, sending crystalline fragments exploding outwards. Another strike of golden force rips into the ground, just missing the beast. But the monster is not deterred, its own power flaring to life, a fiery, orange energy blossoming from its core. It snarls, a primal rage distorting its features, ice shards still clinging to its fur. A guttural roar erupts from its maw, the beast fully unleashed and ready to strike back. With a violent surge, it unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards, blasting them forward with immense force. The attack connects, Elpum's face contorting in pain as the ice tears into him, his eyes glowing with a fierce, yellow light. Despite his previous injuries, Elpum launches a fierce counterattack, landing a powerful blow that earns a shout of encouragement from Raymond, who calls out, "Nice work, kid." The impact sends the monster reeling, its icy form cracking and shattering under the assault. As the creature roars in pain, Raymond's green healing magic flares around Elpum, urging him, "Get up right now. Heal." But the monster quickly retaliates, unleashing a barrage of sharp ice shards that strike Elpum once more. Even as he's hit, Elpum presses his assault, forcing another pained cry from the monster. With renewed determination, he charges forward, a blue aura flaring around him. His next attack connects, shattering more of the monster's icy defenses into countless fragments. Despite the blood streaking his face, Elpum's eyes burn with an unyielding resolve. Finally succumbing to the cumulative damage, he collapses to the ground, green healing energy still swirling around him as Raymond continues his vital work. The furry beast lets out a pained grunt, its massive form recoiling from the previous assault. But the monster's counterattack had found its mark, and DYD now lay sprawled on the icy ground, a cry of agony escaping his lips. His face contorted in a snarl of pure fury, green energy beginning to crackle around his fist as he roared, "You dumb F asterisk asterisk asterisk." As Raymond's voice echoed with a desperate call to heal him, DYD surged forward, his body now wreathed in a vibrant green aura. His hammer descended with crushing force, shattering the monster's icy defenses. The beast roared in pain, ice shards exploding outwards as it reeled from the blow. Its glowing eyes narrowed, a primal rage burning within them. Another surge of green energy erupted, engulfing the monster in a blinding explosion. The force sent the creature hurtling backward, its massive body tumbling through the air. DYD raises his massive crystalline hammer, its surface glowing with a faint green energy, before bringing it down in a devastating arc. The impact erupting in a blinding flash of yellow energy and shattering blue crystals, as the sheer force tears through the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The earth itself buckles and explodes under the devastating blow, but before he can recover, a monstrous roar echoes. A massive maw, lined with glowing green fangs, snaps open, and a claw lashes out, tearing at DYD's adventurer gear. His hammer strike, imbued with icy power, connects with the monstrous beast, sending a shockwave of frozen energy through its body. A gasp escapes DYD's lips, his eyes widening in disbelief at the monster's unexpected resilience. Even if you say that, he mutters, his voice strained, as Raymond watches on with concern. Suddenly, the beast lets out a ferocious roar, its glowing eyes burning with renewed aggression. The ice encasing its form cracks and shatters, unable to contain its surging power. With a terrifying surge of speed, the monster lunges forward, closing the distance in an instant. From its gaping maw, a concentrated blast of icy energy erupts, hurtling directly towards DYD. But the monster's momentum falters, its massive body collapsing forward with a heavy impact, ice shards scattering around it. The monstrous beast lets out a final, guttural roar as the ice encasing its form begins to crack and splinter, its body disintegrating into countless sharp fragments. More of its crystalline structure gives way, scattering across the frozen ground. Even its head, still contorted in a silent scream, shows visible cracks as the ice around its maw breaks away. Finally, the entire creature collapses into a pile of shattered ice, its defeat absolute, marking the end of the last adventurer. Chapter 30 begins as he soars through the clouds, riding atop a massive, winged creature. A short while later, Raymond stirs, his eyes fluttering open. "Oh, you're finally up." He looks at DYD, asking what happened to the monster. DYD replies, "You should have seen it." Raymond then inquires about the magic stones, to which DYD simply states, "You're the one who got them." Raymond lies injured on the ground, his thoughts consumed by the harsh weather and his wounds, knowing a break is essential. Nearby, DYD observes his companion, noting his poor condition and suggesting they leave the monster behind, while he goes to check the surrounding area. The icy cavern stretches deep, its walls shimmering with frozen moisture and ancient light. A cold, ethereal glow emanates from within the depths, hinting at the mysteries held by the frozen landscape. Outside, the vast, snow-covered mountains loom, their peaks piercing the frigid sky as DYD begins his solitary trek. His gaze sharpens, taking in the desolate expanse before him. A day has already passed, he muses, deciding it's time to move on, as they've lingered too long. With a determined stride, he continues his journey through the deep snow, the crunch of his boots echoing in the silence. Unseen, a colossal white beast with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerges from the icy depths, its presence a chilling omen. With a fierce cry, Elpum channels immense power, his bow glowing with fiery energy as he prepares to unleash a devastating fire arrow. Meanwhile, far from the fiery confrontation, DYD continues his solitary trek through the desolate, snow-covered mountain pass, the biting wind his only companion. Back in another part of the icy wilderness, a blonde woman stirs, her voice weak as she acknowledges a return, muttering about someone being back from the exit. Raymond, still heavily wounded, looks up in surprise, demanding to know what happened and questioning if his companion is unharmed. Her eyes wide with concern, the blonde woman insists that the situation is too perilous for him to face alone, suggesting they proceed together. As they settle by a small, flickering campfire, she declares that someone must protect the dumb old man, acknowledging their shared predicament. With a determined expression, she offers to go this time, insisting there's no reason for him to bear the burden alone. But Raymond quickly dismisses the idea, arguing that it's better for only one person to risk it to avoid both ending up in the same dire situation. Her face etched with sorrow and frustration, she challenges his self-reliance, asking if he truly believes he can handle everything by himself, as he always does. As Raymond lies unconscious or deeply asleep, his injuries taking their toll, she continues her lament, calling him a fool for his unwavering belief in his own solitary strength. Deep within the frigid wastes, a monstrous maw opens wide, unleashing a guttural roar that echoes through the icy canyons. Amidst the chaos, DYD, his blade a blur, cuts through a swarm of smaller, furry beasts. More of the creatures scramble across the snow-covered peaks, their numbers seemingly endless. Surrounded, DYD prepares for another onslaught, a faint blue aura beginning to shimmer around him. Despite the intense battle, the biting wind forces a thought from him, it's stinking cold. He lunges forward, his sword aimed at the massive furry beast, closing the distance in a flash. The beast lets out another furious cry, its glowing eyes fixed on DYD. But DYD's blade, now blazing with blue energy, slams into the monster's head with devastating force. A powerful explosion erupts on impact, sending debris flying. Gasping for breath, DYD collapses in the snow, the recent battle leaving him utterly spent, a close call he barely survived. But then, his eyes widen in surprise, spotting something unexpected in the desolate landscape. He approaches cautiously, only to find a lifeless body. The adventurer observes the fallen figure, noting the recentness of their demise and wondering if they might be an elf, their features hinting at a different lineage. Among their belongings, he discovers a letter, filled with writing and sealed with wax, a message left behind by the unknown individual. Considering it a meager offering, he decides to leave his own gloves, hoping they might aid another warrior who passes this way. The letter speaks of fallen comrades, victims of the snow yeti, but also hints at a silver lining amidst the tragedy. His eyes widen in sudden realization, the words revealing the location of an escape gate. The ancient gate, only appearing after the boss's defeat, stands before him, its location detailed in the letter as a map, a final wish for strength to those who follow. Wounded and weary, he carries the weight of a desperate plea, a voice echoing in his mind, urging him to take another's place. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse of snow, a lone sword stands sentinel, its blade plunged deep into an icy mound. Through a flurry of snow and ice, Elpum plummets, caught in a perilous descent. The tracks of a massive creature scar the pristine snow, leading towards a colossal, curved horn jutting from the drifts. A gloved hand reaches out, its fingers closing around the hilt of the sword. With a determined gaze, a blonde warrior clad in fur-lined armor stands ready, her presence a beacon of strength in the harsh environment. Back in the present, DYD and Elpum stand side by side, a shimmering blue portal swirling before them, the escape gate finally within reach. His expression resolute, DYD looks towards the gate, while Elpum's face shows a hint of concern, perhaps at the journey ahead. With a shared purpose, their boots crunch through the deep snow, moving towards the unknown that awaits them beyond the shimmering threshold. A pained cry escapes Elpum as he reels from a brutal blow, blood splattering across his face. But before the monster can press its advantage, DYD lunges forward, a desperate cry of Kyrie, tearing from his throat, his face etched with grim determination as Elpum struggles below. He strikes with blinding speed, a brilliant flash of light erupting on impact. DYD's attack manifests as a searing, blade-like energy, tearing through the monster's defenses. The glowing orange blade impales the furry beast, driving it back with immense force. As the monster recoils, a new figure appears, a blonde warrior with a swift, orange energy slash, catching the beast off guard, eliciting a surprised cry of "NH. What?" from its maw. Her attack continues, a sharp, blue energy arc cutting through the air. The monster roars in agony and fury, its massive form shaking from the successive blows. Another swift, blue energy slash tears into its flesh, drawing a final, choked cry of "Quack" from the creature.